This week on Roma Reacts, the long wait is over as BTS has finally returned with a beautiful song called Swim. She might already be one of the cutest characters in the history of video games. It's the Aria EP, Angel Loading from Zenless Zone Zero. Ateez are always impressive, but this time it's like they are men possessed. This is the song called Bouncy. It's heartbreaking, but oh so beautiful. It's the animated short for Yuzuru, If I Could Become Light. Roma has fallen 2 levels deeper in love with the group Stray Kids, with their lovely and open and honest song, 0801. All this and more in Roma Reacts. This is Roma Reacts, a series where I watch patron-submitted videos with all of you guys, and in the photo frame this week we have Link from The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. I don't know why, I think I'm just in kind of like a Zelda mood this week, I guess. The first video sent in by Leon, and they say, we've met the Decepticons Justice Division, but let's meet their medic, Nickel. Don't be fooled by the diminutive stature. She's more than able to keep up with them. Some information about her: she was the first female Decepticon to show up in the original IDW run. She's a quad changer, being able to turn to a buggy, a submarine, and another flying mode. The meter on her head measures ambient radiation levels. Oh, and she hated organics so much that she joined the DJD because they promised to kill them. Okay, so she hates organics. Okay, let's go. This is Nickel, More Than Meets the Eye, 39. It's actually a very short video, but that's fine too. We don't mind short videos in Roma Reacts whatsoever. Let's check it out.
And just what in the name of Mary Hell am I supposed to do with this? Look at him. Look at the
Oh my
state of him.
god.
How many times have I told you, when you're out hunting, make sure that you...
Nikolai.
Time. How many...
I love the design, and yeah, it is like very adorable, but it has so much like personality in the design already. Like it's detailed in a way that's like very fun and like cute. You know what I mean? For sure.
times? I can't recycle a transformation clog if it's all smushed up.
Smushed up?
Being a highly technical medical term that you've never heard of, because you're an unreconstructed killing machine.
See, the personality is already there. The smooshed up being like the highly the medical term. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just something very like small that like makes the character like have a little bit of like a oomph to the personality. Like, you know, hey, like, you know, you smushed up. He's like smushed up. And again, it's one of those things where like when you're creating like a Transformers character like this, I'll skip back a little bit as well. By the way, when you're creating a Transformers or any character like this as well, like I think they do a good job in these comic books of doing what you want to do, which is like very, very quickly giving you like a taste of their personality, I guess.
I can't recycle a transformation clog if it's all smushed up.
Smushed up?
Being a highly technical medical term that you've never heard of, because you're an unreconstructed
really
killing
good.
machine.
Unreconstructed? I may be many things.
No, enough.
This is the interruption really
Just
quickly
because I'm the
too.
size of an energon cube doesn't mean I can't put you in your place.
The voice actor is very... What the hell? Okay, we're gonna have to skip back a little bit again, but the voice actor is really, really good for them as well. I don't know, they again, the personality is just so vibrant, for sure.
Unreconstructed? I may be many things.
No, enough. Just because I'm the size of an energon cube doesn't mean I can't put you in your place. Him and you, Helix. Alright, now open wide.
Oh, she's like brushing his teeth?
Oral hygiene. Oh, it's filthy. Filthier than the inside of... Prion's shadow. Is that cranial fluid?
This is so good.
It is. It's cranial fluid. You are officially worse than the pet.
Again, look at the design. Okay, I'm gonna skip a tiny bit again, but like, look at the design here.
Filthier than...
It's so good. Like, again, it is right. They're small, but they're so colorful, and then like they're colorful, kind of like very kind of like I don't know if you'd call it cute, but like there are a lot like very like cute little details on them as well. Really matches like this, or I guess contrasts in a way, like, you know, their cute stature contrasts their very kind of like outgoing, vibrant personality. It feels like, well, you can be cute and vibrant as well, but you know what I mean.
The inside of my Prion's shadow. Is that cranial fluid? It is. It's cranial fluid. You are officially worse than the pet. Oh, and don't
Look at
think
this.
you're out of my bad books, Tess. When was the last time you sharpened these blades? Oh, I forgot. You're too cool to enunciate. Too cool and too frickin' lazy.
I swear she gets crosser every day.
Like whispering about her.
She worries when we're in the field.
Yeah, there you go. I think that's a really cool idea, first of all, to have a character here that is, because again, I think that's first of all, you can tell like there's like a care from a character like that. And I feel like it reminds me of like the doctors I used to know when I was like, no, some doctors are awful, 110%. But there was like doctors I knew when I was like younger who like would be very like kind of like crass and very forward, but they had your like well-being in mind all the time too. But in this case, it's one of those things where like this character clearly worries about these other Transformers, clearly worries about them being in danger. And then expresses that through the effects of what happens to them when she has to like tune them up, right? So she's talking about like the filthiness of their mouth, or like how, you know, parts of them might be smushed up. And I feel like it is her just kind of like trying to like show, not even trying, but she does show her care in that way, right? And while she's being like very aggressive towards them, and she's kind of like, you know, has them all like lined up like military men, which is very funny and very cute as well. You can tell that there's like a respect there as well, because even the guy at the end there was kind of like, yeah, no, she just worries. She worries a lot. I think that's perfect characterization. That's almost instantly just like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. To have a character that's so short in stature and like smaller than all the other Transformers around her. But I guess that helps her like not only getting in and cleaning stuff, but then also like it's a really cool thing to see like such a short and small character have such a like fiery, vibrant attitude as well towards these characters also. I don't know, I really think it's like a really charming characterization. It really is. The design as well is also like really cool too. Like it's like it reminds me of like what when people drew like what they thought was gonna be the future back in like the 80s. You know what I mean? They're like, this is gonna be the future, man. This is what 2025 is gonna look like. You know, like they're kind of like very, they always like use like very and I don't think it was just the 80s. I think like even the 50s they did this too, where like they were like, man, the future is like porcelain blue. You know what I mean? And so like it does seem like a character that's like, oh yeah, this is this is what someone would draw someone to be like in the future, I guess. But yeah, like that's the personality vibe I get from this character. The idea of I care, but also I show my care through my aggression and through my kind of like pushy forward kind of like attitude. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you need that type of character, right? Like especially when these characters are going out doing the craziest stuff, the craziest fights. It's also like really nice. Not that here's like I love trying to Transformers comics, but it's also really nice to like have like one, you know, issue here or there that is kind of just like, hey, this is just like a charming introduction to this character, you know, because we have so much like violence in these stories and so much fear in these stories that having something so different and so like, I'd say cute. I'd say cute in a way too. Like really does like change the feeling and the vibe that we get off this, I'd say as well. But I really, really enjoy that as well. I think the artwork is always amazing in these comic books, but here they got to really flex some stuff here also, like having her kind of like, you know, either grabbing onto this Transformer, cleaning the teeth of one of them as well. Like she's, it's if they're trying to like express like how much work that this character is really doing, then I feel like it does like help that they are like drawing the artwork in such a comedic way, you know? Because I think showing a character like that, you know, you could show her just having her just kind of being like, you know, very sad or very aggressive or very kind of like trying her best and like sweating and stuff, I guess. But instead we have like a character that like, you know, is showing how much like she does through like, you know, what at first can see as her just being very abrasive to these guys. But like, as you see at the end, and you can kind of get that vibe for sure. Like, you know, someone who works this hard and someone who's always doing this stuff and someone who's always caring for these people clearly cares as well. So I actually really, really enjoyed the way they showed that as well. Yeah, thanks so much for sending us in, Leon. This is really cool. Really nice to have like a little bit of a nice Transformers episode after everything we've seen, honestly. Thank you. The next video is sent to by Neko-san, and it's Yuzuru Hanyu. Let me entertain. Don't worry, I won't start spamming you with Yuzuru Hanyu videos every week. Don't worry, you can do that. but I do want to share this one because I think you'll enjoy a particular performance. Unfortunately, the World Championships 2021 again with a very reduced crowd. After the last video, you can probably imagine how they go crazy here, 110%. But I think there's also it's the reduced crowd is sad because like I think the difference is like when you watch like a performance from like before COVID, or anything like that where there's a full crowd, the energy is so crazy. But I do think that when we watch them when there's like a minimal crowd as well, you can like it's like a trade-off. It's like we get to like just like get lost in like the performance in a way that's like different from when there was a crowd there. So they're both good. It's just like very different, right? For sure. Let's check it out. Sparkly outfit right away. You couldn't miss it. Oh, holding on to the teddy bear? To Winnie the Pooh? Great outfit here, by the way.
So here,
it's 26 here.
Is Yuzuru Hanyu.
Not to ever sound great hair as well. Not to ever sound ageist, but like is 20 like is there like a cutoff point for people with ice skating? Because I know like sometimes in football they're like if you're 35 they act as if like you're going to the retirement home. Maybe you can let me know about that. Oh, the attitude! Look at this. No way. Robbie Williams? That's a sick idea. That song already has so much like energy to it. Oh my god. The pants are crazy. This is good. Oh, it's sick.
What's that going to open?
So the current leader is 57.86. I'm guessing we're going to get a topping of this. I can never get over the outfits, man. They're so good. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you can imagine the crowd going nuts at that moment, for sure. Jesus Christ. I love this subtitle, the full song. That's awesome. What the? I mean, he's done stuff like this before, but it's still insane. And so naturally getting out of it, too. No way. It's like he's floating all the time. It's like he's absolutely floating. I'm sorry, but these pants are crazy. They're good. They're good pants. It's not an insult at all.
Trademark.
Oh, the cheering of the coach at the side as well. Man, the control that he has. Sometimes, like... Oh, it's so sick. Every single moment here, I'm like, I would fall. What the... It's like, you know what? This, I mean, this is a compliment, by the way, right? I mean, it's a compliment. In 2026, I should say, if you saw someone doing that move, everyone on Twitter is going, is this AI? Everybody. Because, like, it's so, like, it bends your mind what ice skaters can do. And in that there, it's like, there's stuff that he's doing where it's like, how is he not falling to the floor? How is he not, like, just, like, you know, breaking his back? It's so insane. I mean, that's because it takes so much precision and work, right? Like, even that stuff, like, the little kick. Yeah, he's got this. Look at that, like... Everything's so natural as well. Look at... This is a full-on dance performance, like, you know? Yeah, the control he has in his body as well. Insane. The high kick Choom. No! At the breakdown here? Jesus Christ. That's so crazy. And he knows it too. That was amazing. So he did beat the current leader. I'm guessing the point system's probably more strict this time around, because remember the last time they were getting like 100 and something, so maybe it's different point systems depending on the performance, maybe, or depending on the show they're doing, possibly.
That's why he's double Olympic champion and the world record holder for the short program in men's figure skating.
So pretty.
Will that be enough to contest that world record?
I mean, imagine me like the best figure skater in the world, basically. I think I know it's probably like I don't know that, but like, you know, like he's the one I hear about the most. I heard about him, I think, even before like I even heard about ice skating, right? Like at least heard his name. I didn't know who he was, but then like he's also like super handsome. So you have this thing where it's like celebrity status unlocked forever.
111.82 points at last year's Four Continents Championships. Just amazing. Yet again,
there's still a crowd there, of course, as well, but like it's
continues to produce this level of quality season upon season.
But I just think these buildings they're not made for.
He has such a huge...
Maybe I'm wrong, but these buildings they're in right now, this building is not like, oh, no, it is kind of like an arena, but I think they curtain off the other areas. Am I right in saying that? Right, so it is like a little arena, but they seem to curtain off the other crowded areas, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not mistaken. Or it could be an auditorium. It could be that too, that they filled with ice. It could be also.
Fans, and he's used to competing with Japanese flags waving in abundance. Obviously that's not possible here, but he still managed.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think that's a perfect song choice as well, right?
Epic performance.
Showing the ice coming up from the ground is a really cool touch.
Here, Sako
these pants are insane. In a good way.
regularly performs that forward inside spread eagle.
Do people just fall in love with this guy? Like, what happens? Does he have like a fandom of like, you know, people waiting outside of his hotel with flowers all the time?
And that's what two-time Olympic silver medalist himself, Brian Orser, thinks. Here, that back counter. You can see Brian's reaction.
Even like the hand movements here, look at that. Like the control this takes is insane.
And it's interesting, over this past season, he's had to train often by himself because of the current situation, not able to access the tuition with Brian and Tracy as he otherwise might.
Tracy was the other one when he was there last time, I guess. I love this jacket as well.
Not just a brilliant skater, though, a top-class human being.
That has to like annoy you if you're like the second best, right? And the number one world record holder is beautiful. People say he's a world-class human being. He's talented, right? Like, and he always wins. I would be like, F this guy, man.
Very supportive. He goes to his hometown here, so...
Yeah, it is like it's an arena. It's an arena. Yeah, but just curtained off. The crazy what they can do with that during COVID.
Donate.
I want one of those jackets, man. Just like with the logos and stuff on it and the sponsors. I'd love that. Not that they're sponsors. Maybe it's just his company or whatever.
And he cites the fans that he has as his motivation.
I bet he definitely has fans. 100. I saw that in the last video. They were going crazy for it. Love the backdrop as well. Stockholm, isn't it? Oh, no, this is... Okay. This is the score. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I get it now. They add it together.
Only Yuzuru Hanyu can say that's acceptable. That's
the commentator's basically saying like he's like the only person that could look at like a score like that like beats the second best there and goes, okay, that's fine.
111, 106 seems just acceptable.
But that like shows like and because the thing is you can tell he's not just being annoying, right? Because I feel like that's one of the things that like happens sometimes when it comes to really, you know, you can always tell when like a famous sports star is like pretending that like it's like, oh yeah, I guess it's okay, you know what I mean? You know, like the old joke, like when you do something really good and you go, was that bad? Is that score bad? When you know the score is good. But I think in this case is legit is like, you know, if you're someone who is like him, who clearly strives to do like his very best in every single outing that he goes into, I can imagine that like any less than this is a disappointment. Any more than this is incredible. But what he got here is like, oh, this is acceptable. So he's like, I'm okay with this. It's like, which again, it's not I'm not going to ever like, you know, for me, it's like, again, for all of us probably looking at him, it's like, dude, like, this is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean? So it's obviously a little bit different. But for him, it's probably like, you know, as we said, it's like, you know, oh, just okay. Which I don't know. I kind of like that. I kind of like knowing that like he's so secure with himself that he can see this, that it's acceptable. Also, at the same time too, he's clearly striving for better as well. And it seems like to be very healthy because like from what I've seen from the two performances, like there's no look of like distress on his face. There's no look of like I'm upset or I'm like, I don't want to be here. There's a look of like pure, and I think it's like one of the things where like I don't know ice skating very much, but I do know that there's like the famous ice skaters everyone's talking about right now is like obviously Lisa Liu, right? She's become massive in terms of popularity, but then also like with the other, as I said before this, I heard of Hanyu before because of just like I think it's like one of those things where like I've never played football, right? I don't watch soccer, but like I could pick Messi or Ronaldinho out of a crowd. You know what I mean? I could if I saw them in the street, I'd be like, that's Ronaldinho, right? And while I wouldn't at first wouldn't pick out Hanyu because I didn't know what he looked like, or maybe I just don't remember what he looked like, because obviously ice skating is not as like you just like soccer. There's still a thing where someone goes like, oh, ice skating. And I'm like, not really. To go, yeah, there's this ice skater like named Yuzuru Hanyu, and it's like, oh, I've heard of him. I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of that kind of way. And I feel like that's why like some people in their field transcend their actual sport themselves. The other example I would give is like Tom Brady. I never watched an American football game in my life, but I know Tom Brady. You know what I mean? I know Tom Brady. I know Mongo McMichael. I know these people that like transcended the sport itself. You know what I mean? I never watched basketball in my life, but I know Michael Jordan. I know these people. And I think that's why like it happens to Yuzuru Hanyu, where it's like I don't want to say he's like not. It's not that these people are better than their sports. It's more that it's like, oh, he kind of like is like the guy, right? In terms of this like whole performance here, again, obviously I can't talk about the technical aspects of it, but like one of the things that like I really think is absolutely incredible about like what he's doing here, from a very like non-figure skating perspective, there's moments here that like if I'm in my bedroom and I'm trying to reach for my charger, and I do like and I go at an angle that he does like when he's just like skating. Like there's one point where he's like bending over, like leaning over, and if I was in that position just trying to reach for my charger from like my bed, I'm falling over. I'm falling over. But with him, it's like nothing. You know what I mean? It's like nothing, and the control that takes in your body, like the effort that takes in your body, is something that's so freaking incredible that like I can't just not but just be like absolutely amazed by him. You know what I mean? He's incredible. He's absolutely incredible. And like there's other things too, like there's like when I said like the thing where it's like people nowadays will go like, oh, that looks like AI. And the reason I say it is not because it looks bad, but because like your mind, and FAI, by the way, fuck AI, but like your brain like switches out and it like goes crazy and it goes, like you don't know what you're looking at sometimes. When he's doing those spin moves where he's grabbing the back of his heel and he's like curling into a ball and spinning around, it's like something out of a cartoon. It's like, how how are you doing this? How is this possible? Tell me. But obviously it's training, it's control. And like here's the thing, I'm just gonna be honest. Can I be honest here? Right, I gotta be honest here. You can see this in his form, in his body, in the way he looks. Like everything about him has been training up to this point. And I'm saying this just because like it's one of those things where like I guarantee you that like if like he has legs of steel, I guarantee you that like if he gets you in a triangle chokehold, you're dead. I guarantee you. Not because I'm being like, oh, like like sports stars are tough and strong, but like it's clear that like he's worked so hard for this. It's clear he's worked so long, and here they even said like he worked so hard without even having like to be getting to see his trainers all the time. He had to do it by himself, and like that's, to me, it's so inspirational to be so good, especially in the COVID era, because with the COVID era, a lot of people say like, oh, you never lose your spark, right? You never lose your spark with your sport, right? But even like the best of the best, like, you know what I mean? Even like the Tom Brady's, if he didn't play football for 2 years without going into like a full-on real training camp and going into like a full-on real skirmish or practice match, he's going to be freaking like, not as like good, right? So the idea of like Yuzuru Hanyu being able to do this while not being able to get his full-on training in is pretty impressive. Now, obviously, it's different from like someone not playing football for 2 years or someone not doing ice skating for 2 years, because obviously he's skating all the time, but it's still very impressive. Yeah, his work here is incredible. And I think they chose the perfect song. I think the song is so perfect for Yuzuru Hanyu, like this performance, because for me, like if you wanted, the last performance he did was so emotional. And this one here was so energetic and so energized. And I think that like, choosing Robbie Williams is such a good idea, because Robbie Williams is the essence of like emotions, whether it be whether it be him trying to express energy, excitement, sadness, happiness. Robbie Williams is perfect for ice skating songs. He's perfect because I can imagine like someone doing like "I'm loving angels" instead as they're skating around. You know, I can imagine someone doing "I Don't Want to Rock DJ." I can imagine someone doing "Millennium." You know what I mean? I can imagine doing, people doing all these tracks because again, it's he has that perfect like way of expressing emotion. But yeah, I thought this was a great performance. The outfit was incredible. He's incredible. Lovely to see this. Thanks so much for sending this in. The next video is sent in by Golden Witch Beatrice. More One Piece live action goodness. This time it's behind the scenes for how they brought one of the more fantastical members of the crew to life. So this is Chopper. I've heard of Chopper. I've heard of Chopper from, not only from you, but like Chopper is like a character that like I feel was memed a while back as well. So let's check this out.
Tony Chopper!
Tony Chopper.
This is the most fun I've ever had.
Season
it's kinda
2,
cute.
we have Chopper.
I'll join you.
He's a talking reindeer who's a doctor and he fights. I don't
Jeez,
think
okay,
you
they
get
grow
better
as
than
well.
that.
It was great to see Chopper actually move and talk and scream.
Gorgeous.
Chopper ate the human fruit and became a cute hybrid reindeer human little boy.
Oh, they're
He
reindeer?
can change form to this abominable snowman who can take out anyone in a fight.
That's so cool.
Casting Chopper. We knew we needed somebody who can have the emotional resonance on screen.
Good afternoon.
Good after. Shit.
You can talk. Why haven't you said anything before?
Because it's weird for a reindeer to talk.
And there's the voice
When I
actor.
auditioned for Chopper, I didn't know who he was. It said a ugly little forest creature, so I had created a little character already just based off his description.
That's really cool, right? That the voice actor was like all she had was like the ugly little forest creature, which again, they're adorable. But like, I love the idea that like they were just like, okay, I'm gonna create a voice just for that, which I think can honestly be like a good thing as well. Like not knowing the character, because like while knowing the character can give you a good perspective on what you can do for the voice. But I think maybe like One Piece fans might agree, like giving a fresh perspective on the character as well is also a really cool thing too.
And when we started getting in the booth, the directors and producers, we found common ground on how we kind
Love
of
it.
all wanted him to sound.
Love it. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's even better. Because I was like, I'll give a fresh perspective. How about like take something from the producers and her and finding common ground? I think it's a really cool thing.
Fire's flat.
Leave that alone. Don't touch it. You hear me? And I'm not a raccoon. I was a reindeer.
Oh my
Frame
god.
store, visual effects,
Why is it so
they're doing
adorable?
an amazing job making Tony Chopper all CG. And
This is expensive, by the way. This is so expensive. I believe like Seth MacFarlane was saying recently about like the show Ted, which I haven't seen Ted, but he said that like they can't do more seasons because like it costs so much freaking money to make Ted happen every single week. So they have to do. I think they're bringing in Mark Wahlberg to do more seasons, and you know. I get why they're doing it because he's a bigger star. It'll bring in more money, but like it's also like at the same time too. It's like nah, but like yeah, this costs so much money to animate a CGI character to be amongst the humans, not just as a like well, he is a side character, but like from what I understand, Chopper's in everything. Chopper's everywhere, you know.
at the same time, doing facial capture.
What's a pirate?
Oh,
So
serious?
Michaela's emotions and her facial performance will be driving
That's so
the
sick.
3D model.
Getting to see the little facial expressions that I make in him
Yeah, that's
is
awesome.
the coolest thing ever.
She just captures Chopper's vulnerability in such a genuine,
That's so
heartrending way.
cool.
And for production, we knew we needed something on set for everyone to play off of.
Sure.
We have this Chopper stuffy, and then we
The
have
sets are amazing, by the way. I remember watching the set. Oh no, they have a stand-in. I remember watching this the Hobbit behind the scenes, and like Ian McKellen was like crying basically because every time he looked around, they were like, "This is like headless. There's these heads on a stick kind of thing. Characters to deal with like to interact with like a green screen everywhere." I think it's one of those things where like I think the performances are better when you do stuff like this.
our Chopper proxy, which is Nkone. She's an actress, and she's the one that's acting in the scenes with us.
Hello. Tony Chopper here.
I
Oh my
wore a
God.
one-piece suit, shin pads, knee pads, the skeleton of the hat, not
That's
the
so
actual
fun.
hat, and a GoPro, which captures footage that will go onto Chopper's eyes for his reflections.
It really
Very
is so
neat.
special to get to have an actual person there with us to kind of capture the emotion and the feeling of these scenes.
I will become a doctor. Please teach me everything you know.
Oh, by the way, Katie Seagal, man. When I heard Katie Seagal was in the show, I actually kind of wanted to watch it because Katie Seagal is underrated as heck. One of the most underrated actors of all time. I don't care what anyone says. She's fantastic.
It's been an interesting process, but it's been like working with any other actor.
I love you, Katie.
Which is the best way to do it.
I love you.
What the hell is that thing?
My name is Tony Chopper.
Look at this
When
thing. What the
Chopper
hell? That's
transforms,
terrifying.
He transforms into Chopper Heavy Point. That's played by Gavin Gomes.
When he
That's
puts on the
terrifying.
suit, he's like such a special thing to watch walk around. There's no CGI, whereas other things, we have more visual effects on them and you kind of have to picture it in the room. He walks around as Heavy Point Chopper.
It is the most fun I've had in a project. Wearing the suit is challenging and all the elements that come with it. That part of my fingers, that is me. And everything else is covered. There's contact lenses, there's teeth, there's the suit, there's prosthetics.
Is that Chopper?
The suit is designed by Hyacine. He's done an
That's
incredible
insane.
job.
For 2020 Chopper's muscle suit, we started with a...
Nah, the craftsmanship that goes into this is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And I think it's honestly a really, really cool thing to see, like, you know, how much effort was put into this, like, on the like the actual practical sense. Because to me, like, you know, we're living in a world that legitimately they are more and more people are using less and less practical stuff. It's awful. I hate it. But one thing that's like really, really interesting is that like whenever I see like even like music video artists using practical things, it's like that's so sick. It's so sick because it gets me. I feel like when I know things are more practical, you can feel the difference. You can feel the difference on screen.
Gavin, and then we 3D printed molds and cast all the muscle groups separately, assembled all of this onto a mannequin and covered it with fur. The whole system just works incredibly.
Come on out, reindeer. Let's go be pirates together.
I would love to be a pirate with you all, but I can't.
Chopper represents the part of a lot of people that really just want to be seen and accepted and loved for who they are.
Chopper.
He's a character that a lot of us can relate to, and I am so excited for everyone to meet Chopper this season.
You're Straw Hat now. And we got your back.
That's so beautiful. Are you kidding me? I have to press this because then Netflix sometimes again they love to like it's weird. Netflix is weird. They do this thing where like they'll let you watch the whole behind the scenes. They'll let you watch all the stuff, right? But then like if you put their logo or their end screens at the end, they're like, gotcha. Same with Crunchyroll, by the way. Crunchyroll will like let you watch a full video sometimes, and then when they get to the ending credits, they're like, gotcha, we got you, buddy, because it's their logos and stuff like more often than not. Like, but don't worry about it, Golden Reachers. It doesn't affect the channel anyway whatsoever. So the thing is about like Chopper is that my perspective of his character from the outside, only seeing drawings and different like clips every once in a while, my perspective of he was going to be a character that was going to talk like this, you know, he's going to have maybe an action like this or something, you know, like be kind of like a very rambunctious and kind of crazy, kind of over the top. But it's actually really interesting to see that like he actually has a very different vibe to him, which is a more of a like cutesy, adorable vibe, I guess. Which to me is like fine. To me is like perfect. Like I had no problem with that whatsoever. Like no, and being wrong about that because then you guys know I love adorable characters. I love characters who are adorable. I love sweet characters. I love characters who are like, you know, that make me go, oh. I like honestly like looking at like when the little voice and the little eyes and the whole thing of like I can't be a pirate. Like I am dead. I am dead almost instantly. But it's interesting like because yeah, it makes me want to watch the show more. Not just having Katie Seagal, but also having a character that is so adorable. The theme of acceptance is also something that's really big to me as well. Not because like I like craved acceptance, but like I think it's also a thing where it's like everyone deserves to have like an acceptance and be accepted into if you're a good person, of course. Some people like can leave, you know. But it's like a thing where like, you know, like I even like preached on the channel where it's like, you know, I want to accept like every good person 110%. But it's really cool like having that idea there, like it makes me kind of like want to like get into the idea of the show as well. So to talk about actually like all the things that we're seeing here as well though, like I love that they're using practical effects. I freaking love it. For a show that's so wild, that's based on a show that I've only seen one episode of the original show, but based on a show that's so crazy and so over the top and so mad. Like to me that's like, you know, a testament to like what they can do. I think it's like one of those things where like there's a thing where like they could have easily done like all CG. They could have easily done all green screen. They could have easily done every single thing is like done in post. But I think what helps so much with the characters here and probably getting into character and helps with the fans as well is that like these are all tangible things and everyone can always tell the difference. The fact that like, you know, if you're watching this, for the most part, you know that room that he was sitting in when he with the doctor or whatever with the crazy hair, you know that that room was there, right? There's something about that changes everything. It's like watching Lord of the Rings when I know that they built like a Hobbiton. You know, maybe not like fully to what we think it is, but they built a Hobbiton. I know that they built a Rohan. I know they built parts of Helm's Deep, right? I know they built parts of Helm's Deep. I know they did all this. So when I'm watching the movie, I'm like, there's like a physical tangibility to this that makes me more immersed. And I don't think CGI is bad because we play games that are basically like technically all computer graphics, right? All of them are, right? But it's more like a thing, if you're doing like live action stuff, having it be like a real world thing is so good to me. Like there's a group that I really like called Islet, which actually there's one of the singers is actually in Rome Reacts this week. Where I watch their music videos, and sometimes they have been like clocked for doing stuff, but like that might not be, you know, the best. But like I think it's not the group itself, but I mean like post-production stuff. But Islet like have this thing that they do with their music videos that I think is so incredible is that they will like go practical more often than not. There's a music video where they all have their heads stuck in a building and like they're eating gummy bears like in this building, right? And like they have the artists eat the gummy bears and they have their heads stuck in replica buildings. And it's like, that makes it more tangible. It makes it so much more tangible. Even like the suit they created as well, this gigantic like reindeer man suit is such like a really great like idea. You know what I mean? It's like, it's something you wouldn't blame them for doing CGI. You'd be like, oh yeah, you did CGI that 110%. But no, they were like went full on with the suit and it helps the actors. The actors even said it helps us have someone there that is like tangible. That is there. And of course, like the actual suit, it's the actual Chopper himself is CGI, but then also using the real facial expressions helps a lot too. I love, as I said at the start as well, that the voice actor got to have input on how the character sounds mixed with the input from how the directors wanted the sound. And I think that's like a really great way to meet in the middle, because if I'm watching like a remake of something, obviously like with a live action thing, you want it to be kind of like the show 110%. Because I know how it feels. I know how it feels for things for people to do like one-to-one remakes of something you love, and then it's like, oh, this is out of place. That hair's out of place. That's not that. That's not that. I know how that feels. But in this case, I also would love like these actors to like also make the characters their own, and that's a really cool idea that like she had there to like make it her own as well. It's a really, really cool idea. Thank you so much for saying this in. This was a really cool insight into the show as well. Really cool insight. Thank you so much. The next video is sent to my Cosmic Catalog. You can now properly appreciate what I think is one of the best boss themes in all of Hoyoverse history. We're claiming the sky with this one. Fun fact, the title Proi Proi. Proi is Greek word for morning, and saying it twice gives the meaning of very early morning or dawn or daybreak. That makes sense, right? For sure. So Honka Saril EP Proi Proi. I kind of feel weak like the reeds right now. Oh. It's going to be sick. Man, this moment in the game is absolutely insane. Lunabis and Solibus, who I was calling Lunaga and Solaga. Look at it. And the drum beat as well. Is that so interesting already? Like it to me, it like screams Hyacinthia's story. Legends are not born that way, but they're born by their deeds. That's Hyacinthia. Hyacinthia wasn't born. She's not even like actually related to the Day Thunder Knight, right? She's not even related to them. That's what's so interesting. Is like it's like that's her character. She is like a common person. She was the one who's like, I'm going to like give hope to the common people and write their stories in the footnotes of history. And little did they know that she was like descendant from just like a common person. You know what I mean? Like she's lucky to be here. Not I'm saying I don't that sounds bad. But you know what I mean? A split second later, and her ancestor is dead. You know what I mean? A split second later. Oh my god, look at Finon. You realize how powerful he is here in this moment, right? Is this it? So crazy! Oh my god. Udika? Holy hell, man. The chills you get from this. Beautiful voice. Absolutely beautiful voice. So sick. And what's so great about this whole encounter here with this music here is that it's selling the idea of like what, as I said, who's Hyacinthe is, right? But even like you see that with the chorus as well. It's like talking about we're weak like the reeds. We're not strong. We're not these ultimate powerful beings. Well, they technically are powerful. You know what I mean? It's like, but we still have to do this. You know, we still have to push forward. We still have to get this done. You know. So there is like a thing where it's like, even though like it's like we aren't the most powerful in the world, this is our creed. This is what we're moving towards, and they really like sell that idea so well in this. Oh my God, Aglaya. Oh. Here we go again. Oh! The Judgment of Flaws. Oh, she picks up. Wait, the way she picks up her staff even, man. Sick. Look at her, man. I have such chills again. Look at this image as well. The reason her picking up her staff in that moment is so important to me because again, she's on her knees, but like she's like the first to be like, yeah, let's go. You know what I mean? It's like such a big moment for Hyacinthe as well, you know. And I love the idea of like I'd rather die than like be on my knees or like you know like you know what I mean. I'd rather die than basically be subjugated in that stage. And that to me screams what the whole flame chase journey is. You know what I mean? It's like I would rather die than not strive to protect this world. I would rather die than not to do something. There's this like this ever growing need to do something with these characters, and again, this song screams that. It screams that so much. It's so cool. Such a huge moment in the game, isn't it? It's such a huge moment. Look at this. It's so sick, man. It's so sick. Love it. Love it so much. Oh, that scene as well. Look at this gal. Oh, I miss her already. Gorgeous vocals. And that's it. So, what's so crazy about tracks like this is that they're so important to me as an RPG fan. And I know I always like reference how like being an RPG fan like, you know, has made me so in love with like what Honkai Star Rail can do, but it's the truth. Like Honkai Star Rail being crazy into like being an amazing RPG is like one of the reasons why I love it so much. It's one of the reasons why I'm so into this series so much. There is something so powerful about a musical moment that changes the tone of the entire game, right? Now, you could say that happens in a lot of games as well, like where, like, say, like, you'll have, like, in a game, like, say, like, a 3D graphically intense game where, like, they have a lot of story in it, and, like, you'll have a moment where they're like, you know, I don't love you anymore. And you have the music play, like this soft thing happening. There's still a moment that hits you there as well. But I feel like RPGs, because they're already fantastical and because they're already like, you know, over the top sometimes, in a good way, by the way, in terms of like their violence and their combat and their choreo, we get very lucky as RPG fans where we get to have these really epic moments played out through some really emotional music. And it's incredible, right? And we had there like that moment with, you know, you and I are weak like the reed. Like that moment there like sends energy to our bodies. You know what I mean? There's so many games where I love them when that happens. Like when we're playing like, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's an RPG, again, I never like spoiling things because then people will be like, oh, the game's 20 years old. I don't care. When you're playing like specific RPG from like the early 2000s and the boss rises up from the flames and this like heavy metal hard rock track starts playing, right? You change your mind changes because you're already in this zone of being like, oh, this is incredible. Oh, holy hell, it's time. You know what I mean? And with this moment, that's what it changes. It's like, it's this moment where like, you're fighting this boss. It's incredible. Great boss battle. We did it, right? oh no, how can we do this? Oh god, this creature it's so crazy. They're so destructive, they're so powerful. Finon steps up. So does Hyacinthia. So does Don Hung. So does Mem. So does Estelle. And you see this moment as the music is playing, like with that tune in the background, and your body just gets. I get so energized. I get so crazy when I hear that type of stuff. It is such a like instantly wonderful thing. You know what I mean? Instantly wonderful, and it's hard not to just be so like. It's hard not to be so moved by like what they do with that stuff. You know what I mean? It's hard not to be so moved by like how they implement that into games. And like, people might say, well, like, it's I've heard people say in the past when they play like it's a track at a certain point, it's like emotionally like manipulative to make people be like more to make people feel like, but I always think that's one of the dumbest criticisms ever. This whole thing of like, yeah, I think that song was emotionally manipulative, and it's like, I think that only applies when a song plays and you don't feel the emotions, right? I watched the show a while back where they played the song over a certain scene, and I remember just feeling like, it was like episode 4, and I was like, I don't feel anything. Why are they playing this song? And I even remember I said it to my friends afterwards, and they were like, oh yeah, I kind of felt that too, where it's like they play this song over this like really crazy moment, and it's like, but it doesn't really match, and I don't feel the emotion, because then you have to put in the work first to make these songs work. You have to put in the work to make a song like this work. And with this song, they put in the work beforehand. They built up Hyacinthia's story. They built up this battle with Aquila. Aquila is the most terrifying force in the world up until that point. So when you get to this point and you actually have that fight with the Aquila and the Day Thunder Knight, and they built this up so well, they earn it. They earn it. Because it's a different thing if like all of a sudden like this boss battle came out of nowhere and we never even heard about it. And like we showed up in the boss battle and it's like, who's this? This is Aquila. Who's Aquila? You and I are we? You're like, okay, like I guess this is epic, but like why? They built it up. They built up the reason for it. They built up like Hyacinthia's story, and it affects that so well. So when people say like, oh, it's emotionally manipulative, like I agree when it's something that doesn't fit. I agree when it's something that doesn't work. But this works because they earn it. They earn these type of stuff in Honkai Star Rail. They did it with Belobog as well. The da 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 like that part too. They earn it. And I think that's one thing that like Hoyo understands like a lot, especially the Honkai Star Rail team of writers and designers. I think there's like a thing where like they understand that like these moments are going to last forever in people's minds. And they understand that like if they ruin a moment or a moment isn't good enough, that moment that they created is never going to stick with people. There's a reason why, we remember Robin singing in Penacony over the boss battle, right? It's going to stick with us forever. It is. And they set up that moment perfectly. They set up the whole story perfectly. It builds up to it perfectly. So it's hard not to sit here and just be, to remember it so strongly. But again, same with the Robin stuff. If they had never had Robin talk about like, the bird or her relationship with Sunday, and all of a sudden she showed up and we're like, who's Robin? Rise up. The wheels are, but you'd be kind of like, this is a cool track. It's really neat, but like you wouldn't feel the emotions. They earn it in Honkai Star Rail. They earn it all the time, and it's so freaking cool. Yeah, this is awesome. I'm now more energized, and I feel like in these moments when I feel this energy, I feel like I have to go talk to someone I like don't like and that wronged me, because now I have the energy to like tell them off. I'll be back in a second, guys. Thank you so much for saying this in. This is really, really cool. Beautiful, beautiful track. Beautiful. The next video is sent in by Victoria, and it is more from Tamons B-side. There are actually 2 versions of the song. The A-side, which shows their cute stage presence, personalities in the lyrics, and the version, which is their B-side, real selves. That's a really cool idea, especially for the idea of this story of like, being able to show them their true selves as well and stuff like that as well. That's really cool. So this is called Spoilers, Eyes on You, so I can't watch this because of spoilers. You should have thought of this, Victoria, beforehand. I guess okay, we'll go on to the next video. The next video, no, I'm joking. Let's check it out. Funky guitars coming in first, and like color-coded lyrics, man. We have a few of these in this episode, but like, a total intro. The voice. I don't have no strength in my face. Oh god, this crunchy beat. So he's more aggressive, clearly. The one in the middle is more timid, as we saw last time in the opening, right, as well. He's more timid. We need the blonde one to show how cute he is. No, he's not cute. Wait, what? The cute one drinks all the time? Travesty. Well, obviously he can do whatever he wants. But what happened, man? I wasn't expecting that. I thought he'd be like the one that like has his like life together a bit, There's nothing wrong with drinking. There's nothing wrong with drinking, by the way. I want to make that clear. But like, obviously, like he's hungover. Wait, trying hard is lame? No way. Great voices. Okay. That's actually a really nice, catchy melody. F-Ace. It's a really nice melody. It's actually very catchy. Good harmonies too. So the reason why I think that's like a really cool aspect of the song is it was very comedic, and obviously it's trying to be comedic, right? I wasn't expecting someone like the real faces of these characters, like, you know, the cute blonde one who's supposed to be like the cute one in the scenes. Like, it actually like shocked me to my core a little bit, because I was expecting like, okay, this guy's like very timid, this guy's very aggressive. This guy's got to still be cute though, like, you know. And then he's like talk about how he's like hungover, basically. He drank too much. It's a really nice change, but again, like it's so interesting going from like a very comedic aspect to also showing off their voices with like a really cool melody in the chorus. That works really well for me. We have a rap from Kyron Taro. Holy war! He's a bit mad. Actually, a really nice flow. It's deep in its melody. So are they the ones in the right and the left? Do they care a lot about the money aspect of things, like, you know, how what fans should pay for and stuff like that as well? Because they were talking about like obviously like paying through official channels and world domination and dominating like the charts and stuff, which is not wrong with caring about the charts, I suppose. I like this melody a lot. It's a nice melody. It's a really nice melody. The bad side of us. Gorgeous vocals here as well, though, right? I mean, I'm not surprised as well that like there is like some gorgeous vocals here, because usually like even when they do shows like this, they try to make the singers actually like really be really good as well, you know. Love his voice. His voice is very soft and sweet, but also very cute at the same time too. Yeah, it's a good melody. It's a really good melody. Oh my god, and then like nice little like bouncy beat coming up in the end here. Very cool. So here's the thing, it's not that I wasn't expecting something kind of good, because again, it's shows like this always have something that they also have talent that's like within the actual tracks themselves. Right, you can have a show that has like some really crazy like you know, plot and story, but like then it also like has like a thing where like, you know, there's talent behind it. And I think that's definitely what they were trying to go for here as well, is the injection of the talent behind everything as well, with the actual comedic side of things and the story based of it. So, because obviously the stories like them, like, you know, showing their true selves and then like and having a different side of themselves, having a B side which is like literally like them on themselves is a really, really cool thing as well. I love the melody of the chorus. Like, that's the thing. I think it's one of those things where, like, you know, I never know what to expect when it comes to, like, you know, Rome Reacts, like, you know, in introductions, you get, like, especially, like, stuff that's based on a show. So you can have something that's, like, really, really, really well done, or you can have something that's just, like, you know, I guess, you know, average, or just like, okay, it serves its purpose, right? But in this case, like, it actually has like a really cool melody. It's something you can bop along to, and something you can, like, dance along to in a way as well, which is not a bad thing either. The track itself seems to be, again, is about their real selves, about like, like what they're trying, but they're about their real selves, but then also the same, like, he even talks about like the idea of like doing fan service, but he has no strength in his face. Like, that to me is like, the song is about the idea of like, we still have to do this. Even though we are like our own person, we still have to do this. Which again does relate to the idea of idol work quite a bit. Like, no matter how, and it's awful. It's an awful part of it. No matter how upset you are, no matter how bad of a day you've had, you have to go out there and put on the idol smile and still like work your butt off. And that to me like is always like really silly, because like if most here's the thing, not every fan, that's the problem. If most fans found out that like, let's say one day someone said like I'm going to use a random idol here. Like, let's say Zhang Shaibo from Hoff, beautiful, beautiful dude. If he came out and said, like, I'm too tired to do my fan calls today, guys. I'm just not feeling it. I'm not emotionally there, right? The majority, like 80% of fans would be like, yeah, I get it. The awful thing is, because of how the industry works, there's 20% of fans who believe they're entitled to this and would be like, no, that's awful. Disband. Leave the group. And that's how like the industry is. It's so awful. Like, and they look down on like taking like rest periods even, you know what I mean? Like even when you're giving like time off, it's only when like something like happens where it's like they are at their limit. You know what I mean? It's awful. But the song also like is not about that as well. It's also like about like because they also talk about like one of the blonde guy was talking about how like he's also drinking on the side, and like he drank too much and like his head hurts and he doesn't want to work. That's a very natural feeling. And even I think he's even talking about like the how like the budget was short and he has to like write the songs himself and stuff like this too. But then also you have the other characters as well, kind of like revealing something that, again, something you don't often see, but I think it's talked about more now, but in a very pleasant way, right? The idea of like how much money we have to make as idols, like the bottom line. And the bottom line is so important, and it becomes more important for fans nowadays. And it's so crazy. It is more important for fans, even more like now, because you could have a group debut that's like your favorite group in the world. It's like, oh my God, I love the spinning wind diffs. I love them so much. You know what I mean? And then they'll disband within like 1 year because they didn't get enough streams. They didn't get enough sales. So there is like campaigns made by like audiences to be like, we want our group to continue. And it is kind of like this cycle where it's like, yes, there is, I want to make clear, there's natural listeners to these groups too, and they love their music. I want to make that perfectly clear. But there's also people being like, we should stream our favorite artists. Not in like I'm making it sound like it's deceitful. Not in a deceitful way. In a way where it's like, I want to support my artists, so I'm going to make sure that I'm streaming them, right? And they do that because they want their artists to succeed, right? 110%. And like there's obviously a difference between that and like a streaming farm, which again is like people accuse that of every time someone's successful, it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's BTS, Hoff, Triple S, Le Seraphim, Idol. The people that hate them will always be like, streaming farms, I see, because again, they can't handle the idea of someone doing well. Because these amazing artists, they want to hear more of the music. And for me, it's like that too. It's like I just found out Hoff are coming back. And even though I don't listen to music often, I love Zhang Shaibo a lot. And I knew him before Hoff. So like, I'm just like so happy that they're back. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where you get that feeling of like, I'm so happy they're coming back. So this idea of talking about the bottom line is something that gets talked about a lot more now. I feel like, say with like Soyeon, for example, talked about how of Idol in a very healthy way. She said like, whilst I care about the music more, you have to worry about the bottom line, because if you don't, it means like, you're a failure in your company's eyes, and which that can lead to like you losing a lot. And I think it's honestly like a really like interesting way of looking at it. In this case, like, I'm not going to like kill these guys for being like, I care about the money. We're going to be world domination. We're going to be on top, because it's kind of how like the industry kind of is sometimes too, where they have to worry about that. They have to worry about it. It just is. Like, I know like it's so harsh to say, but like it's like, and maybe like the show like touches on that as well. But like you, from the moment you debut as a group, you are, if you don't get like if you aren't popular like instantly, you are clawing your way up to the top. You are clawing your way to get to not even the top, clawing your way to like even some points like just the middle. or clawing your way to being successful is probably a better way to say it. And as, again, I hope it doesn't make it sound like I'm insulting bands that have group that's disbanded, because it's never their fault. It's never their fault. You can work so hard, but sometimes just some stuff happens. But so when they're talking about the bottom line of this, it doesn't actually surprise me. But yeah, I also really love the post-chorus. The bridge at the end was really cool too. I think the melody is also really neat also. I think it's a really great idea. I think the idea of the story is just a really fantastic idea. And then also the idea of just having these characters have their own, I don't know what you call it, their own B-side that literally is them being themselves, right? And I think it's what you said, Victoria, as well, right? The B-side is their real selves. What a way to utilize the idea of a B-side. You know what I mean? What a way to utilize the idea of what we all know to be a B-side. I think it's a really, really cool idea. It's really fantastic. But yeah, thank you so much for saying this in, Victoria. Sorry I went on a soapbox there, but I just think it's very interesting that the song actually plays up the idea of some things that are actually really, really real. Thank you for saying this in. The next video is sent in by Angel313. And they say, this is Wonhee's OST for a K-drama, Spring of Youth. So this is going to be a Wonhee solo song, which is, it's rare to even ever have Eyelid solo stuff, right? I don't think, very rare, right? I'm assuming it will happen more and more. Solo songs and stuff like that as well. But this is really cool. Really charming start. Whoa! I'm getting chills. Wonhee. Starting off already such emotion in her voice, so deep, and I know she's able to do a lower register. She's really good at that stuff, right? I think people can paint her in a box of just being cute Wonhee, but this sounds incredible, man. It's chill inducing. Love the kind of beautiful breathiness of her tone there. Super gorgeous. Man, the emotion. Her tone as well, man. Oh, yeah. Stop. The thing is, that's so, again, I know Wonhee's a good singer, so it's not surprising to me, but I think it's just it's rare to hear her doing such an emotional, emotionally heavy and because the thing is, with a lot of the Eyelid songs I hear, there is a lot of emotions in them. Say Little Monster has such beautiful emotions in it, and then you have something like Pimple as well, that has so many beautiful somber emotions in it too. But this is a ballad. This is the. I'm guessing they're going to build up to something probably pretty big here as well. But this sounds like a ballad. It sounds like a beautiful emotional ballad. So getting her to hear her show her range and show what she's able to do here, even if it's just a softer breathy tone at the start of this. If I know Wonhee, I know she can do because Almond Chocolate, right? That beautiful, beautiful note she hits. But it's just something so. It just sounds very emotionally impactful. She has just the right amount of breathiness to this as well. She really does. Oh. Stunning. Stunning. Wonhee. This is... My back is all chills. So we're going to the next verse as well. This chorus here, right? I was expecting something, honestly. I thought that we were going to get a belter of a note from Wonhee, but what we got was actually a very beautifully subdued kind of soft, kind of wavy, airy kind of feel to her vocals here, while also having so much of an emotion there too. It's almost you can feel kind of the tears through her vocals. Not obviously crying heavily, but you know what I mean? You can feel that emotion through those vocals there as well. And I think having the piano perfectly complement her voice here in the background too, really showcases her voice in such a fantastic way, but then also like it flows together so well. Her beautifully emotional voice with this gorgeous, airy, breathy tone coming in with this like really beautiful piano in the background. Sorry, I didn't mean to unpause. It works really, really well. You warmly embraced me when I left you alone, looked at me and said. Beautiful line. Oh. Bit of a drum beat coming here too. The lyrics are so somber, man. What should I do when there's nothing I can give you? My heart just won't listen. I can't get that. About the chills I have. Gorgeous elevation there as well. Oh, the music in the background's great. Oh my god. The lyrics are so emotional, man. Oh my god, her tone here. You love me even in my pain is gorgeous. Like someone to be there for you, right? Oh my god, her voice. Okay, post-chorus, bridge. So much personality in her voice as well. Be with you forever. Nice. Oh my god, Wonhee. Jesus, Wonhee. Let's hold hands and walk together. Oh my god, the control she had in her voice here. We're not done here, brother. We're gonna go back to a part here, just like maybe you're here. Yeah, we're gonna go back to here for a second here as well. That last part from the chorus into the post-chorus into the next chorus, or the bridge is saying to the next chorus, again shows off like what Wonhee is able to do here so well, which is express like emotions in such a like personality-driven way and such like an honest way. Her voice is very honest and open. It doesn't feel like she's like, you know, putting on anything that like isn't her. She doesn't feel like she's putting on anything in her voice that isn't like her style. She's using the breathiness she's so good with. She's using the lower register and the elevation she could do at some points as well. She's even like, you know, vibrating her voice at some points too, which again, I think it just gives it so much personality. It's like, this is Wonhee, right? And like, there's obviously a sweetness to her voice. There always has been. There's always been a sweetness to Wonhee's voice. And that's something that she uses to her strength. But I'm glad that like also like what we see also time from Wonhee. We saw like with, was it Sunday morning? You know, it's Sunday, you know, when she did her verse as well, she was able to like, again, show off that lower register breathing tone she's able to do as well, which is so good. It's fantastic. Let's listen to this again because it's amazing. Like this idea, yeah, someone embracing you even though when you were left alone, even though you're in pain. Really beautiful stuff. Oh my god, this elevation here. I know, listen, I know so well it's a blessing sent from above. What if I wake up and you disappear? Imagine I'm thinking that way, right? You're so happy with this person that this person might leave at any point just because you're worried about it, that anxiety. And that can sometimes ruin relationships, but in this case, it's like, you know, just showing how happy she is with this too. And again, we're seeing this control in Wonhee's voice again, once again. How she's able to like, you know, raise her tone sometimes, how she changed her tone ever so slightly and it makes such a massive change. It's like I'm praying, wishing for this. Here we go. Look at that. so good. Just letting her voice sit. My heart is finally speaking that your love means so much to me. So I'm finally getting to tell you this. I'm finally getting to express it properly. Gorgeous. Gorgeous tone. Are we kidding ourselves here? Oh my god, that little a spark there. My heart speaks now as it looks to you, right? It looks at you. You find hard to express yourself before you can express yourself now. Oh. Gorgeous ending there as well. I'm so glad. I'm so freaking glad that more and more people are starting to... I think this was 10 months ago, so people knew this already, but I think more and more nowadays, like one of my biggest pet peeves that was happening at one point about Island, again, I always bring up like hate towards Island, and I hate to do that because again, I shouldn't be doing that when we're embracing how good they are. I've never hated them, of course, 100%. But there's always people who are like, oh, they can't sing, they can't do this, and it's like, you're just stupid. You like if you think they can't sing, you're just dumb. Like there's not even two ways about it. Like you have like here's the thing. I'm gonna get aggressive here. You have no taste. Like and you're tone deaf, right? Which is not wrong. Like some people are just tone deaf, right? But like to hear like Wonhee sing and think like oh she can't sing is it's factually wrong. It's not even an opinion at this stage. It's just factually wrong. She is one of the most like personality-driven performers, and I say that because, like, not because that always sounds like, you know, when someone says like, "Oh, well, you have personality in your voice," it sounds like you're saying she's not like she doesn't have a good voice. No, I'm saying that like because she puts so much personality into her actual amazing vocals as well, she gives a unique but beautiful performance that is very much her all the freaking time. And you hear this in this performance here. It's so her. It's so Wonhee to hear the breathiness, to hear the softer tones, the magic that comes with her. You know, doing slight tone changes, but also keeping, as I said, like kind of like the mixture of the lower register with like a little slightly higher register as well, and keeping the sweetness and the cuteness as well in her voice too. Like she's able to perform in such a way that like, yes, it always sounds sweet. Yes, it always sounds very beautiful. But as I said, that personality she injects into it, making it Wonhee, her tone, her sweetness. In her voice, all this stuff there that goes into it, like that makes it her. It's very her, and I really think it's like it's one of those things with this performance here as well. This is something that's such a great showcase of what you can do in this thing in a performance too. Because not only is it just her by herself, but it's also trying to express an emotion here from like a TV show, which means there's already emotions laid out there, or at least the creators of the show are trying to express something. So we have an idea of what they're trying to express, and if I'm here already, I haven't seen the show, but already I'm kind of like, you know, feeling emotional over what Wonhee's saying, like, you know, like to me, like the song itself expresses the idea of someone that you're really in love with, that embraces you, that cares about you, that looks after you, and you know how they feel about you. They express it to you in such a way. They don't even need words to express you. There's even a line in the song, even without words, like, you know, I could feel how you felt. I know how you felt. And it's the idea that you only look at me that way, right? There's all these like, really beautiful lyrics that come into the song here, and even like later on they talk about into the song, like in the final parts of it as well. They talk about how like I'm so worried about losing you. I dream and pray that I want to be with you, all the time because I'm worried about losing you. That's an emotional like pain, right? And it's so like it's so heavy, right? It's so heavy when you think about it, but like Wonhee handled it perfectly. She would and you might think, well, oh well, like you don't need again, I disagree with this completely. When people say like, oh, you don't need a significant different, you don't need a specific type of singer to express certain type of emotions, but I do think that you need a type of performance to express a type of emotion. And what Wonhee was expressing here was a beautiful like gratefulness, right? A beautiful gratefulness to the person that has given them something and made them feel a certain way, while also expressing a sort of sadness that they don't know how to like express this back. They don't know how to give that back. There's an emotion there. There's like a vulnerability and openness, and Wonhee perfectly showcased that with her voice here. Like she did such a good job that like I got chills off I'm thinking about the emotions of the show, and I haven't even seen the show, and it makes me want to see the show. You know, to express the idea in a song is so beautiful of being grateful to be with someone, but not knowing how to express it to them. Then in the end, opening your heart to them and fully being able to express it to them. This anxiety of maybe losing them. This is not an easy song to portray. It's not. Like, it's not an easy song to portray because this, again, it's not about just like, I love you, you're amazing, you're incredible, let's go out together. Because you can do that and it's fun and like it takes another specific type of voice performance as well. But with this song, it's, like I said, it's vulnerable. It's expressing like a feeling that we don't often talk about, which is like the anxiety of like, am I good enough for this person? Do I deserve this? Do I deserve to be with this person? And to have that type of lyrics within this and expresses so well as Wonhee has had, it's nothing but like absolutely impressive to me. It's absolutely incredible. Because again, if you don't have what Wonhee did here, which is like the beautiful breathiness, the emotions throughout that breathiness, the gorgeous sweet high notes and the lower registers that show such a like vulnerability in your voice performance, you don't have as well as of a performance in this song as you do with other people that would sing this. I just think that way, 110%. But she performed it in such a beautiful, gorgeous way. She really did. And it's nothing but incredible to me. I am constantly impressed by the I Like Gals, right? All the time. As an Angel, you know this as well. Like, I praise those gals all the time because I really think that they are like I don't think there's been a group like that I've known that like people get so much wrong about their talent, but like anyone who's actually smart and knows anything about, I'm not saying I'm smart, but I'm saying like any artist that knows anything about music that he listens to Isla goes, yeah, they're incredible. You know what I mean? And with Wonhee, you can hear it here as well. She's absolutely incredible. I hope that like they get more solo stuff. I would really, really love to see like more Islet solo work. Not because I want it to be solo, but because like I'd love to like hear a Yuna track. I'd love to hear a Mocha track. I'd love to hear. I'm sure Minju has done solo songs as well, 110%. I know that sounds like I'm saying Minju's like, oh, she's the solo artist. You know, I'd just hear Nero one as well. But like with Minju, I think she just does a lot of like solo variety stuff. I think in terms of like her shows, like Pink Cabinet, she's probably like working with people and stuff like that as well in that sense. So I'm sure she's done like one or two songs where she sang with people by herself, 100%. But then again, I'm sure the other gals do that too, 110%. In terms of like just to put a cap on all of this as well, in terms of Wonhee, I adore her as a artist, and I really feel like, you know, you see her growth over time too. But like she's always been able to really hit these amazing notes. But I feel like it's one of those things where like I feel like, you know, there's people that come along every once in a while that are so unique and so different. I think what makes her so unique as well is that like this is a gal who apparently had like 3 months of trainee training before she went on to Are You Next, and that's maybe I'm wrong about that. But it seems to me like that's what it was. She had like, you know, and that's not a bad thing, by the way, because I think that means that she has like a different vibe that you don't really see a lot in K-pop, where she's kind of like a little bit like sometimes carefree, but obviously like I want to say as well, she went through a lot as well. But like I think she has such a different like energy than some idols do sometimes. But here as well, what's so amazing is that when she does these performances and these vocal performances, like it's always like, to me, it's not like about shutting critics up. Whatever what they say, who cares what they say at this stage? It's more just a thing where it's just like constantly like it feels like we're reminded that like this gal is just kind of like a prodigy amongst herself, right? Because I think when I think of a K-pop prodigy, I think of like, you know, and I think you know, all the gals are incredible and they're also very young. Ero is also a prodigy as well, but we're talking about Wonhee obviously as well. But like I think of like, say, stuff like, you know, people like Yujin from Zero Base One. It's like, how is he this good at that age? You know, how is Wonhee this good at this age? Is insane to me. You know, it is insane. How is Young Sub so good at that age? You know, it's like all these from P1 Harmony, and I do see him as kind of like her as a prodigy as well. She's so fantastic, and I also like really just love the embrace of her words and the song itself. And I'm glad that she's been seen as like a talent as well. And I think it's one of those things where like, you know, any of the gals could do a solo song, but like I also have to say that just because I think, you know, some people, I see it all the time online, but you guys aren't like this, but I see it all the time online where if you say like, man, Yuna deserves a solo song, and they go, what about Aroa? And you're like, yeah, she does too. I was just talking about Yuna right now in this moment. But I know Angel's not like that and you guys aren't like that. For me, it's just like one of those things where like I think Wonhee really like killed it with this, and it's very clear that like, you know, she'd kill it on like any of these type of ballads and these beautiful songs, and she did such a great performance, airy and beautiful and so gorgeous to hear. It's more than fantastic getting to hear her like do this performance, honestly, more than fantastic. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. Thanks so much for sending us in, Angel. This was beautiful. It really was. The next video is sent in by Juliana, and they say it's more duo, and this is another stage video. Let's check it out. if I remember from Duo Duo last time, they have like really great production, but this is like on another level here. Look at the stage here. The colors here, man. But I remember just them having like the most fun with their performances for sure. They're really talented. I guess even like I'd say drummer, but almost a percussionist, right? For sure. Very natural beat, right? You can kind of imagine being like in a forest or something, right? With like in a magical fairy world or something, right? But there's like a cool edge to it as well, right? A very like romantically cool edge to it also. Amazing voice. Are you kidding me? Chill-inducing. Absolutely chill-inducing. Love the slowdown here as well, man. Because I went silent there myself. I was like, what's happening here? I didn't realize how silent I was being. But that's awesome to me. Like, what an amazing start. Like, really epic and impactful in a way that feels kind of like I know what word you use for like chill-inducing. Like, it feels very like almost like you're floating in a way, right? And then as soon as you get down to this part here that's happening right now, the second, I stopped in my tracks. I was like, oh, it had grabbed me. Oh. Very like heavy to this beat now as well, right? Love seeing the drummer here go doing awesome rhythm here as well. Like there's so many like ethereal, magical like feelings going on right now with this. I held my breath again. Again. Oh. Very, again, it's like it's interesting because it feels very like traditional in its music. The sounds that we're hearing feel very like also like movie like in a way too. Like it's like I'm watching like some sort of like I don't know if you call it like a very natural kind of nature feel to it. I don't know if that makes sense. Like you get what I'm saying? It feels like I'm like in like I'm watching a movie that has like it's trying to express something with like a very kind of like not, I don't want to say violent, but there is like kind of like a sneakiness to it. There is kind of like a quietness that is like someone trying to hide. I know that makes sense. Maybe I'm making sense. Maybe Julia, you're gonna be like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Beautiful stuff here. Really cool rhythm. Oh, man. That's a really nice beat. Oh my god, her voice again. Again, chill-inducing. Legitimately chill-inducing. Really cool stuff. Like, this is magical. Like, her voice is magical. It's actually has this, like, it's like she's chanting with a full choir, but it's herself. You know what I mean? Again, the mysticism in her voice, like it really feels like I've been kind of like drawn in, right? And again, as I said, it feels like if I close my eyes, it feels like I am like in like a cartoon movie that was like a magical movie that I watched as a kid. It's like nature all around here, like there's magical creatures everywhere, you know what I mean? It really feels that way. Holy hell! See what it feels like she's a choir amongst herself. Gorgeous. I love the very like, it's like electronic, but like it's almost traditional in a way too, right? Like it makes me feel like so like it's almost alive. Love the little percussion note there. And her quiet aspect to this as well. Her voice is magical. It's beautiful. It's so, as I said, so natural, but even here as well, like it flows so well, right? It almost flows in and out of your ear in a way. Gorgeous again. So gorgeous. I feel like I'm being transported to a different world, man. Like her voice is raising me up in this sense as well. Beautiful again. Sorry if I forgot when I paused this. I usually have to get this off the screen. Sorry if I didn't. I was just like really mesmerized. I was in the zone, I think, as well. This is really cool too. I love the frantic nature of this music as well. But it's still kind of like pretty at the same time. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. She keeps going as well. The drummer's really great too, and like I think they're doing a lot of the sound effects too as well, like the percussion stuff. Wonderful, man, this part here as well. I'm back in this. Oh, that's so beautiful, man. It's so beautiful. I love this piece. And this one's talking about like the mix of like kind of traditional sounds, natural sounds with electronic as well, right? Oh, I wasn't expected to end there. I was actually like so on the zone. Really, really, really pretty stuff as well for this this group as well. There's duo, I should say, duo maybe. What I think is so fantastic, was there subtitles on that as well? I hope there wasn't. I'd feel so bad if there was subtitles on that. Let's see. If there was subtitles, I apologize. It doesn't appear to be subtitles on it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. If they're, let me check here as well. Captions, they're auto-generated. Okay. I'm going to check 4 just in case because I'm going to feel terrible. Yeah, they're not translated. Okay, that's fine. I would have felt absolutely awful. I would have felt so awful. What's so beautiful about what they do here with these, with this type of sound that they have? It's a sound that, like, I think, to me anyway, that like is so uniquely what they do, right? There's a very electronic vibe to it, right? Where it feels like it almost is like this kind of like concert and this dance that people are at as well. But they use such like natural sounds and such a natural feeling and such a fantastical, mystical feeling to the tracks too, that we actually kind of get like a feel for it in a way that's kind of like, yeah, it's like really cool to listen to, but there's also like a unbelievable, strong, mystifying feeling to it. And the way I expressed it was like, for me, like a parts in the song, like I was holding my breath. The parts of the song, I felt like I was like, you know, in a different world. I felt like I was transported to a different location. At one point saying even like, I felt like I was like in a different, like universe. Like I felt like I was literally like in like a cartoon world from like a movie I would have watched as a kid that I loved as a kid. That was something that stuck with me forever. And I was just there, you know. It's like it's insane like what music can do for you in that sense also. And here of course we have this girl's amazing voice. She performs in such an incredible way where she sounds almost like a choir amongst herself. She's chill-inducing when it comes to her performance, and that helps a lot too when it comes to that feeling that this track gives, right? That feeling that this whole song gives. Because I feel like it's one of those things when I'm listening to like a track that's trying to express emotions in kind of a different way. This is definitely what we're getting out of this, right? We're getting kind of like very natural, but like electronic, but magical and mystifying feeling. There was parts of the song where they went low. There's parts of the song where even when they went a bit higher, it still felt like it was very like beautiful. It was very pretty. It wasn't ever over the top. It was just one of those things. And I think I described this last time as well. It felt like this could be on the track list of like a Nier Automata game or a Nier game. You know, it felt like I could be playing like a it felt like I could be playing Nier Automata is what I'm saying. It felt like I could be playing an amazing game like Nier Automata and hearing this track in the background. And that's a compliment for me, by the way. That's a massive compliment for me. It's not only just the singer is amazing, because the singer is so good at performing. Whenever they started singing, like chills were coming through my whole body, right? Incredible stuff. It's not just like the what they can do, but also the drummer in the background, like is clearly like, you know, holding a lot of stuff together in an amazing way too. They're very precise. They are clearly good at expressing what they want to do with the track as well, not just with the singer also. So they're both working in tandem in a very, very beautiful way. I love the tiny things that they would do for this track too, whether it be like tiny percussion notes or like little cymbals banging together. The right time to get silent, the right time to have just like tiny ambient noises in the background. Because again, it is a longer song, so obviously like it's going for a bigger stretch. So you want to kind of like have a feeling that is going to keep people like kind of occupied. And for me, that's what it did. It mesmerized me. There was times there when I don't even know if I did. I was thinking, did I take down the thing off the screen, the pause thing? Because I don't even know if I did or not. Because it was so mesmerizing. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You know what I mean? The fact that I can like look at this track and like at times hold my breath because I don't know what's about like happening. You know what I mean? I'm feeling this so weird. I'm feeling such a different feeling. At times I'm kind of like, you know, mouth wide open, like, oh my God, Calvin, you have to say something. At times I'm feeling like this like really like nostalgic, but also forward motion as well. And then at times it feels like I've been transported to a different place. And that's the type of music that like you put this on in the background and you close your eyes and you do get transported to a different location, right? I think it's something to be said about any track that can give you chills, right, in a different way. And definitely this is one of those tracks that did give me like massive chills. Really incredible stuff. Like, let's just say it's really incredible stuff. And I thank you so much for sending this in. This is really, really cool. Thank you so much. The next video is sent in by Potos. And here's Girls Capitalism. What an interesting name by Triple S subunit Lovevolution. It consists of Seoyeon, Hyerin, Yubin, Kaede, Daeyeon, Nien, Soyeon, and Shinyu. Hopefully I got those names right. If not, you can definitely always correct me, and that's perfectly fine. Triple S Lovevolution Girls Capitalism. Lovevolution. Such an interesting name, but like the thumbnail is absolutely hilarious. So it's like just like a bunch of them just like in suits. It looks like they're like flinging money, but I can only see a small version of the thumbnail. So let's check this out. Oh, I thought I started mid-point or something. All these like class photos. Oh, this funky beat at the start as well. Oh, the la la las. We love it. Her hair. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous tone. Gorgeous tone. So, like, I think before we go any further into the song, obviously, like, what's so cool about Triple S is, like, the 3 songs I've heard now, they've had a la 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 chant in it. I think it's okay to have a signature, as I said before. I think, like, you know, I feel like the silliest people online are ones that go, oh, another la 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 chant. And it's like, yeah, it's called a signature. You have things in different songs that are yours that you kind of make yours. And I feel like they're really making it theirs as well. And since it sounds so great and different in every single track we've heard so far, like here it has more like of a vibrant kind of like it's less ethereal and kind of like magical this time around, and is more kind of like vibrant and outgoing, and it feels kind of like a lot more punchy in a way, you know? So I don't think it's like bad at all, you know? I love her hair with the hoops. Cool angles here as well, right? The transitions. And the key to my hair. Okay. It's a really nice rhythm. Lovely tone. Oh, the acting? Sage. Great shots again. Ooh. No way, what? Oh, the money. Love your hair. Oh, the funky guitar there as well. Yeah, the shots in these videos are always really fantastic. I think when they had the vision for Triple S, it's very clear to me that they wanted them to be presented always like in the best foot forward every single time. And every single video we've seen so far has been absolutely incredible. It really has. Like the shots here, like for example, like in the kind of circle they're in here as well, like the opening of the book and the kind of like the in unison moving their heads in at the same time as well. It's all really well shot. Happy UCC. Like there's a look. Oh, the breathiness of her voice is so pretty. Capitalism is my charm. This money stuff is really funny to me. That funky beat. Okay. Okay. The tone of their voice is so incredible. Oh yeah. Stop. Stop. Love it. No, oh my god, with the oh my god, the breaking into dance. Dancing in the toilet. The random dancing, I love this. Oh, that's so cool. That's so fun. And then going back straight into it as well. Rule number 5, dream big. It seems like it's a song to me so far. What I feel is, oh my god, the money on her head as well. I feel like what I'm feeling about this song so far is that the girls' capitalism isn't just generally about like, you know, spending money. I think it's maybe spending emotions for yourself, maybe like looking after yourself and taking care of yourself and worrying about your own emotions, and expressing like yourself in a way that like you want, you know, to not only just be yourself, but be the best you and put your best foot forward and be that person that like steps into the future that like is for you, right? Because I think it's like when people say they had the word selfish there, right? Which people can feel that sometimes, where it's like when people are trying to take care of themselves, it's like, oh, I'm selfish. But I think like what this is trying to express, like more than anything, is like to truly be the best version of yourself, you have to take care of yourself. You have to. The girls call themselves beautiful. Amazing message. And as I said last time, I think Triple S is like a perfect group for like young girls, older girls, like any type of girl to get into. Because to me, like seeing like a girl group with so many gals in the group, in the chorus saying, call me beauty, I'm beautiful. You know what I mean? Cute is boring now, right? And I think the whole thing cute with boring is like makes it kind of cuter as well, right? Where it's like kind of the same, but I know what they're trying to say. It's like, hey, like I'm not just cute. I'm really trying to like focus on how much I love myself. You know what I mean? About self-love. And I think, yeah, the capitalism is spending love into themselves. That's what I'm thinking, right? And maybe I'm wrong. There's nothing wrong if it's literally about money, right? If someone goes back to me and says, no, it's about spending money on teddy bears, I'd be like, that's adorable and lovely and awesome. But I think that like that's what the song is about to me, is about expressing the idea of like of loving yourself and showing love to yourself and spending money on yourself figuratively, in a kind of like symbolic way. This money you spend on yourself is like, for example, when she's like wiping her tears with the money and the money falls over the floor or whatever, I think that's her spending time to like really sit with her own emotions and like understand herself and care about herself, right? And that's the money she spent in that time as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the feeling I'm getting here. The breaking into the dance as well, to me, is also like, hey, an expression of being oneself. It's like a moment of happiness. Maybe it's a moment of like, yeah, I feel this right now. I'm feeling myself. But yeah, that's what I'm getting for this. Vocals incredible. There's some beautiful breathy tones in here. Really just great pop vocals as well, like really gorgeous pop vocals. And I really think that like the chorus has a funky but like very full kind of, if it makes sense. It's like it feels like a really like well crafted chorus, but it's very funky at the same time too. I kind of like it. It has like a very like neat dance vibe to it. But yeah, so far it's really, really cool. Like I feel kind of like the self-love from the song, right? Dream big. Oh my. Speaking of tone, such a almost like dangerous but like kind of cool, halfway to being raspy, but it's kind of like a very like softer but almost like lower tone as well there as well for this gal. Like I love how it sounds. The money on the head. Look at all the money around him as well. Her hair's... Oh my god, the suits. I love this. Eat healthy? We can see there's like gummy bears here as well. I'm my own standard. Oh my god, amazing. And look at this video as well. I love that as well. I'm my own standard. I make my own standard. This, again, I feel the same way about like some other groups as well, but I feel like with Triple S, what's so good about them is because there's so many gals, you're going to find someone you resonate with. And the message that then they bring forth in these songs so far, and I know there's going to be darker messages, sadder messages, uplifting messages. Of course, that's how, groups work. But like, if I had a daughter, or if I had a little sister, and they were listening to Triple S, like there wouldn't be a worry in my mind. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be a worry in my mind, because even if the stuff can get dark, right, 100%, the uplifting nature of it, I feel like, is something that is amazing to look up to, right? And even if they have sadder songs and stuff like that too, you need to like also have that understanding too of like those emotions also. But yeah, I love the idea of I'm my own standard, and I think it is, again, even the eating healthy stuff, it's investing in yourself, investing in your own self. I love that. This video looks amazing. Inner beauty. A confident attitude. That inner beauty part. Oh. Okay. Look at them having a great time together. And again, it's like I'm my own standard. I don't care what you guys are doing. Look at me all you want. I'm my own standard. Really great stuff. Love these outfits here. They're really good, really nice, especially contrasting the bear. This bridge. They have a very cool, oh, there is a cool vibe, yeah. Tell him! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, the high notes in the background, incredible, incredible. Oh, with the guitar? Love this, look at it. The choreo is very fun, isn't it? So charming. So charming. Oh, with the love heart. Yeah. Oh wow. I don't know if that's not all the gals in the group. There's a bunch of different gals as well. Like they're like just fans probably as well. 100%. Yeah, it's definitely 100% to fans as well. But can I say as well, like what I think is so great about the message of them dancing here in this part here as well, by the way. First of all, the vocals in the chorus in the background here are incredible. We'll just watch this part again here as well. The eating of the soap, like eating soap means that you said something wrong. I wonder if that's like a part where she's like down on herself or something, or maybe like, I don't know, she's like eating soap is like maybe like, because you were talking about like internal love and like, an inner beauty. Like, is it like cleaning your soul or something? I don't know what that means. Like, I hope that was like cake or something. Yeah, this scene I love so much. Again, they're investing in themselves. Look at this. Mind your business. Beeswax Not Yours Incorporated. So charming. And this very cool vibe to this. My Various Charms. I love that too. Like, My Various Charms will write the story because it's like I am confident that like with my own charms, and when in K-pop groups when they say charms, my own charms, they use this is a term that's like used in K-pop. It means like the things that the qualities that make me, you know? Hell yes. Their smiles are so genuine as well. We're gonna go back to the start of this chorus again, by the way, but like the Call Me Beauty tone is perfect. Call me beauty. Like it's even the inflection. You can tell they probably spent a lot of time getting that right as well. But then you go into like these beautiful high tones in the background too. Whoever chose the white outfits. Love it. That tone, that vocal in the background as well. This is well, by the way, the dancing in the streets. When they dance together, it's obviously an embracing of like themselves and like, caring about themselves and worrying about themselves. But I also think that it's a common thing in Triple S videos so far is to have the group dancing, whether it be in a circle amongst themselves. And I think that it keeps that kind of like very like still that ethereal vibe, that vibe of like, almost like I mean, this is a compliment, almost like a witch's coven. You know what I mean? Like it really does feel like that keeps that vibe alive, which I think is a really cool idea. You know? Yeah, in this part too as well. I'm charmed. It's such a charming song. Into an ever-going dream. Yeah. So, I expressed like what I think this song means, and that's what the song does mean to me, is the idea of like investing in yourself, right? And loving yourself. And because they start off this whole music video with like a school photo and like having different people expressing what they do and their talents and like what they like to do as well. And I think that like, maybe that's like what they're trying to express here as well, which is like, your own personality, the things you like and dislike, the person you are, the inner beauty you have. It's what's going to bring you forward and make those steps even easier into the future. I love the idea of any song expressing the idea of self-love. You know what I mean? I adore it. Because especially like and I'm just going to say like obviously like, guys deserve to have self-love too, but I think it's in a world that we live in where women are consistently and constantly, told that they have to be a certain way, throughout the beginning of time. When I was a teenager, like it's like this thing where like you had, all my friends who were girls were like, always having to like, live up to a standard that wasn't like very nice for them either. And I think, having a song that's so uplifting to being like, hey, no, you be yourself, you love yourself, you are, I love myself and you should love me better too, which is kind of like, you have to love me better, they talk about even the song about the idea of like how like the endless feed, and I wonder if it is like the idea of like I'm going through like this, I'm doom scrolling. She pulls the phone out of her hand at 1.2. And I think that is kind of to be kind of like, hey, don't worry about this, because it's like that's not where your worth is. Your worth isn't on the feed. Which again, there's nothing wrong with having social media. Like we all have social media, but obviously like it can be a drain on your personality and stuff. You know, and that is true. You know, like there is such a emphasis in this song. I think there's even a line in the song like what they say about like the idea of like you know, there's a reality that I have to find from within myself. I'm more than a filter, right? Which again, there's nothing wrong. You know, everyone's used a filter once or twice, right? But I think the song is trying to express that you don't have your worth in that. Your worth isn't found in that filter. Your worth is like much more than that, right? And that's why the song is trying to express. It's happiness can't be replaced. Happiness can't be changed. The happiness within you is the most important thing as well. You going forward and moving forward and being that better person for you, the inner beauty that you have in yourself. Like my feelings come first. I look after myself. It's not selfish for me to look on my own and use even the word account care to be like I'm looking after myself on my own standard. I have to look after myself, and that to me is like perfect. That to me is a fantastic message from these gals, because to me, like as I said, like. There's songs that are like, you know, about self-love, and sometimes they come off of like as very like disingenuous, and sometimes it's like you're trying to get people to replay the song so they're like, yeah, woo, self-love, which is amazing, right? Even if people can get self-love even from a song that's disingenuous, fantastic. But the thing is with this is that like, you know, this is a group of young gals who have been through like the K-pop industry, or still in the K-pop industry, who know what it's like to have people questioning their appearance, their style, all this stuff. So the idea of like then expressing to other people like the idea of self-love, amazing. Not only just self-love, it's not just self-love. It goes a step further to be like, I adore myself. I'm beautiful. I'm stunning. You have to love me better because of this. I am amazing, right? My inner charms is what's going to get me forward in life. I know I'm amazing. And I want to say like in that say, it's not an arrogant thing, right? It's not an arrogant thing. It comes across, and even if they were arrogant, I wouldn't care. It comes across as more just being like, you should find the inner beauty yourself as well. The idea of like cute is boring. It's like, yeah, it's like, stop calling me cute. I am beautiful. And the beauty is that. It's like we are like going to find inner beauty so we can move forward in our lives with our own charms. And the biggest thing to me as well is like obviously the symbolism of the music video to me is like when they're like eating healthy and they're eating money, when they're eating, even though they're not eating healthy, it's not just about eating healthy. It's about the idea of like eating for yourself. Like that's why there's gummy bears. When it says eating healthy and there's gummy bears, we're eating for ourselves. So when they bite into the money, when they clean their face with the money, when they're having fun with the money, all of this is about self-care. They're investing in themselves. And that's what girls' capitalism is to me. And I love that expression. That should have caught on. Like, you know, there's like Brat Summer. There should have been like Girls' Capitalism Summer. You know what I mean? Where it was like everyone invests in themselves. It's such a beautiful way of putting it. In terms of the talent that's just here for Triple S, I think it's like so apparent that they're so incredible. I think anyone could tell you that they're amazing. It's one of those things where like there's so many different voices coming at you that like you can worry that it's going to be like a cloud of voices. But what I think they do really well here is like let each girl have like a little bit of like their own attitude in here. You can definitely tell there's so many different types of vocal performances going on here, whether it's like a kind of like more, as you said, more attitude, more of a softer kind of raspy tone, breathy tones, higher notes, cooler notes. Like there's so many things going on in here that it sounds so incredible. And I say incredible because like some people, like when people use incredible, they just use it for like, you know, ballads. I think it's incredible because I'm sitting here kind of like, I would say kind of emotionally invested in their song, not just because of like the meaning of the song, but also because the gals carry the meaning so well and also deliver a really cool song. It's funky, it's cool, there's a fresh, vibrant feel to it. You can dance along to it, you can feel it really well too. The verses have such a bouncy feeling to it that it's hard not to just like bop your head along to it. The ending part there where they're like all dancing in the rain and there's those amazing vocals in the background, you get chills. Like all this stuff is a really well put together song as well, so it's hard not to just feel so incredible on that aspect too, listening to this. So like really it's like, yeah, I love the messaging, love the music video. Whoever chose the white outfits across the red bear, genius, absolutely genius. Whoever decided to do the money symbolism, genius. Absolutely genius. Whoever decided to do the symbolism of them dancing randomly in the street for themselves, not caring about anyone else around them, it's like, it's for me. genius. This is a genius music video. It's freaking genius because it expresses so much of like what it means to truly care for yourself, love yourself, and be yourself. Really, really fantastic stuff. Yeah, I love listening to the song. I think the gals are so talented. I think whoever does their styling, incredible. And the messaging of the song is absolutely incredible too. Thank you so much for sending us in. This is awesome. The next video is sent in by Candace Shield. And it's P1 Harmony IMU. Just cried in sad song. Jung cried in sad song, so we have to go back to a B-side from their jump era for some sentimental comfort. I'm interested in how you interpret the lyrics and symbolism. Thanks and enjoy. That's always a very, don't take it as a bad thing. I'm always like, okay, let's go. You know, I'm like, lock in, Calvin, you know? This is P1 Harmony IMU lyrics. Let's check it out here. Yeah. I adore P1 Harmony, by the way, and I've grown to adore them more and more as time has gone on. Young Sub is my bias, just because I think that he's, purely because of like, I think he is like top 5 hip-hop artist in K-pop right now. I really do think he is. He's up there with like how talented, I feel like he's like a prodigy, even though I know he's been doing it for 5 years at this stage in terms of like this group, but I do think he's a prodigy. I really do think he is. Let's check it out. Wait, sorry. Back to the start and then turn off subtitles on this video.
For you.
Interesting.
So call on me.
Very interesting, Sarah. Yeah. Oh. What? I was expecting kind of like more of like a the way the tone was going with Intact, I was expecting kind of like maybe a song that was about to be like very like heavy in the crunchiness of its beats. Like I was going to be like boom, 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 for like the whole song or something. But then Kyo comes here and starts singing, and it sounds like that emotional peak moment of like a TV show, like incredible stuff. Wasn't expecting that at all, but then Kyo is amazing as well, isn't he?
So cool.
Intact having such a very dangerous vocal as well helps here too. That music in the background is beautiful. Heavenly tone here from Kyo. Your secretly crying face. Oh, it's so good. Young Sub. Before we go into Theo, because I know Theo's about to rip it up here as well. Young Sub, like I feel like, you know, he always has a very cool, fresh, and cute vibe to his rap vocals. Here he got to like have a bit of a higher tone and put a bit of like melodies into there as well, right? It sounds really amazing. It's nice to hear. I love that. It's like the melody to it. Wounds that haven't healed that wake me up every night. Oh. Absolutely gorgeous vocals as always. Jesus Christ. Is he? Oh, he's so incredible. I'm floating. I'm floating. Absolutely gorgeous. So that seems to be the end of the chorus as well. This is breathtaking. And here's the thing, like I made a list of my 20 favorite singers in K-pop and I put Jiyeon there, right? Because I genuinely think he is like legitimately like, and it's not that the other guys aren't amazing. I want to make that clear. It's not that like they're not amazing. It's that for me, like there's something so soulful about his voice that just takes me to a different world. Like he's such a gorgeous vocal, and then you have like like Theo coming in there as well, in the chorus too. And I think they both have like such a different like way of doing their vocals. It's almost like Jiyoung has like a very like flowy, soulful voice, where I feel like Theo intentionally like I don't know what way you would say it. It's kind of like very piercing in a good way. It's like not loud or sharp, but it's kind of like this thing where it feels kind of like it hits your heart almost instantly, right? The way Theo performs, I guess, in this thing as well. It's just unbelievably gorgeous. Now, to me, like, there is like a feeling of like trying to like, with the lyrics so far, of talking about like how they're trying to be by someone's side, talking about their heart trying to lift someone up, how that when they're not with this person, it kind of feels maybe darker in some ways. I am you and I me is to me like saying that like I understand how you feel. I'm trying to embrace you in that sense, where you're not alone in this sense. And I feel like that's like a really good way of expressing that as well. But yeah, I'm going to go back here just to the start of the chorus anyway here as well. But yeah, you just got to reach and I'll be there. Love the contrast with Intact there as well. So much soul in Neon's voice. See what I mean? Your heart gets pierced with Theo. I feel like I could dance forever, man. Also, I love what the chord, the beat in the background. I love kind of like how it's kind of like very there is a funkiness to it, but I feel like it's also like this kind of very mid 2000s emotional R&B that goes in there. I think these guys do R&B very well anyway, so I keep looking for you. We love Intact's again, he's such a great rap vocal. Whoa. I wonder if that's him saying don't push me away. You know what I mean? Words can hurt, right? So I wonder if it's saying that like maybe this person's so hurt that they're maybe trying to push him away a little bit. You know, like, don't do that to me. Those words you give to other people if you're going through a bad time, don't do that to me because I really want to like help you here as well. I talked about Yeonsub's rap, but Intact is so good at like this very like I would say very emotionally heavy, but sometimes very like action heavy as well. But here he's doing full on like really like emotional rap vocals as well. He's very good here as well. I'm gonna skip back a little bit because I need that tone as well. Freaking gorgeous. Oh, even the way he... So sweet, soul. So sweet. So sweet. Love your tone, soul. Gorgeous. Jesus Christ. Gorgeous stuff again. It's so soulful. Oh, the contrast with Yeonsub this time. I'm with you in your memories. Whoa. Oh. Love it. Before we go into whatever this is happening here as well, like I love the way they really, to me, like use souls, because I think soul for me, what happens with soul in most songs that I hear is that like he's always working overtime with like doing these amazing dances and all this stuff too, and then he'll come in with like his vocal tone, and it's always like used in a way that like always out of nowhere makes you just feel like this like kind of like chill, right? There's like this thing where like he's very good at like, you know, injecting like a very sweet vocal tone into a song whenever like needs be. I remember like even like recently listened to a song where like he was able to do that in the pre-chorus as well, where like just like he literally used one line. He literally is able to utilize whatever lines he has, right, and make them into something bigger, in my opinion. Like it's almost like it's like and again for Jiyeon to be singing and then for me to look over the other way and notice Soul is a big thing. Not because I think Soul or Jiyeon is better than whatever, but like Jiyoung's voice is so incredible. So for me to be like talking about Jiyeong and then hear Soul's voice being like, whoa, you know, that's a really big thing. And I think Soul always utilizes the lines that he gets in such a fantastic way as well, for sure. I love this contrast with Yeonsub there. Intact's voice is so emotional, but so cool at the same time too. I love the melodies injected into this. This bounce, oh my god, bouncing back and forth. Gorgeous. Yeonsub! Gorgeous vocals, holy hell. The backup vocals are amazing too. This hits the heart so much. Incredible stuff here, by the way. I think the one thing that's so interesting about P1 Harmony is that they will be like, hey, here's like the coolest, slickest rap song you've ever heard in your life. What do you think of it, buddies? And you're like, this is slick and cool. And then they'll come out every once in a while. And not every once in a while, it's in the middle of a song most of the time. Like Theo will come out and sing something. Keo will come and sing something. There's amazing vocalists in the group, of course there are. But I feel like, you know, if you listen to this song and Stupid Brain, for example, and then listen to like another P1 Harmony song, the range they have is incredible. Like what they can do with their tracks here and like the different types of tracks is incredible. Even like this part here with Yeonsub singing in the background is so cool too. Intag is so a great way of being so directly emotional too, like the in your face kind of like right there and then. But yeah, really incredible stuff here. The vocals are so soulful, so beautiful. Like this flows so well. Like they're so good at expressing emotions. Like listen to this, like. His voice, Yeonsub. What the F? Gorgeous harmonies here. Yeah, the backup vocals are so amazing too. It's so hypnotizing. Really cool stuff. Yeah, so obviously we can't talk about a video this time, so we won't be able to talk about that. One thing that's so incredible again and surprising all the time about P1 Harmony, and it's not surprising at this stage, but like when I first listened to P1 Harmony, it was Pretty Boy. That was the first I think maybe not the first one, it was like the second one. I heard P1 Harmony tracks before, I believe, but it was a long time ago. So when I heard Pretty Boy, you know, the Say My Name, you know, that really sexy song, you know, and then Yeonsub would call me pretty, you know, it's such a great tone. When I heard that track, it was like, this is really incredible. It's so deep and kind of guttural in how cool it is, right? And then I heard Stupid Brain. And Stupid Brain to me is a song I still have on repeat constantly today because it's so soulful, so beautiful, so emotional, so impactful in that sense too. And it's so interesting to me then that like you hear then like their heavier hip hop songs. You know what I mean? They just recently killing it, for example, like, you know, like it's I won't even embarrass myself, but like incredible like hip hop minds they have, right? Incredible hip hop minds. But to me, like that just shows like this very big chameleon aspect to it, because while they have soulful lyrics in their songs, and while they can also do so like for example, is it Love Again? You know, take a chance, baby, take a chance. I know we did you wrong. You know, that song. They can do those songs too, like a very cute and fluffy, kind of like beautiful pop song that's really charming and gorgeous. They can do the kind of like really energetic and crazy in your face rap parts. They can do beautiful, soulful songs like Stupid Brain. Here they can do highly emotional and perfectly toned R&B songs. Like they are so good at this crap. Not this crap. I don't mean to say crap. You know what I mean? It's expression. They're so good at it. Like, what's so like? It's always insane to me that like I don't think I go one P1 Harmony song without having my mind blown. And you could say, well, Calvin, you're probably biased towards them now because like you see a lot of them. 100%, I see a lot of them. Like I think on my feed every single day, P1 Harmony is everywhere now. It's everywhere. Well, of course there are. But it doesn't change the fact that to me, like, it's like my amazement with them. To me, that shows like a good thing about the group is that like when I heard like Pretty Boy, I was like, these guys are awesome. And then I heard Stupid Brain, and I'm like, oh, these guys are really, really incredible. And it's not that that Pretty Boy is amazing, but I feel like it's one of those things where you don't really learn how good a group is, in my opinion, until the second and third songs. Because you can have any group that has a one-hit song where you're like, oh, that's cool, you know? And then the next song is like, okay, this is okay. You know what I mean? They didn't really like do much after that. But the fact that like with P1 Harmony, that every track I listen to and every video I see and every song I listen to from them, it continues to be this thing where I'm like impressed every time, shows me like how amazing their range is, right? And in this track here, the vocals like are mesmerizing, like caressing and beautiful. It feels like I'm being like held on the shoulders from behind by someone you trust. You know what I mean? It feels that way. Such an incredible vocal performance from everybody here. You had Youngsub getting to do more melodic tones in his rap as well, because usually he has like, as you said, you know, the very cool but cute kind of style. Intact, I feel like, you know, while he won't get the most notice in the song, in my opinion, because he isn't doing like these big, you know, incredible soulful vocals, but he set a tone for the song, I feel like, throughout this whole track. Like he was really fantastic at like kind of like being that kind of like dangerous kind of like heaviness, and he's really good at putting emotion into his rap vocals as well. Soul had a few lyrics in here, not as much lyrics as other people. I think it happens a lot with Soul, I think, but like not like in the songs I've heard. But I think what Soul does so well with the lyrics that he gets is that he has a way of maximizing every single thing he does. Because I know that he's like, in my opinion, everything time I see him dance in clips, he's the best dancer in the group, in my opinion. No offense to other guys either, but I just think he's the best dancer in the group. But for me, like, it's also like every time he opens his mouth and says something in any song, it doesn't matter what it is. It almost like grabs your attention with how like kind of soft but beautiful his tone is, and it's surprisingly like kind of like adorable sometimes too. But he really fits this kind of very soulful feel too. Keo, as I said already, like in this track here, it proves it. Like his vocals are so smooth and flowy, but it's also that again, he's just a backbone, man. He's just like it's incredible like what he can do with his voice. And I feel like, you know, from what I see from all the praises online, he gets praised a lot, understandably so. But it's also a thing where like I feel like he does so many things right that like he won't even get the credit for a lot of stuff he does right. You know what I mean? Because he does so many things right. Jiyeon in this track here is, again, one of my favorite singers in the world. Like, it's what he can do with his emotions and, like, so much personality he puts into his voice. The way he, like, shakes his voice sometimes and waves the vocals through as well. He puts so much personality in the vocals in a way that, like, nobody else does. Like, he's so good at, like, just making everything sound like, so... It's almost like a conversation when he's singing, right? It's almost like he's trying to express emotion through, like he's talking to you, but it's through vocals. And, of course, you guys know how I feel about Theo. And Theo showed it in this song as well. Like, when Theo sings in this song, it's so sharp and so beautiful and hits your heart almost instantly. All these guys did such an amazing job with this track. They just really did. They did a fantastic job with this. Yeah, it was a really great track. As I said, it had a mid-2000s R&B vibe, maybe 2003, 2004, 2002, around that era. And the reason I say that is because that's one of my favorite eras of music, because I was into heavy metal a lot as a kid. But then nostalgically, I look back to the music that was very popular at the time, which was like, you know, R&B. So when I hear this type of tracks and I'm hearing this stuff, and I can imagine like if you made a music video for this back in 2002, they'd have the full-on white outfits, you know, and they'd be singing to the camera as like in the background, like, you know, the person that they love is like maybe leaving them or something, and it's like slow motion, you know, you can feel it, and it's amazing. It's so cool to think about it. But it's a great like R&B track. It really is, with so many great inserts into it and so much personality injected into it. In terms of the meaning of the song, I think it's trying to express to someone that I understand how you're feeling. Please don't push me away. I can be there for you at any time. I will be there for you at any time. Times are tough. The world kind of sucks. I know it's hard to like, you know, not feel these really heavy emotions. But I'm here for you in that moment, right? 100%. It's the idea, even like Keo talks about the song about like how he, like, I think one way saying like he felt alone. There was like a secretly crying face, right? And it's someone trying to hide their emotions, right? But it's like, hey, you don't have to hide your emotions, you know? It's really, really, really beautifully expressive there as well, you know? I mean, the chorus itself, that's like, you know, I won't, what was the chorus vocals as well? You got to reach within and I'll be there. Wasn't it? You got to reach within and I'll be there. And then the backup vocals being like, I understand how you feel, basically, you know. Remember, I'm by your side. It's trying to express to someone that I am trying to like be 100% by your side in this moment here, and I am trying to like, you know, find you, right? Because there's even a line in the song as well where like in text says like, I'm trying to look for you. And he says at one point as well, which is really interesting as well, like words are like thorns, but before that he says like, it's like, I know it's hard to trust people. So I think it is someone who has their trust broken, and how like you don't trust these guys that much, but not because you don't like them, but because like it's hard to trust people. And I think that's like also like what they're trying to express here too, is like, hey, like, you know, you can trust me, like believe in me, you can trust me. So it's actually really fantastically expressive in that sense too. I really like adore what this song was trying to portray. I adore what the song is. It's a track that will go on the playlist. It's really incredible stuff. Thank you for sending us in. This was awesome. Thank you so much. The next video is sent in by, let's see here, Nara. Next, new week, new Stray Kids recommendation. This time I want to recommend Stray Kids song 0801. It's a song written for Stay, the fandom name. They even record the music video themselves, which makes it extra special. The song really gives a warm feeling and shows off each member's personalities. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, Stray Kids has been a thing where like, they haven't showed up my feed as much as I thought they would, but you know who does show up my feed like all the time? Still, Hyunjin. Every second of the day, he's on my feed. He's always there, constantly. If he's haunting me, then man, I don't want to be exercised. I'll just say, I'll just say that much. Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah. Let's check this out. And again, once again, like, sorry if like we're gonna look up the names afterwards when we do this song as well, so like I can get like a feel of the names again as well. That's what we did with Ateez as well, where we tried to look up the names afterwards and kind of get a better vibe from. We still don't know all the members of Ateez, but we're getting better, right? 100%. So like for with Stray Kids as well, I'm gonna look up all the members afterwards and try to get that as well. Oh, this is cute. A rising theme of the song. Stop. Gorgeous vocals to start off here. Lovely tone. Oh, that's cute. I'll turn, even though they're singing in English, I'll definitely put on subtitles just so you know, yeah, 100%. Even though we can understand it. No. Sorry, but Felix's voice I thought was just like deep, like really deep. The range on this guy, like holy hell. Look at this smile as well, by the way. And look, he's watering Hyunjin. I'm sorry, but like, this is a smile people would go to war for. I'm just telling you guys. Jesus Christ. Like, it's over, you know? If I show the picture, if I go to a random pub and there's two like guys who are ready to fight each other, and I go, guys, this is what you're fighting for. Someone's dying. Someone's dying. I'm telling you. Let's get back at it as well. This is a very cute video so far. This is so cute. After a bit of winter. Your voice. His voice, and I don't mean to keep pausing, it's just keep stopping me in my tracks. Hyunjin's voice, I didn't expect. I thought he was going to have a much deeper voice, you know what I mean? But I love that he has a very kind of like smooth, kind of like wavy, kind of creamy, cute voice. You know, it has this kind of like very like, I don't know what you call it, like almost like elegant, right, in a way, right? It has a very like, a softness to it that feels elegant at the same time too, for sure. Love your hair. Gorgeous vocals. Oh. Oh no, stop. Bangshan. Stop. Oh no, that's so cute. Oh man. This is very, very cute. It's so, because I saw them being so like, did I just pause during the chorus, guys? Oh my god, Cardinal Sin, Stray Kids fans, you can kill me. It's over. My life is done, guys. I'll skip back to the start of the chorus because that's not fair. But I was just gonna say, something came over me. I just wanted to say that like I saw them so many times in like By the way, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm saying Stray Kids are gonna kill me. They've been very nice so far. I want to say that clearly. If you're respectful to like K-pop groups, they will be respectful to you, you know. But in my opinion, I know any fandom can be crazy, but like, you know, from my experience, the Stray Kids fans have been amazing. But yeah, the thing I think was so interesting about this is that I've seen like the songs I've seen from so far have been kind of very like energetic and kind of dangerous and cool. It's really cool to see them express this kind of like very cuter, kind of like softer, more vibrant personality, right? Oh my god. He looks like he could kill you, but he's so sweet. You know what I mean? That's so cute. You have no idea. Look at Yeonjin. I'll sing for you as well. Ah, stop. No! This is so well shot. No. Oh, look at the... Gorgeous. I'll stay, but obviously Stay is the name of their audience, right? So like them saying I'll stay here forever like has a lot of connotation in that sense as well. Can I say as well, like they have such great instincts, right? We'll skip it back here just for a second. They have such great instincts, like even with their looks to the camera. You can tell they've been doing this like at the highest tier for such a long time, because like to film a video yourself and also get the facial expressions for like a very like dynamic music video so correctly is so amazing. I'll show you here as well. This is such a crazy shot, man. It's so cute. It's such a gorgeous... Look at them having fun! That there, the look to the camera. Yeah? For sure. Oh, that's such a great way of doing it. His ears are bleeding. Stop it. They have such great instincts, it's crazy. I love the grabbing of the hand and pulling people along, it's so cute. Stop. I feel this in my spine, this is ASMR. What the hell? What the fuck? This is so... What the hell? Why are tears? Oh my god, look at them. My face hurts from smiling. Oh my god, look at them. Their voices are so smooth. It's insane. German suplex them. Go on. We're not done with this track. Oh, it's not even, I thought it was going to be over. No. I think it's good to pause here for a second just to say something, right? When I say they have good instincts, it's insane to me how this feels like it was a full-on production with like people mapping it out and all this stuff as well, because, and I think, it goes to show how talented they are, because there's one thing like, you know, being amazing at like being singers or dancers or performers, but to get this side of it so well, that's really impressive to me, right? Because again, it's not their job, right, to worry about like what the music video looks like. Obviously it's their job in terms of their performance and the way they sing in the music video. But I think it's also like important to note that like they are doing something here like with their instincts when it comes to like the different shots of them, like whether it be like in the bed or like them poking their head over the counter. Those are things you would see in a K-pop video, where they're very dynamic shots that make you go, oh, that's a really interesting shot. That's really fun to look at. That's really cute to look at, you know? And in terms of the vocals so far as well by the guys, like it's so smooth that it's almost hard to comment on it, just because like everything is, there's not a hair out of place. Everything just sounds really beautiful and airy and flowy, and everything is working so well. And it's really like, it's almost like a dance to the ears. It's almost like someone is like, you know, sending like angel waves into my ears. It sounds so good. It really does. And it's such a beautiful message all at the same time too. I just want to go back to Felix's vocals here, because everyone's doing such an amazing vocal performance, by the way. But Felix's voice here hit my spine. Like, I felt it in my spine. Like, this is gorgeous. That hit my spine. Because sometimes you can do whispered vocals, right? And I want to make this clear. And sometimes it's just someone whispering and it's not a vocal. This is whispering vocals. This is how you do it. Oh my god. Why is Hyunjin so cute? And he's like the tallest. That beat as well is fun too. I love the shots of them just having fun as well, by the way. They look like they had a great time doing this. It's such a great idea for a song with the chorus stay here. It's so good. Oh, I have chills. I have chills all over. I'm sold. I'm sold.
I'll stay forever, oh, I'll stay here. I'll stay
Love this tone.
oh, I'll stay here. I'll stay forever, oh,
Like the way they're using a little bit of raspiness here too. It sounds great.
forever, I'm right here.
Sending off the paper airplanes. They did not go far. They're not so cute. Oh, that's amazing. If I was just oh, stop. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lord Jesus Christ. Look, they're mapping it out. They know what they're doing. That's what I'm talking about. This isn't crazy. This wasn't a big production by someone else. This is them doing it. They're mapping out everything. That's amazing. They're treating this like a production, and that's why it looks so good. They put effort into this. Like the F man. Oh my god, they're singing along as well. Can I say as well, like, when I say that as well, because I was saying like, oh, like, it didn't have someone mapping out behind the scenes. They had someone mapping out and it was them. That's even more impressive to me. Right? Because when I say they have great instincts, the instincts are still there, right? But they know what to do. They're mapping it out. They know what to do. So I hope it doesn't seem like I'm saying I'm disregarding what I said with their instincts. Their instincts are still there. Like, to have the instincts to know which shots to use, which facial expressions to use, that's incredible. That's incredible. And you can tell here that they care so much about the production with what they were doing here. Like, you saw the different shots, different ideas they had. You could tell that they were coming up with like so many fun ideas here as well. That's like really, really beautiful as well. I think they did like such a fantastic job with this. Like, it makes to express exactly how I'm feeling right now in this moment, guys. Like, my stomach is burning, but in a good way. It feels like I'm excited. It feels like I had like 2 doses of espresso or something. I'm so energetic after listening to that. It really does feel that way. This is really funny as well with the bleeding ears. I should skip back to here, I guess. This is great, by the way. They had this idea and it's just so fantastic because this is one of those things that makes you feel like your day is going to be garbage. Have you ever had this when you crack an egg and it seeps everywhere? And the first thing you think of is, this day is going to suck. This day's going to suck. You know what I mean? Really, really great way of expressing that. Shout out that all going his ears are bleeding. This is a great scene as well. Just how serious Hyunjin is as well. Look at this. It's really, really cute as well. Gorgeous tone here as well. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This stuff here, it's like they're so well thought out. Jesus Christ, guys. I'm sorry, I'm so impressed. I just want to talk about Bang Chung as well. I said this, he looks like he could be in a biker gang, but he's like clearly the softest person ever. Because he even said recently that like one of my favorite artists, Woogie, he said he met Woogie at like a fashion show and she like, looked out for him and stuff like this as well. And I'm like, that's so sweet that like, even guys that look this cool can get nervous. You know what I mean? Like, I love this grabbing in the hand and dragging stuff along. It's so cute. I can't watch this again because I will just like probably like have to, like have to sleep for a bit. Like, not that it makes me fall asleep. It's more that it's like ASMR. It's like his voice is so caressing and beautiful and gentle and surrounding. It's gorgeous. Yeah, this is stunning. I am so mesmerized by how good this was. Really. Like, I'm coming away from this just being so happy with what was expressed here. And I think it's a beautiful idea of making a song for your fans. And especially like since I've seen like the Stray Kids fans have a deep connection with the Stray Kids group. I know this for a fact because I've seen the connection that people can have with this group, right? I'm not saying other groups don't have that same connection, but I'm saying that like from what I've seen, they do have like a very deep connection. And to me, like that's a special thing. It's a really special thing because you can tell here in this music video that there was effort put into this. You can tell that they tried their hardest to make something really beautiful for their fans. And it's evident in the production. It's evident in the song itself. It's evident in the facial expressions to the camera, what they did for this video. They didn't, again, no Stray Kids fan would complain if it was 4 minutes of them just holding the camera, singing to it and nothing else. Not one of them would have complained. None of them, right? But what they did that was so cool about this is that they put time in, they used their experience, their instincts, all this stuff, and they made a dynamic music video that could have been shot by a professional company. And I hope it doesn't take away from the idea of like how self-made it is. I'm saying that like, it shows off their talent. There's still a homeliness to it because it's them. You can tell there's no one behind the camera. It's them, right? But I still think they should be praised for the fact that like they did a self-made music video that like, if you told me there was like 20 people behind the camera directing it, I would have been like, yeah. But because their instincts are so strong, because their passion is so strong, they're able to make something so... Because when you hear self-made... Geez, I'm going all over the place. Felix has made me a bit crazy there. When you hear self-made music video, it can be a number of different things. I know like there's great self-made music videos out there. So the fact that like you got to see something like this as well is just really, really fun and charming too. So many charming scenes, as I said, the bed scene, them poking their heads up at the counter, running around the circle and holding hands, wiping away with the dirt as well. The egg breaking is such a smart scene. Them jumping in the pool together was so fun. Felix like, saying, wherever you are, I'm going to be here. Like I'm at every door, I'm at every single door. The symbolism of it is really, really cool too. Which is really nice. I think that's like a really cool thing as well because there's symbolism in this music video, and there's also just like very much like visualizations where like, shouting and then his ear starts bleeding. The like coming up from the bed sheets, while it's a funny moment, it's also like, yeah, wherever you are, I'm going to be here, Not saying they're going to be like in the bed sheets, but I'm saying wherever they are, we're going to be here, And then even like when the egg's breaking, it's like, yeah, the day doesn't go very well after the egg breaks and like you don't get the runny yolk that you want to get. There's also the element of like, what was I going to say? Because it was another really cool symbolic part of it. It's the catching the hand. It's bringing them along with you. It's like, come on, let's go. We're going to bring you along with you here as well. 110%. It's really, really great. It's really, really great. And it's chock full of like really good imagery and chock full of great moments and very sweet moments. And it makes you just want to like follow them into the ends of the earth. And of course the lyrics there, like as well, to me, obviously the meaning of the song is just like, hey, like, times are tough. Things get really rough. I know the days go really bad for you sometimes, but I'm telling you that things will get better and I'm here for you, right? And a lot of K-pop fans, they find themselves in a place where like a lot of groups like this do genuinely keep them together. They're the things that keeps them going. And that's not a bad thing. I want to make it clear, that's not a bad thing. When I say like, oh, they keep them together, it's not a bad thing whatsoever. Because I feel like, we all have music that saved our lives, We all have games that save our lives. And if a group saves your life and like they can be this gentle towards you, I can imagine how it makes you feel. Honestly, 110%, 110%. It's a really, really cool song. And it's a really, really vibrant song. It's really, really beautiful. I want to actually, before we do anything else, I want to look up the members of Stray Kids once again. And what I might do is we'll look up, I know like obviously like Bangchan, Yeonjin, I know Felix off by heart, right? Of course you're going to know these guys because they're all over the place, I think, in terms of my feed. Not that the other guys don't have like, they're not also doing stuff, but you know what I mean? Just on my feed. But I'm going to look up basically Stray Kids members. So we have, Felix, of course, as everyone knows, Yeonjin and Bangchan are the first three. I think they probably knew that I was it was me. So there's Lee No with the amazing jawline. And I'm gonna look up Lee No. And yeah, look up what I'll do is I think it's probably a smart thing to do. I'll look up Lee No and 0801. Yeah, so there's Lino with the great jawline. There's Han. Han was in the bed. There's Sungmin. Let's check out some images here as well. Love the hair. Really love the hair. He's got a very sweet look to him, honestly. There's IN. Is that his name, IN? Holy hell, IN. Jesus. Sorry, guys. I got something beautiful in my eyes. Sorry if I was being paused. Oh, my God. Sorry. I'm looking at photos of IN here. Okay. There's Kim Woojin. Oh, my God. The softest eyes in the history of the universe. And then Changbin, who I've also heard of a lot as well. And Changbin has a very, like... He actually has a very strong and kind of like confident look to him in a way. Honestly. Very much so. Okay, I think we'll be able to remember the names a little bit better. Did I click on IN? Let's check here. IN. Maybe I did click on IN before. Okay. Okay, guys, that's probably going to do it for this video here. Wait, did I click on IN? 1 second. Whoa! Yang Zhongyin, is that his name? Yeah, I'll try and put some of these photos up because it's just me going through Google Images on my iPad being like, whoa, look at this guy. Oh, look at that smile. You know, that's not very fun, but I'll see if I can. If I don't remember, I apologize, guys. You know, just imagine what I saw in my mind. Okay? Thank you. The next video is sent in by Alligator, and it is Ampersand1 on and on. They say, with tickets for their tour coming up tomorrow, and also with all the P1 Harmony stuff, I figured it'd be fun to send in some Ampersand1. They're under FNC, along with P1 Harmony and Flying. We also talked about in chat, but 3 members were on Boys Planet: Geo, Camden, and Brian. I remember Camden and Brian. Geo, I probably will not remember as much, but I remember Brian for sure. And Camden, of course you remember. Of course you would remember. Here's their debut song, On and On. This is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool thing. Boys Planet flashbacks, right? Let's go. Oh. Interesting. Oh, Camden, what the hell? It's so interesting seeing him outside of the Boys Planet. Like, I've never not seen him in Boys Planet. You know what I mean? I've never not seen him in Boys Planet. It's very weird. And there's Brian. Brian looks so sweet. Sion. Geo. He was in Boys Planet? Camden. What the hell? I knew he was always talented, by the way, but I feel like here, like, almost instantly, one thing that's shook off him, I think, a little bit, is that I always thought he felt like he looked a little bit nervous in Boys Planet, but I feel like that's just because, like, he was, it wasn't a great experience for anybody there, so it affected everybody differently. But seeing him being so confident so quickly is so cool. Oh, beautiful tone. Gorgeous tone. There's like a really interesting sound in the background as well. Oh. Beautiful tone. Stop. This is crazy, like, epic. Oh my god, the shots here as well. Man, what's with this? This is like a freaking, like, superhero song. The vocals are great. The vocals are really... Oh, look at this shot as well. That's really cool. There's Brian. Before we go into whatever this is going to be, when I say it's epic, like, there's an interesting vibe to the music where I wasn't expecting it, where, like, there is, like, this, like, very pop vocal that they're expressing here, and there's, like, some really, like, beautiful vocals here. But, like, the music in the background feels like it's, like almost like the final boss in an RPG. Like, it's like really, like, I don't know what the word you'd use to it. Like there's like almost like an epicness to it. There's like a big like high feeling to it, like a very like energetic feeling to it. It's a really interesting idea for like having like a backing track for a song. And like honestly, like there's a little bit of disco in there. There's a little bit of funk in there too, which is really cool too. But yeah, like I think it's like if you're gonna like make an impact, and maybe like that's one way to do it as well, is to have these really beautiful vocals, this really cool rap, some deep rap vocals here as well, and put them over this like really like crazy track. You know what I mean? Like really crazy track. Good chanting vocals there as well. Love that shot. They have really sweet vocals in here as well. He's great. He's really good. Did you hear the kind of funky disco feel to it? Good job, Brian. Show your potential. Camden is killing it, man. Okay, he has that sweet look still. There's so much talent in this group. There's so much talent here. I feel like what's happening is because the song is so has such a forward motion, and it's so like bouncy, and it's so fast paced in a way. Like it feels like I'm trying to like, not in a bad way, I'm trying to like catch my breath with all the like different like talent that's going on here. And I think that's probably like what they're trying to go for here. They're trying to make it like more like very like energetic and fast moving, and like it keeps going because the song is called On and On. So what you get is like these little bites of like, oh my god, that guy's good. Oh my god, that guy's good. Oh, that guy's really good. That guy's really good. That guy's awesome, you know? But there's a lot of talent here. There really is. Look at this look here, watch. Can I pause on it? Yeah, it's Camden. Look, it's Camden. Sorry for being a bit loud there, but like it's like, this is the Camden, not the nervous aspect of Camden, but like he always had this like kind of like resting cute face. You know what I mean? It's Camden. Really great stuff. Great rhythm with this guy. And very soulful vocals here as well from him too. Oh my god, pulling by the ear. Love the visuals here. Gorgeous vocals there as well. Really vibrant. What, breaking through the walls? Okay, Brian. They're really good. Oh my god, that's very cute. Why is he so cute? Oh my god. And whatever we're going to hear as well, pause for a second. They're really talented. Like there's so much talent here, and I don't mean to sound so surprised. Just like we're always surprised when we find like a new group that has like some really cool talent, because it's fun to do that, right? And here we have like a group that has like great choreo, really great like sense of rhythm to their voice. There's a lot of soulful performances going on here as well, and also like there's like also like a very good like wavy pattern to some people's voices where they're like really good at like making like a kind of like a very cool like bouncy feeling to like the way that the vocals are going, right? Kind of like a da-da-da-da-da. Instead of just going it's a da-da-da-da. I don't know how to express it, but like maybe you guys understand what I'm saying. It's a great rhythm. There's a great rhythm to the voices. There's a great sense of like expression here. Like it's really, really expressive. Like the way they express everything has so personality driven, so full of life. Like everything's so full. It feels so good to listen to. Nothing feels flat. And it's not that everything's like a belter, not everything's like this big, massive like ballad, but everything feels like it has like a pulse to it, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Look at Brian, what the hell? Look at it, that's so cute, what the hell? Brian, it's not right, not right. There was a garbage truck outside, so I had to pause for a second, but we're gonna go from here, I guess. But this guy is really talented as well. It's such an interesting track in the background. It's still so interesting. I love the shot. Yeah, it's great. Love that waviness of that tone. It's so nice. This is so cute from Bright again. Look at this. I never saw him as cute, and I think that's like a detriment, or like a testament, I should say, to why Boys Planet like was so bad for some of these guys. Because like, look at this. I never noticed Brian during Boys Planet beyond like just the few things that he did, but now seeing him here, it's like night and day. There's a personality to this guy. They literally took so many people that had so much personality already and tried to take the personality out of them. And while some people persevered, for some people it didn't work, because again, it was one of those situations where not everyone has the spirit to fight through like the amount of crap they went through on that show. You know what I mean? And it's so cool to see him here in such a different light. It really is. Like this hero here now, right now. Look at it. Like, look at it. He's adorable. So different. Gorgeous vocals here as well. Just such a soulful tone. Oh! These outfits! And a very dangerous rap as well. Camden! These shots are amazing. Nah, it's really fun, isn't it? It's super, super fun. I'm just going to get time's up. This guy is great. Yeah, rip with it, who cares? Is he wearing a sports jersey, a soccer jersey? This is such an interesting song because, oh. It genuinely feels, look at Brian, what are you talking about? Professor? Tell him to block him. Why is he calling you? I know it's college professor, but yeah. Here's the thing, right? I think that this song is a sprint, right? And that's not a bad thing. I think that this song is trying to give it like it feels like you can't even catch your breath sometimes in this song. But I think that's for a song called On and On. I think it's probably going for that. I think it's probably trying to have a feeling where like you can't catch your breath, where it's about keeping going. It's about moving forward. Like from second one, it's such an interesting thing how like it turns into just almost instantly about a track about, you know, moving forward and keeping going. So like it doesn't surprise me that that's what the track is expressing here. Like look at this from the second. Great start as well, by the way. This is great. This is great, by the way. This is a great idea. Really great idea. This is what I'm talking about. Camden never lost that resting like Camden face. Never. So this is Sion, who is unbelievably talented, absolutely insane. And this is Seungmo and Kirel. Seungmo also, again, I haven't, again, it's just the first song we listened to, I haven't noticed everybody. Seungmo also had like a really incredible power as well. And there's Jiho as well, who also has an amazingly heavenly vocal as well at 1.2. Great transition there as well, isn't it? You have Camden in Business Casual. This sounds great. Really great bass to it. I think it's showing as well, even though he got it wrong, he's keeping going. They're not going to stop. They're going to keep going. Even if like they fail, they're going to keep going, right? If this is him singing as well, by the way, this guy here, I really love his vocal tone. I think it has such a sweetness to it, really. Love these cut-ins, they're great. This is like the only bit of calmness you get, and it's for a crazy chorus. Look at this, flicking him as well. Flicking out their Wi-Fi. That choreo is awesome, like the waviness of it. Camden looks adorable here. What are they doing? Why would he plug it out? This guy is insane. Like, he's so talented. I'm not saying the others aren't talented. I'm just saying, you notice different people every time, right? You listen to his track, but they're so talented. Let's go back, and since we have the names in here anyway, we might as well go back and see the names here again. I think it's a good idea as well. We're obviously going to listen to the whole song again, but... So we have, Brian, Camden, Makaya? Brian, Camden, Makaya. Then there's Sion, who I think is just like showcased so well in this track, 110%. There's Seungmo and Kirel. Kirel has a very sweet vibe to him as well. Seungmo, Kirel. So we have Brian, Camden, Makaya, Sion, Sungmo, Kirel so far. Okay. We have Jiho, who again, heavily vocal in this track as well. Yeah. Yeah. So let's do this before they even show up. Like this, more. Again, usually have to look up the names, but this is actually really good. More tracks should do this. Look at this. Watch. Before they even say the names, let's say the names. Brian, Camden, Makaya, Sion, Sungmo, Kirel, Dio. I love the start to it. It's a great start to it as well. And I think the other parts of it are really great too, obviously. It's a really cool track as well. I love Resting Cute Face from Camden here as well. Brian's voice is really a great pop vocal as well. Camden's a great rapper. He's a great rhythm to himself as well. But yeah. And this is Sungmo as well, who's fantastic too. Yeah, and here's the thing. I've learned all their names now. And that to me is why they should do this probably for every track. Artemis puts the names on the subtitles as well, but yeah, like it's a really cool idea as well. So in terms of like the meaning behind the song, I think the song itself is trying to express the idea of like just like beyond all any failures or anything that could like bring you down. It's about the idea of maybe keeping moving forward and like keeping going and like, you know, having the motivation to keep going forward. Like it's not going to, we're not going to stop in some ways, right? There's not going to it'd be a thing that can stop us as well, right? It's I even asked the question like, are you ready? Right? Because like Camden opens by saying like there's no breaks. You know what I mean? And I think that's the song. It doesn't give you a break. It does not an aspect of the song that gives you like a little bit of a time to calm down. Even like maybe the pre-chorus a little bit. But yeah. But even like, you know, just the rest of the song where they're actually asking you like, we gotta go. If you want to get loose, you have to go. Let's keep going. We gotta move. We gotta keep going. Everybody, let's keep going. And again, the idea of screw the rules as well is like, to me, it's like very good way of expressing like, hey, we're gonna keep trying to keep going no matter what, right? For sure, yeah. And even the chorus is like, you know, we're gonna start it up, and it's like we're going on and on and on, and I'm gonna show you and all this stuff, and I'm gonna make you feel the rush and all this stuff too as well. And it's even I'm singing on and on as well in the chorus too, which to me like is expressing the idea of like, hey, like it's you're not gonna stop me from singing either as well, regardless of the rules, regardless of what like you're trying to make me do either as well. It's very like expressive in that sense. It's very expressive in terms of like trying to express the idea of like what they're going for with the idea of the song in terms of like having to like overcome things, and regardless of what like is in your way, you're going to keep going. Regardless of the rules, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going with this. Even like at one point Camden was saying like, you know, like he said drop it's like it's hot, which again is a funny line to put it here, but I think also the expression they're trying to go for is like don't stop, you know? Because even then Sungmo later on was talking about like the idea of like not having any fear, having some courage, even if you stumble, keep going. Like he wasn't you know, it really felt like he was like they're trying to express the idea of like no matter how many times you fall, you get back up and you keep going. You try your best. Even if they fail in the sense, even if they run out of time, they're going to keep going and F the rules and just keep going. I think it's a really fantastic message. And honestly, for the energy that these guys have and the expression that these guys have, it works really well. In terms of the vocals, as we said there, like I think that they all have some really very unique vocals. Camden's rap is actually really well done, and he has a very nice bassiness and deepness to his voice that is like really, really nice to hear. I really love Sungmo's voice as well. When he was doing his kind of like half rap, half vocal section, it sounded really great too, which is like nice to hear, because again, it's nice to have like a kind of a difference in like, you know, and it was less hip hop and more vocals, I think, as well, but like there was kind of more of a rhythm to it, I suppose, as well, you could say too as well. And also, as I said, Sion stood out like really well too as well in this song too. And I think it's just because he looks so like he looked like a superstar. He really did. Not that the other guys don't, but you know what I'm saying. He looked like a superstar as well. And then Gio also had some really beautiful vocals too. I think that it's one of those things where like I'm sorry, like it's like, oh, there's other two guys you're not talking about. It's not that I don't notice them. It's that over time you'll notice new things about them, right? I think that's the way you look at it over time. The video itself is fantastic. Like there's so many like great things here. Like even with like Gio at the start, like with the punch to the camera, the choreo that they're doing in the middle of the kind of college campus and stuff like this too. I think that like utilizing the idea of a college campus and like the whole area itself with them trying to rush around to try to get to the right place, and then even like having this very colorful backdrop for like them studying too. Like it did have this kind of really kind it allows them to do the vibe of what it feels like to have to study and do all this stuff too, while without doing like a school concept, like it's doing a college concept. It's something that's their own destiny, something that's in their own hands. They have to control it themselves, you know. It's really well done in that sense as well. And of course, like there's other aspects of the music video that are really cool too, like the cut-ins, the paper cut-ins are so cool, and the funny moments like Brian breaking through a wall, Camden like being all cool to the camera, them sitting on like different shelves, and like I think just like on the base level, they did a great job of like framing this and putting the right choreo in the right place and having funny scenes mixed with like really charming scenes and cute scenes. Like it worked really well with that kind of in that way also, it feels like. I also think that like one of the things I really adore about seeing any group for the first time is trying to like see like where they're kind of like at with their stuff. And I think what we have here is like a group of guys that like really have a lot of talent in them. They have a lot of talent when it comes to their vocal ability, their hip hop stuff. Their choreo is so well done and so well like perfected, and also just like their facial expressions are really good too. I think they really got it. Like, and I really love that idea of like people getting it. And while like sometimes you can like, I think you can still see like the kind of like cuteness in them where they have kind of like, oh, this is our first, this is our debut. That's gonna happen, but I feel like they did understand it like very well here too. Which probably comes from like I think the fact that like a lot of them have been through the freaking to hell and back to get to here, you know, especially the Boys Planet boys have been through hell and back to get here as well. So it probably makes sense that they have like a lot of practice with that stuff too. I'm really proud of Camden, how Camden has kind of like dropped the kind of like very nervous look and he has more of a cute look now, I think. He kept a cute look, but still has kind of a really cool aggression to his voice. And I think he controls it a lot better too, right? From Boys Planet. Because I think in Boys Planet, he had a really cool, guttural, deep rap voice. But it wasn't always like something that he like had that was like perfected. And I feel like he's really perfected it here, which is a really cool thing as well to hear. And then also seeing Brian too. Brian was something I didn't notice in Boys Planet. So to have him here and have him be doing so well and to look so well and to have such a great performance here too and to be so cute and actually to have like such a personality, it's a really huge thing. Like it changes like a lot of my perceptions of It changes my perception completely of him, right? And that's a really cool thing as well. Really, it's hard to express like how fun this was. This was just like a joy throughout the whole song. Like it was a thing where like I was smiling from ear to ear. The colors were vibrant. The video was so much fun. The vocals kept you on your toes. Everyone was like doing their part to do something really, really fun and really, really cool as well. It never felt like at any point that like it was being too like derivative or like too cheesy. It was cheesy, but the fun kind of cheesy, you know, that kind of, but it didn't feel like it was being too like tacky is what I mean. And I really feel like these guys got the concept of like, you know, forward motion and moving forward, and whoever directed the video got that idea as well. This is my first ever taste of Ampersandandone, just hearing about them like in passing and not really knowing much about them. But it's made me kind of like happy to know that there is like another group out there that's killing it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing. It's like, they're killing it. They really are. Yeah. So in kind of like my thoughts on this whole song, the music video is fantastic. The vocals in the song range from like really cool, deep rap vocals to some really expressive, soulful music from the our vocal performances, to like really wavy, beautiful, breathy tones, to like a really gorgeous, like caressing tone at some points. So like they all sound really, really great here. And I would say if you want one person that stood out the most for me, who would I say? I think it was Sion. I think Sion stood out the most to me, even though I think Gio also has like a really great performance here. I think Sion stood out the most to me for sure. Thank you so much for sending this in, Alligator. This is freaking awesome. The next video is sent in by, let me get this up here, Kiralu. Hey Romer, I'm back with Ateez stuff as always. So we have Bouncy, K Hot Chili Peppers. What a name. Such a spicy music video indeed, and I think it's still Ateez's most viewed MV and most streamed song, or at least in the top 3. It was part of their World era and released after Halazia. I remember Halazia, not as well as I should, but I remember it. So Ateez are rebellious again, and we love it. Also, it's pretty random, but I kind of think that if Boot Hill from HSR listened to K-pop, Bouncy would be his signature song, or at least in the top 3 favorites, because he surely would like the vibe of the MV and song. Anyway, Bouncy was my longtime favorite song among Ateez MVs, and I hope you'll enjoy watching it. Honestly, like, saying it's going to be Boot Hill's favorite song, what a great way to sell this, you know, almost instantly. But yeah, my Ateez journey has been really, really fun so far. And as always, what I'm going to do is, because I think we're getting the hang of the names, I think we're going to like do a definitive kind of like after this during this video. Yeah, we're gonna learn the names. I'll say it during the start of this just so the timestamp is there as well for people that are watching this. Actually, I'll just put the timestamp here and say we are going to be doing a thing where we look at all the members at the end of this video again so we can get better acquainted with all the names again. Just pictures of them so we can get the ones that we don't know as well. Let's go. I'm excited about this. Ateez has been always very interesting. Whoa. Whoa. Cinematic start. Wait, what? Wait, what? These looks. This is an extreme start. Whoa. This is so aggressive, right? Oh my god, there he is, Woo Young. Oh my god. My heart. Son. Oh my god, look at that look there from Woo Young. This is such an extreme start. What the hell? They're not strangers to having like very aggressive, like in your face hits, right? They're not as strangers to that whatsoever. But like I feel like it's also like such like a high adrenaline feeling when you get into a track like this. For sure. Like this is such a crazy start. Great tone there, even with in the mix up there, but doing the high note. I mean, the woo, like that's really cool as well. Is that look at San? Like what the hell? Oh my god, Woo Young, I'm dying. Oh San, look at the aggression in their faces as well. Gorgeous vocals. Look at this video. It's such again, high energy, such high energy. Gorgeous vocals, holy hell. What? 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 Hold up. Hold up. What? Stop it. Yosagi looks so gorgeous. Sorry, before we go, he's shooting me. What the hell? I was gonna talk about this. He's shooting people with this freaking incredible flow, by the way. I think we can pause here for a second. This is crazy. This is such a crazy, not even start, just a crazy, like, surprising track. I wasn't expecting the chorus whatsoever because it was so high octane, so extreme, and then the intention to say let's bring it down, and it gets into this kind of like very kind of like almost like sensual kind of like let's be honest, like sexy kind of like feeling to it, or like it gets very kind of like deep and kind of like down, right? Like it really feels like it's like the definition of getting down. Like such a transition into this crazy bouncy, as it says the name of the song, rhythm as well. I was not expecting it and I think that's why I need to go back again, because like I was not expecting it. I was caught off guard. It was such a crazy moment. Is that your song on the bike back there? Holy hell. I love him so much. But look at this as well. Like this is the energy rising. The energy's rising. Your voice is so pretty. This part, like what the hell? That tone as well. Like the reason why, look, that's a great shot, by the way. Holy crap. The reason why the tone is so interesting is because it's like intentionally kind of like casual, you know, it's kind of like dun, 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 dun. It's almost like cheeky, you know what I mean? It's almost like if someone was, you know, being cheeky or snarky to you, but it's like in the middle of a song. Like it sounds really, really cool. My heart is, I mean, that's not uncommon for Ateez, but like my heart is pounding, you know, that's not uncommon. This is so cool too. They look so cool here. Like what a great idea. Off the wall. Yo song, by the way, Gorgeous, by the way, as well. Gorgeous. On my feed all the time now. I'm just proclaiming it my two Ateez biases, and I'm not gonna pick between the two of them. It doesn't matter. I don't know if I even pronounced the name right, but like Wooyoung, Yosan, 100%. Yeah, 110%. I made like a top 20 prettiest K-pop idols list recently, just for fun, and it was a really fun thing. Like the prettiest boy K-pop idols, and that was before I saw Wooyoung and Yosang, and I'm pretending that I have to talk to the council to have them on the list, and they're now on the list, right? And the council is me and just me, so this is crazy too. The acting was great too. This flow was amazing. It's fast, but it has attitude and personality. You know? It's such a crazy beat. Wave the white flag. Oh my Wooyoung and San. Oh, look at the look from San. Love the vocals there as well. Jesus. The acting in this is so good. Oh my god, and the smile on his face as well. Great smile. I love that part too with the kind of whinier voice. They are mesmerizingly hot. Before we go into this part as well, I want to say this too. I always I have no problem proclaiming, because here's the thing, there's no problem proclaiming that these guys look attractive, right? And I always worry that sometimes people who come in from the outside who are Ateez fans are like, well, they're also talented too. And I hope you guys watch my other Ateez reactions as well, because like I praise the hell out of how good they are and how talented they are, how good their vocals are, how sweet their vocals can be, how unique and how powerful their vocals can be, how cool their flow can be, right? So whenever you hear me like drooling, right, and slamming the table like a wolf and my eyes popping out of my head, right? Whenever you hear that as well, just know that at the same time too, I always see it as this. Every single time I react to stuff in this thing, it goes, person, artist, idol, right? So we're always going to treat them as people, okay? It's okay to think everyone's cute. I just want to make that clear, just so everyone thinks this isn't just me just being like, oh my god, to the whole thing. Because I really do think they look amazing here, and then this whole thing here as well is great too. Wooyoung and San's scenes, like the acting's so good. Like you can imagine this was like a K-drama or something, right? For sure. It's very high octane, very adrenaline pumping. And I think then the chorus with the make it bouncy thing as well, like it's made so much by like the actual, obviously the beat is really crazy and it goes really low and guttural. But what I think it's made by is the facial expressions of the guys as well that goes along with it. Like they're being cheeky, they're smiling, they're being sexy, they're doing all this stuff too. And they know how to embrace that sexy side of themselves, 100%. Songwa killed this part. Killed it. This is so cool. See what I'm talking about. This could be like a K-drama. Love that. Love the vocal. Look at his face. Great way of incorporating that too. Look at this. Look at their facial expressions. Watch. It's what makes it. Oh my god, William's out here as well. Is that where the Yosang outfit comes from? This one? I've seen this one many times before. This is such a cool part too. They're so cool, man. Such a crazy contrast. You look so cool, stop it. Oh, this build up as well. Oh. Really slowing it down there. The bullets racing through this, like all the places they've been to. Oh my god, the outfits. Oh my god, with enchanting too. It's like a release of energy. Man, I kind of wait, that's how they ended? No, it's not how they. First of all, look at them. They look so cool. They embody it, man. They embody that coolness. Because I know that they're big dorks in real life. I've seen the funny moments video, right? I've seen them do stuff. I know especially Woo Young is the biggest jokester in the freaking world, right? But like that's to me, that shows how much talent they have. The fact that they can go from being like the dorky, adorable lads that everyone loves to then doing this where it's like, if you didn't know anything about them, you would think that you'd meet them in real life and they'd look at you like you were a piece of dirt almost. That's how cool they are. You know, like, because I know they're like respectful and lovely people in real life, that's how I know how talented they are. Because in this video, like it feels like if I met them, they'd be like, get out of here, kid. I ain't got time for you. You know, like that's how cool they look right now. You know? Oh, is that the album cover? That's cool. No. This was his day. He said, this was my day, and I'm going to do it right. Oh, the wanted posters. It's shot so well. And I think they get that, though, as well, though, with, if you're going to do, like, kind of stories to your music videos, you kind of want them to be kind of filmed very well at the same time, too. Yeah, this transition here is one of my favorite transitions I've ever seen. Yo Song on a Bike is also one of my favorite things I've ever seen as well. You know, top 10 greatest moments of your life, you know? Yo Song on a Bike. And they're like, oh, like, you know, what about the timing of, well, I'm not married yet, but they're like, you know, imagine me and my wedding. You know, my partner's like, you know, Calvin, this is the greatest day of my life. How about you? Man, have you seen Yo Song on a bike? Have you seen him on a bike? Maybe? Yeah, this is crazy because the high octane feeling of this, like it's building up. It's intentionally building you up. Gorgeous focus again. Intentionally bringing you down. What the hell? Look at this, man. And then the usage of the kind of whinier voice. It's like really like modern but cool and fresh, right? It gives it a really cool vibe. Before anything goes any further, I want to pause on a certain sequence if I can get it here. No, I don't want to just see Yo Song on a Bike again, okay? I'm not doing that intentionally. Maybe. You just look so cool young as well. So in the second here, there's a frame I want to pause it because I want to take a look at their facial expressions. Here. Look at this, man. Look at that. Look how into this they are. Like, they're so into it. And that's what makes it work, you know? That's literally what makes it work so well, is like they are into it. It's believable because they're into it. They put everything into these music videos, man. Very party vibe too as well. This flow as well is great. Yeah. I have to pause because I would be here forever, guys, talking about this, and if I watch this all the way through to the second time again, then like legitimately, as the thing is, like of course, if I had more time, I'd watch every single K-pop video we watching these like multiple times, which is why some people are saying you should make a K-pop channel, which I, again, wouldn't mind doing that, but it's also just finding the time. Calpop is what I call it. This is a really, really sick song. This is a really sick song. And as I said, like the reason why it works so well is not just the fact that it has this really kind of high octane feeling to it, but then a really grungy kind of like crunchy low down beat for the chorus. The guys obviously make this song, right? They really do, whether it be their performances in terms of acting or it be like their vocal performances. Again, it's very Ateez thing. I'm learning that like they'll have like this really cool like section in their songs where it's like really sick. It's building up to something, but they'll always have this like really almost like close to opera style vocals going on in the background with how talented they are as well, which is always a really cool thing. This works because the guys believe in the concepts. And I think that's what's worked with Ateez for me so far a lot, is because it doesn't, while they're having fun and while it's kind of comedic at times too, it's also like a believable kind of like way to like tell a story throughout their music videos, right? There's a believability to it. Yes, they're having fun. You can tell they're having a good time, like, you know what I mean? But that doesn't change the fact that like at times, if you took frames out of this, like there's a frame, let me actually get it here. Okay. if I show this to somebody, what's the first thing they're going to say? What K-drama is this? Right? What K-drama is this? It's shot so well. It's acted so well. It's done in such a really fantastic way. That's the first thing you're going to ask is, what K-drama is this? You know? I shouldn't have gone away because then Woo Young showed up a second later. Yeah, as I said, like Woo Young and Yosang have become my biases. It's just set in stone. I usually proclaim that like I have one bias, and sometimes multiple groups have two biases, and usually that's if like it's really difficult for me to pick sometimes, and sometimes I just have a bias wrecker. Like for example, Idol, Woogie's my bias, Mion's my wrecker. To me, like I don't have a wrecker yet in Ateez, so I'm just going to proclaim them both to be my biases. And if someone says you got to pick one, I'll say, well then I don't have to do anything. I don't want to. There definitely are like up there, like with for sure. And like he looks fantastic, but they all look fantastic in this. The outfits are amazing. The different stylings, the hair, I should say, that they have here as well. The song itself like seems to be about like the idea of like living life almost to the fullest, right? Living it loud, large, do something pretty crazy, like out there, you know, like to feel this like crazy feeling. The idea of making it bouncy to me sounds like, you know, it could be multiple things, but also like it's also like to me having like a, you know, and they say spicy in this thing, right? It's like having this energy. It's having this kind of like sexy vibe. It's having this like very like aggressive vibe. It's all that all together. It's making something more party-like. It's making it more aggressive. It's making it more rebellious. It's making all these things. That's what bouncy means. It doesn't just mean like, hey, make it bouncy, literally. Or you can take that as well. But like the idea of like, you know, they even say like shake your head, slow it down and make it bouncy. To me, that's like a saying that it could be more meticulous as well, right? It's like, think about everything we're doing. Like, I guess we can just go all like high octane, go really crazy, but we've got to think about like the process of what we're doing here as well, right? For sure. And I think with the idea as well, like, they say in the song as well, like it's like there's like no boundaries. It doesn't matter about your age. It's about like just, you know, how, what am I trying to say here? Like how far you can go. They even say like the term flying is as far as you can. I think that's what they said as well. And even saying like, don't drag yourself down. Don't say this, you know, bring back the microphone. They talk about as well at some points, which means, hey, be louder, be that loud person, express yourself in such a loud way. And it seems like that's what they're trying to like fully express here as well, which again, like I think this type of song can fall flat on its absolute arse. And I've seen it happen thousands of times where like a group or a singer will be like, this song's about like, you know, just go for it. Let's be cool. Let's be awesome. Let's, you know, make it bouncy and all this stuff too. That song can fall flat in its face. You know why? Because it's never like, they don't put their heart into it. But Ateez like get these concepts of like high octane, extreme, aggression, rebellious, and they live it. They go for it. They go ram into the wall. They run so far to the wall that they break the wall. Instead of other artists sometimes when they do the type of concept, they run into the wall and they break themselves, right? And that's what I really like. For me, when it comes to K-pop groups, I look for that. I look for sincerity. I look for people that like actually believe in the concept that they're doing. Because you can always tell when like some groups do a thing where they're like, this concept's like the soldier concept, where you can tell they're kind of being like, you can tell they don't want to be in the outfit. You know what I mean? You can tell they don't want to be in the outfit. With Ateez, whenever they do anything, you can tell that Woo Young gets his character. You can tell that San is like embodying this like really hyper fighter. You can tell that they're all like living up to this like idea of who they are in this music video. And that to me is much better than if they were like, hey, isn't it funny that we're all like dancing around together? It's like, no, it's so sincere. And I freaking love that, man. I love it. I'd rather be sincere and be extreme rather than do something extreme and be tongue-in-cheek. They live those ideas. They freaking do, and they're so good at this stuff. And you see the acting in this is so great too. As I said, some great flow in this video as well. I love the hip-hop sections, but they always inject it with really great vocals, which is really strong for Ateez as well. They have like an unbelievable talent for just rhythm. Like they have a great rhythm when they flow along in the song as well. And I think what Ateez does very well also is making you feel the emotion, the exact emotion they want to feel. Because for me, it's like I'm watching this happen. It starts off in such a punchy way. Extreme, extreme, extreme. What's it building up to here? No. Let's take it down. Make it bouncy. And all of a sudden, these feelings of like your heart pounding, like, and everything feeling like it's rising, it like slaps you right in the face. And instead of like of an explosion, it almost feels like a I don't know what you would say. It's not like an explosion where everything like goes all over the place and it's like, oh my God, this is crazy, which is good too. You can do that too. It's more of an explosion that's very like meticulous, direct. It's like, I don't know how to say it. It's like very concentrated. So you feel kind of like, oh, like these high octane feelings went to being like, oh my God, this is like hitting me. This is hitting my heart. This is giving me chills. This is making me feel a different way. And I think that's intentionally what they wanted for this song too. And also, it's important to say that they have so much talent. But again, as I said, I have no problem saying this. Man, they as I said, they fucking looked amazing. They really did. Like, and I know like I'm noticing Woo Young and Yoo Sang the most because they're like my biases, but everyone looked amazing here and all the outfits looked amazing. Songwon looked amazing at the start of it as well. They all looked absolutely fantastic here. And of course, like I'm going to be going over the names again. I hope you don't mind me doing that because again, I'm going to be doing it every single time until I kind of get it. Because on my feed still, it's Yosan, San, and Woo Young. It's like the three people that show up my feed every day, all the time, every single day, constantly. Those three guys, constantly. And you know, you might say, Calvin, that's because you're constantly sharing pictures of Woo Young and you're constantly liking pictures of Yosang and San and all this stuff too. And to you, I'd say, why bring logic into this situation? Okay, so let's look over the names as well, guys. So in terms of the actual people or the members of this group, I think that like I can easily say like, you know, the ones I remember most just because they're on my feed sometimes. Of course, Son is the lad who was fighting in the ring, doing the really cool kicks. We know Woo Young as well. Absolutely beautiful, of course. He was the one who was being the like fight manager on the side too. I know Songhwa because of course I saw his solo video before, but he was on the bike at the start as well and he looked really, really cool too as well. And of course, Yosang I know also because he's also on my feed all the time too. And Yosang is another beautiful, beautiful person as well. I think my two biases are definitely Woo Young and Yosang. And Yosang was like wearing the green top in this as well. And at times he was also on the bike too. And he also had the kind of rap solo at the end as well, which is really cool too. The other people that I want to just look up here as well, just to make sure I know who they are. I want to guess, and I'd say that I think just from remembering their faces, Mingi was the guy who was like going around shooting people, right? Because I noticed just from his eyes and the way he like looks sometimes as well, like he probably was the person going around shooting people with like he was like the one who started it off, I guess. And then the other one in the cowboy outfit was Jung. No, it was Hong. How do you pronounce his name? Hong Jong, right? He's the other guy as well. Now I could be completely wrong and maybe I'm mixing it up 100%. I'm still learning the names, but I think that's who it was there because I remember like, you know, he was the one who was doing like the really crazy stuff with the fire whilst Mingy was doing the crazy stuff with the shotgun. And that's who I think it is. And then the other two, I think, was it Jongho and Yeonho are the two ones. Jongho and Yeonho are the two other ones as well. Yeonho is the one with the parted hair, right? He's the one with the parted hair. I believe he was one of the people behind the parrot, right? And then I could tell, and this is not a slight at anyone else, by the way, I can tell Jongho from a mile away, and I'll tell you why I can tell him from a mile away, because he does that Ateez high note that he does in those songs, and that was him doing the high note there in the song too. I hopefully have gotten the members right. I don't think I'll forget them after this. Hopefully. Now, if I've gotten them wrong, please tell me, but I wanted to see, I can look them up and like get this, correct this, but like I actually might try and see that if I got this right. I want to try and see if I actually got this correct, because usually I look it up and be like, oh, this is who it was. But I want to like, I feel like I'll learn better, but well, actually we can look it up and correct it if we want to, I guess. But I feel like then I'm just going to look up the members and be like, oh, that's their face. You know what I mean? As well. Because I think I've gotten it right. If I've gotten it wrong, I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I'll look it up as well, just so we can like confirm and we can correct ourselves, right? For sure. Okay. So Ateez members. So yes, of course I got Young Ho right, of course. Mingi is the guy that's doing the shootout. Hongjong is the guy doing the fire stuff with the cowboy hat. And Yeonho is the guy with the really pretty parted hair. Yeah, and the other guys I know I got right. Yeah, okay. Awesome. We got it. The next video is sent in by Geonave, and they say, hi Romer, I'll explain a little bit about Where the Winds Meet, or what Where the Winds Meet is about. This free game is an open world Wuxia-themed RPG, much like the Hoyo games that has a mobile too. Though the gacha is for cosmetics and skins only, you get to pick a male or female customizable main character. You did see how the weapons were used previously, and each of those weapons as a martial arts are assigned to a sect. A sect is basically a faction in the martial arts world that uses a designated weapon. Of course, the player can pick a sect or be sectless. and literally learn all weapons. The Velvet Shade shown in the video is a sect that uses the umbrella as their main martial arts. Currently, there's 11 sects in the world and where the winds meet. Let's check it out. I'm going to use that as an insult. You're sectless, man. You got no sect. So the video itself is called Where the Wind Meets Floor Reverie Sect Story. Let's check it out. Always starting off with some cool music and, of course, cool designs. It wouldn't be Where the Winds Meet without a cool design starting everything off. Would it? No, it would not. Gorgeous colors on these outfits as well. Holy hell. Stunning music.
姐姐，都备好了。那便只待一人。
Await his arrival. Stunning lights, by the way. But then again, this game has shown me like some really great visual design already. Like, this is not a surprise that we have just amazing character designs, beautiful water. I know it's CG, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise that even the animation looks gorgeous here, you know? There's nobody shocked. Man, if I could do that? What the hell? I know this is supposed to be like the whole point, but like at that point, just pour your own drink. What the hell, man? Like, that's crazy. The amount of like core like strength you'd have to like do that and pour a drink for somebody. Like, I know that it's a fantasy game. I know it's supposed to be like very extravagant, right? So I'm not trying to be like, oh, you'd have to go, but like literally, like, Jesus Christ, like, she's so powerful. Like, what the hell? Pour your own drink at that stage, boy. Pour your own drink. Like, it's supposed to be right extravagant. It's supposed to be like over the top. Like, that's what they're enjoying this. Oh my God, look at that as well. The talent from these gals. Oh, that's so cute. That's very cute. Pretty bird. These gals are mega talented. Oh my God. With the rising of the music as well. Oh, whoa. Whoa, what a really cool, like, sharp transition there. But, like, well, I guess not sharp transition, but it was, like, a really cool, like, I wouldn't say sudden, because there was, like, a fade, but, like, I wasn't expecting it as well, like, really cool outfit as well. The music is awesome, isn't it? It's so beautiful. And all the musicians as well. Gorgeous vocals. The precision of their dance moves as well, right? The precision of the choreo as well is so cool. Because, like, that's the thing, like, after, like, getting into, like, K-pop and stuff like that as well, like, choreo is something that, like, I've even gotten more, like, interested in. Because I was already interested in just, like, from watching, like, you know, like, any, like, musical or something like that. It's really cool to see, or, like, any just, like, dancing in general. But, like, it's, I noticed even, like, in CG, I'm like, man, like, those gals are talented, you know what I mean? Is that a kid? Oh my God, what? That was his job. And he pulled it off. This is so stunning, man. Man, it's such a, like, a crazy realistic motion, right? Oh man. And the music stops in this moment too. Oh my God, I'm afraid of heights, so this would kill me, but this is a really beautiful moment. Oh my God. Very subdued as well for a bit here, right? What? Wait, what? Beautiful hair, by the way. What happened there? Let me see that again. Is that the playable characters? Is that what they're showing here? That you can play as? But am I right in saying that was an assassination attempt of some kind? Seems to be. Gorgeous hair. Gorgeous. Man, look at the hair. Oh my god, the poor little baby. Oh, it's a heroine, like it's, oh my god. Super interesting. Oh wow. Coming 2025 wishlist now. So still, obviously it's still very, very brand new. So what I really think is console exclusive. What I actually think is so really cool about Selfie as well is that if I can get on the soapbox for gacha games here, and I will get on the soapbox for gacha games, but one of the things about gacha games that a lot of people don't realize if you don't play a gacha game is that a lot of times the gacha games that seem to fail are the ones that don't offer their fans interesting concepts, stories, and characters to follow, right? Because I think a lot of people go well, no, it's the reason why Genshin, for example, is so popular is because the characters can be very pretty. And that is true. There's no doubt about it that there's a large section of people that don't even care about the story or whatever. But also, you have to understand that there's a reason why people are drawn to these characters as well, and beyond just their appearances and their looks, right? It's for me, for example, it's I'm not a big fan of Baiju's design in Genshin, but I love Baiju as a character. And to draw people into a game like this, you have to sell them the idea of how beautiful the story can be and how beautiful the world can be. Because regardless of whether oh, you get that dopamine of I got this beautiful outfit, I got this character. Beyond that, if there's no bite to the game, or there's no sharpness to the game, or there's no personality to the game, you see those gacha games fail, right? And sometimes really great gacha games fail as well, don't get me wrong, they do fail. But I think it's always this thing from the perspective of people who don't play gacha games will always say the same thing, which is it's just pretty girls, you wear pretty outfits and everyone loves that. And it's in the reality is I've watched a trailer like this, and the first thing I feel about it is what a magical soundtrack. What a beautiful piece of animation to draw you into this world and get you immersed in this world. What a way to make you settle into the beauty of this place and the gorgeousness of the location, the lights, the characters surrounding the area, the realism of the choreo, and the beauty of the girls flying around the place. Little tiny details like the kid nearly falling off the balcony. Not that I'm saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying it's a tiny thing to show you how this world feels kind of very real. There's an attempted assassination, it seems. There's characters that are on looking at what's happening, a little bit curious, There's so many different things in this trailer that make you go, what am I want to get into this world. I want to follow this world. And it truly is a beautiful thing. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. For me, it's I see, when I look at trailers like this for anything, it's the same when I watch reverse 1999 stuff. And when I watch anything to do with Identity V, or anything that I don't play, ZZZ, let's say, or Arknights. When I look at these things here, they set up this world for me. And what I look for in these type of trailers is setting up a world for me that I want to be there. You know what I mean? So when I'm looking at this, I feel kind of my heart is rising. I feel this magic and this kind of chill off this stuff, and the music is placed right and it's rising in the right moments. The character's hand was grabbed in the right moment. They really did a subdued feeling there until they took out the knife and then tried to it seems to kill this character, and then they showed their beautiful flowing hair. For me, when I get into any of those type of games, any of these type of games, or look at these type of games, or get intrigued by these type of games, you have to have stuff like this. You have to have something that really draws you in, and this draws you in. It's magical. It's beautiful. It's really stunning. And it goes without saying how absolutely stunning it is. And to me as well, it's one of those things where I don't know the characters, I don't know the vibe, I don't know the feelings surrounding it, but I do know that these characters have a purpose, right? And you see that from the acting, you see that from their place in the world, you see that from the weight of every movement they have. When the gals are dancing on stage, it doesn't just feel it's all go, we just threw this together. It feels this is very important to this scene. It feels like it's very important to them, right? Because I think that's like, again, another thing that I praise for these trailers for where the winds meet is that like sometimes you can watch a trailer or you can watch like a traditional dance or like something that happens in like a game where it's like there's no heart put behind this. Because even like, you know, the oldest games that were amazing would have like a heart behind their like, you know, the smallest scenes. And it's really cool to see there's a heart behind this whole thing as well. It looks really fantastic. The character designs look amazing. The music sounds absolutely beautiful. The whole thing gave me absolute chills when I was watching it as well. It's a really cool idea and like a really cool visual feast, I would say, along with being a, you know, auditory feast. I think all of it's already really well put together. From someone who doesn't know what like where the winds meet really is, kind of like in terms of like beyond what Yune just said. To me, it's really cool. To me, it's a really, really cool thing to see. And it's like one of those things where like it's like a short film every time with these guys. It really is. Thank you so much for saying this, Ingeniv. This is really, really cool. The next video is sent in by Alpaca Juice, and it is Arknights official concept trailer 2. Let's check it out. So before we start this video, I've seen Arknights obviously from the stuff in Rum Reacts, but for me, for Arknights, I genuinely think that it has some of the best character designs. And I talked about it there just as you were talking about like a previous game where the winds meet, where like to me when I look at like a game like this that you're going to play, a live service game you're going to be playing for a long time, if you don't have characters that make me want to play and draw me in and make me go, oh, look, who's that? You lost me already. And Arknights has that like in spades. It really, really does. You got to draw me in with those characters, man. Characters are my favorite things about games. Amiya? Okay. Oh. No one can on the destroyed city here. Oh, I was going to pause, but they're doing something here. Oh, with the music hitting there. So we'll skip it back just a second here as well. What an interesting way to start a trailer already, right? The idea of like two characters like looking a bit downtrodden, talking about how like, you know, this journey will probably destroy me. Which already, again, is one of those things that's like, oh my God, what does she mean? How dangerous is this journey? But like, I have to be the one to do it, you know? I have to be the one to do it. It's a really, really like, powerful, impactful way to start, while also being very quiet and subdued. It doesn't have to do something that's like too in your face to start off the trailer. It's just like, hey, like this is a quiet moment between these two where they're reflecting on stuff, you know? Always good music in these Arknights trailers, right? Gorgeous music. I love the crunchiness of the guitar in the background. Look at this as well. Reflecting on something again. It's a very introspective game from what I can see. Oh my God, look at the cities. Are these what the cities look like in the game? Oh. Beautiful drones. You see what I mean by intriguing stuff? Like, even look at this here, like, as well. Like what an interesting visual having, like, these servers, it seems like, these boxes. There's, like, some computer TVs there and, like, stuff like that, too. And having, like, you know, very classic, like, medieval swords. Like, straight swords, just like... Or maybe that's a... Would you say they're heavier than I think? No, they look like straight swords, right? They look like an S-stock or something. Like, look at these silhouettes, man. It's like, I want to know. I wish I had infinite time. We'd play this on the channel right away. Look at this design as well. Holy hell, the striking eyes. So it's like a resource, originium. Greed. We've seen that visual before, right? Maybe I'm wrong, of like the kind of like the lone person in the middle of all the carnage, right? We've seen that visual before in Arknights, and I think it's a very, very much like a theme of like, you know, not standing alone, but like, you know, maybe innocence amongst the rubble of, you know, destruction. But like, I do think that like what they're saying there is such like again, instantly I'm there, right? The idea of like, and it makes sense. It's like, okay, there's a resource. It breeds greed. Simple. There you go. And you can add layers onto that later on. But like, it's the same with any game that I love. Every single game that I freaking love. My second favorite game of all time, Final Fantasy X, right? If I told someone that the whole idea of that story was they're trying to just defeat this gigantic monster, you'd be like, oh, that sounds pretty basic, but it's the layers you add onto it afterwards, right? Simple concept, add the layers. You know what I mean? There's greed in this world. Greed over a resource, right? Everyone can understand that. Then add the layers on afterwards, you know? Countless monsters. Makes sense. We were deprived of our identities. The infected, what? Blinded with hopes. The eyes, man. The fear in the eyes. Wait, did she just say, maybe I'm getting the idea wrong, because like and maybe I'll get the actual like exact wording here again. If the footprints of life are destined to be buried by time, yes, exactly. We have to keep moving forward. If every time we every time we keep moving, the past behind us gets erased, then all we can do is move forward. Great stuff. Really cool stuff. Really cool idea. Really cool idea. Be our dawn? Love that. Arknights. Oh my god, look at this. Again, really cool designs, even in 2D here. Excuse me, who is Red Scarf? Tell me right now, or else I'll ban everyone in the comments. That's such a cute design. Look at this. They're all really cute designs in fairness. Look at the girl with the big kind of like disco hat as well. Like really, really cool designs here. But that's what I'm talking about. Like you need, like for these type of games, you need to have games. You know, the Irish accent comes out every once in a while. You need to have like a really cool designs. Because if you don't, I don't care. Just being honest, I just don't give it a. And you might be like, having that's kind of shallow. No, I don't think it's shallow. I think it's like one of those things where like it's like anything. I think it's okay to have like a thing where I look at ZZZ from a far away, right? A game that I'm gonna be playing soon enough, right? If I look at ZZZ from a far away and I go, oh my god, who's that, right? And then you get intrigued and you get drawn into it and then you get to love it even more. It's the same thing with this. I will eventually play Arknights. I'm saying this right now, guys. I want to make it clear. We are eventually going to play Arknights on the channel. I'm planning to do this on the channel. I guarantee you we're going to play on the channel. Come hell or high water, right? But one of the things that's so cool about this is I can look at the guy with the red scarf, the girl with the disco hat, the guy with the big jacket over here, and like, yes, you can say, oh, it's shallow to be like, oh, I love this character, I'm going to play for this character. Man, that's just like how things work. You get drawn in by something, and I love characters the most. And then you find in the layers afterwards. You know? So sick. We know that green-haired lady. She's awesome. Oh. Sick. What? Great music beat. Who's this now with the iPad? Is that the girl from the start? This music's awesome, man. I have chills. Great shot as well. Really great shot. So sick. What a freaking deep, like, guttural chugging guitar riff, man. And emphasizing, I guess, like the darkness that's in this game as well, I guess, you know? Was that it? No, there's a bit left. Doctor? Is that the main character? Oh, is that the pause just in case it goes in? As for her? Oh, is that the main character? What did that last thing say there? Hold on a second, let me just go back. The last thing there said something like idealism is something. So I guess the doctor is like that. I think you were saying was the main character. Is that the one? Is this the same? Sorry if I'm bad with this, but is that the same one that they sent into the future, or am I forgetting something here? Or that they froze, I should say. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm trying to pause it the right way here. I keep missing it. It goes by so fast. Idealism is that you will probably never receive something back, but nonetheless still decide to give. So that, again, to me, emphasizes the opening line of this whole trailer, and a few lines within the trailer as well. The idea that, like, someone has to do this, right? If no one understands me, somebody has to say, I'll keep going on this path I choose. You know? Even if it will kill me. Later on, talking about the idea that, like, people will forget about us as time goes on. You know what I mean? That's another thing they say in this trailer as well. People will eventually forget about us. History will forget about us. But that's the reason why we have to keep moving forward. Our past will be erased. It's very clear that, like, this is a world full of corruption and greed, violence that is over this resource of some kind, and it's created a whole situation where, like, the common person and the person who is getting caught in the crossfire is suffering under what is happening here. And this is something that is, like, so realistic to the world itself. Resources and whether it be oil or whatever it is, becomes something that is such a issue that, like, people will literally wage wars over it. Because we become so dependent on the world in terms of, like, those resources that, like, people will literally die over it. You know what I mean? They will literally die over it. And again, it relates to the idea, like, you know, I think that's one thing that people don't get about these, like, I think this is a live service game, right? But people don't get about live service games, and it's really freaking funny to me, is that, like, a lot of times, like, Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, Arknights here, like, Reverse 1999, Identity V we see as well sometimes too. Like, they will, like, understand real life issues and make them and make them adaptable into their own game better than, like, any other series of games. And people from the outside are like, oh, this is just like a game for pretty characters. It's like, dude, I'm getting on my soapbox again. I did it already this once per Rome Reacts. I'll do it again. It's like, it's like, I play these games, and I know, like you're saying, well, Calvin, you only play Honkai and Genshin. For sure, I play Honkai Star Rail, right? And they understand politics and factions and religion better than most, like, AAA, highly intensely graphical engined games that claim they do, right? And it's like, because again, it's always, like, more, like, realistic and subtle in a lot of ways. But here you see something as well that's so incredible, is that, like, I think what beyond just, like, the whole idea of, like, the resource thing, I think that is, like, a vessel and a story for the idea of, like, what is going on here in this world is a resistance, is a fight back, is people actually fighting for something and trying to push forward for themselves in a world that clearly, like, wants to silence this and erase this and destroy this and put an end to this kind of, like, maybe it's not even a resistance, but, like, I think that's what the vibe I got, the idea of, like, moving forward and continue to move forward, maybe these Arknights or whatever. And yeah, because they, you know, the line at the end about the idealism as well, like, you know, moving forward, even though, like, you know, things are, like, I don't remember the exact quote, but, like, you know, things are, like, maybe not going to change or whatever. To me, that is, like, legitimately what happens a lot of times with rebellions of a lot of kind, right? Where, I always use the Irish Rebellion as an example. They didn't know they were going to win ever, but they still had to fight. And they used a lot of, like, openings, and the final opening was the fact that World War I happened, and our country used this opening to be like, okay, let's put some pressure on the country that's in World War I right now, which is England. And if we put pressure on them now, they will feel that pressure, and then we can take advantage of that, and they might be more open to, like, negotiation, because that worked. It worked, because all of a sudden it was like, wait, we have to deal with these guys fighting us in Ireland, fighting back in Ireland, and we have to deal with the World War. An opening, right? So I do think it is, like, this thing where, like, you know, it is idealism sometimes to fight back against something, even though it's such a heavy and gigantic regime, but you have to do so. And that's the idea I got from this. Like, the opening line of this, where it's like, I'm going to keep moving forward. The idea of, like, even though our footprints will be erased, we have to keep moving forward. We have to, like, you know, keep fighting with that idealism. Because they show the imagery here in this whole trailer. I think what they're trying to convey here for me is the destruction of this world due to greed, right? And then the innocent people caught in the crossfire, like, there was that little girl in the middle of this whole battle, symbolizing the idea that, like, it's the people that are truly affected by this are the people that, like, didn't have any horse in the race, that just, like, got trampled by this underneath. And then there's people then who are, like, gonna fight together against this. and you saw all these different characters. I don't know if they're good or bad or whoever they are, but we got to see like a bunch of different characters and a bunch of different people that might be fighting back against this. And it felt like this kind of like very, I wouldn't say uplifting, but it felt like very powerful, right? The idea of the music changes and the character raising up her hand with the eye patch, the eye bandage on her face. Like, it felt like this whole thing of like, you could feel the blood pumping throughout this whole story. You could feel the characters kind of like wanting to fight back. You could feel like, the way that it's, even like at some points, like with that girl who was like holding the knife over the other character, you could feel kind of how it was traumatizing them either. You could see in her eyes how this was traumatizing her, in my opinion. It was something that was like, that seemed very like, horrific. And they even talked about the idea of like how we're together as well, right? How we're fighting together. And that's why we're not going to fail, right? That's, to me, is perfect, right? Because that is what you need to have in this as well. It's like, we're together, the Arknights, right? They actually like had like different names for the crews as well. Maybe not just all, because there's one that said like Penguin Logistics. Maybe I don't know if that's like a thing that's like a part of the whole thing as well, but I don't know. Some really cool visuals in this trailer too, by the way, beyond just the concept of how cool it was and how powerful it was. Like, there's like beautiful cityscapes, incredible like silhouettes, magical visuals, really crazy things going on in every single frame in this. Like, it looked absolutely fantastic. And I think it's like one of the things that like, they get so right all the time with this stuff is the artistry behind it, and it's beautiful. And this came out 6 years ago, so obviously this was like a long time ago. But like really, really, really cool stuff and really, really beautiful. And again, as I said with the character designs, to me, like it's like the character designs to me become such a big part of it because I love character designs. I love designs in general. I love art style. I love artistry. I love seeing like visuals in this, and I think they do a good job of like walking the line of like having it them being like cool, but also like still showing personality, right? And I think that's a good important thing too. Yeah, 100%. Thanks so much for sending this in. This is really, really cool to see. 110%. The next video is sent in by Trashbin, and it says Still Shining featuring Kasane Teto, produced by Mayonazy. So it's Mayonazy, Still Shining featuring, and I guess that's the names you give there as well. Let's check this out. Flash warning, there we go. I'm actually going to pause it there for a second, just so you guys know. There was a flash warning there. Thank you so much for putting on your videos. It always helps so much. For all of us still surviving after the ones who we lost. Whoa. Is there subtitles we have to put on? Oh. Really gorgeous opening. A tingly kind of magical, like... I'm guessing there will be lyrics on the screen, but we'll check anyway. Yeah, a really, really beautiful start to it. Direct lyrics again, and I'm gonna skip it back because like that's already we're having some really cool vocals coming in here as well. Really cool vocals coming in here as well. Whoa, I love the inflection. Gorgeous stuff, isn't it? Love that inflection again. Stunning. I think it's something before we go. I'm gonna skip back again because I think it's going for something that's like kind of a very rhythmic thing here. But like I think that like one of the things that's always like very interesting to me about like the Vocaloid songs that have been sent in, by Trashbin especially, is that I do find that there is kind of like a really like there's sometimes where it's just like very funny, sometimes it's very crazy, but then you also like have tracks like this that like you could put on a playlist and like still feel like a magical thing towards it, right? Because it's a genre like anything else. You know what I mean? It really is a genre like anything else, and this is really, really pretty. So it's a new reality without this person. Wow. The lyrics as well. Gorgeous, man. That hit. Whoa. So powerful. So powerful. So crazy. Okay. That hit like a brick, man. Oh my god. In a good way. In a good way. Let me explain what's a good way. Oh my god. This is so stuff. I'm like, I have my hands in the air right now. Okay, we need to pause for a second because like that was again intentionally long run of tracks there, but like the hit into the chorus there because it was like a chorus that was like more about the music that made you feel something in that moment there as well. And obviously like you can feel the lyrics about loss, you know, about like being in a new reality when that person's gone, almost forgetting stuff about them sometimes. But like knowing that like, okay, even though I've lost this person, the whole still shining thing is like, as long as I'm still here, I can still keep going. You know what I mean? But like the hit into the chorus here, sorry guys, the hit into the chorus here, right? And we're going to start from here, just going to the chorus. Is so powerful because it's not like something where it's like, you know, it goes into like this big lyrical change up. It's I'm still shining, but the music, it almost feels like it's like a burst. It's like an explosion, right? Of all these emotions you're in. Because the time I had my hands on my face for parts of this, I was like kind of like, it was hitting, you know what I mean? And then like, boom, right? Really, really powerful explosion in the chorus. And it's an explosion of emotions, right? You feel it almost instantly. So this is interesting, like the disappearing dreams is something I can't translate, and like the dreams like disappear before our memories, something I can't translate. So I wonder if it's like this thing where like they wake up in the morning and the dreams they've had about this person that's gone, they forget about them very like not forget about them, but they dissipate. So it's like they can't even enjoy that, right? Yeah, this explosion, it's crazy. It's like a burst, right? Building up those emotions and then letting it burst. The way I would equate it to is like, I don't know if you ever listened to a group called Idol. There's a song called Oh My God, right? And the reason why that song is so powerful is because like it builds up this whole thing throughout the verse, and then it goes into like this beat into the chorus. It's like, oh my God. And there's like this feeling where it's like it feels different from the rest of the song in such a weird way, but like it's supposed to be this like release of emotions. It's supposed to be this release of like holding your breath. You're holding your breath for a bit. And then it feels like everything's kind of like, you know, exploding, right? Like this is insane. What a way to get across your point as well. Really powerful way of getting across your point. This is so cool. It's such a great beat. I'm like bobbing my head while also feeling these emotions. This is crazy visual, isn't it? I wonder if it's trying to like equate the idea of like this feeling of loss or of like feeling like you lost control, because they say that like the two times I feel like when you lose control of your body, and maybe I'm wrong about this, maybe this is just something a myth that people said, is when you're fully asleep, right? Your body is loose. It no longer is like moving. It's no longer like a thing where you can control it completely, right? Then like when you're falling, they say it's like you can almost lose control of your body as well. So I wonder if it's trying to like show that as well, you know? But the sun is in the background, right? Thank you for the warning as well, because oh, look at the tears falling as well. Beautiful track here as well. Because of the heaviness and the crunchiness of that, and explosion, you almost forget it had this beautiful part too. Okay. Oh, don't say that. Let's go. Let's go. This is so beautiful, this part. It's so gorgeous. This is so emotional, man. It's just so heavy. Because I think that, like, you know, like, there is an attachment to these Vocaloid characters that to me is just the same as getting attached to a K-pop idol or a singer or a American pop star or whatever. And I think that's the reason I say that's important, is because if you have even like a Vocaloid character singing this type of stuff to you, and this gets true to you, that's important. That's so important, right? It's the same thing when like someone says like, hey, like, Luke Skywalker saved my life. And it's like, fuck yeah, man. Awesome. You know what I mean? That's great. If someone who's like a fictional character got true to you in that way and made you feel less alone, awesome. You know? It's so stunning. It's just so magical and you can feel in your soul almost, like your heart. So it feels like this person, even when they're gone, it's like, and that can happen sometimes where some people feel like maybe like the world is moving on, which happens, but it's like, I can't move on. Because like that's the thing, when you lose a loved one, I feel like that's what happens. It's like the world moves on. The world keeps turning because it has to, but you don't move on so quickly. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now they're ready to move on. I want to make it clear. It's important to be able to move on, but obviously you're never going to forget them, is what I'm saying. Forgot my name? Oh, Jesus, that beat. So powerful, man. Oh. Man, this, I know this is an emotional song and this like is a great release of emotions. If this was in the club, you'd be going insane. I'm dancing, but I'm also like, this is heavy. You know what I mean? It's so cool. I love that you can feel the rhythm of this as well. Is that like a church bell in the background? Am I wrong? It feels like it. Really gorgeous stuff. Stunning, stunning stuff. Just hit this type of vocal hits the heart so quickly. What was that? Whoa. That kind of flew by in the end. So to me, like, this is a perfect way of describing how the world feels when losing a loved one, right? Because I think that like one of the things that like a lot of people don't talk about, like, because when you look at movies and stuff like that, you do see like the highly emotional stuff, and there will be days when you just cry. There will be days when you feel really upset, and this is just such a normal thing, in my opinion, to feel. But I think like one thing that a lot of people don't talk about all the time when it comes to this stuff is how devastating the feeling of just like having to get up and move on without this person can be. Right, so it's like, I know that I have to live my life every day, but I'm reminded of this person. This person like is in my heart. I'm still thinking about this person, right? And I think that's like what to me is like so encapsulated by this, because I think they encapsulate the surviving, right? It says it's there for those of us who are surviving, right? Because that's what I thought. I love the use of that word, because it's not easy to just like get up and do stuff after that stuff happens, but you have to, right? And I'm not saying like, oh, like get up, you have to get up. It's just the truth. Like we all, like you can't stay there forever, and your loved one wouldn't. And again, while you remember them forever, your loved one would not want you to stay in the same place forever, right? And to me, this video, like with its music, with its themes, with its musical choices, and with its lyrics, really feel to me like it's perfectly encapsulated what it feels like to be lost without someone, but still having this power to move on and having the inspiration to move on and kind of do something with your life. What's the line? Glittering tears fall down the sidewalk. And it said it's like I'm thinking of the sadness behind your smile. Was it as well? Like that was like the opening and the ending as well, I guess too. But it's interesting that like they say sidewalk, because that shows emotion, emotion, not emotion, emotion, like emotion. That shows they're still moving forward, right? If you're talking, because like if you're gonna say like I think that it's appropriate for this song with the idea of still shining is like you could have said like, oh, I'm I'm crying in my room or something, right? But instead they open the song by talking about something that you walk on. You're moving forward, you're walking, you continue to walk. And that's super, super important to me. I think there is like a feeling of like, as I said, the idea of how hard it is to move on, right? They talk about how, like, you know, memories do fade away sometimes, but sometimes some of them last forever. How without this person, it feels like it's a new reality. Like the day before you had this person, the day after is a completely different situation. Like how time kind of like changes everything. You know, I think it was saying, was it like time like shatters everything that you kind of gave to this world. But the kind of like embrace of the song at the end, that's so, not the end, throughout the whole song, which is so important, is like, I'm still shining. The reason why it's so important in terms of like a line there and an idea for a line there, to me, is that we know as people that our loved ones would want us to keep going. You know what I mean? They definitely would. And even though like it's easy for me to say, and it's easy for everyone to say when you're not like, because you could, it doesn't matter who you are. If you say to someone after they just lost someone, it's like, hey, you're still alive. You know what they're gonna say? They're gonna be like, they're probably gonna be polite to you, but they're probably gonna be afterwards. They're gonna be like, geez, what the frick's wrong with that guy? You know what I mean? Not in a bad way, but it's like, why would he say that? You know what I mean? Why is he saying this stuff? Like, oh no, I'm still alive. Like, I didn't say I wasn't alive. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, not that they'd be rude or anything, but it does like feel like there would be kind of like a bit of like a, what's wrong with him, you know? Because we're all very emotional when it comes to that stuff. But it's really, really powerful, this song, in that sense, because I do feel like there is an emphasis on like how it feels to lose someone, how lost you can feel, how the world feels different, how the world feels kind of like it's almost like erasing the person's memory who has been lost, but you still have to move forward. And that to me is like the most painful thing about this is like, someone dies, right? And everyone goes to their funeral or something. The next day, you get up, and if you walk through town, people will stop and be like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry about what happened. But the majority of people have to just go about their day. And that can feel weird. It's like, why aren't we talking about it anymore? Why are we not talking? And it's like, oh, well, like, you know, we have to do our lives. We have to move on. So it can feel like the world is kind of erasing their memory, when in reality it's just like, you have to remember them, and you remember them, and you keep moving forward in that sense as well. There's a really sad line in this as well about the idea of like, your dreams being something that's so, how do I say it? Like something that you can embrace them in your dreams, but like then when you wake up, it kind of dissipates. That is so sad. That's so sad. Because that is also like something that like feels horrifically horrible. You know what I mean? The idea that like, you know, like, oh, I have them, my dreams, they're there. Oh, you know what I mean? And then they're gone. Like that to me is something that would break your heart, right? You know what I mean? As well, like when you're trying to like hold on to something like that. Yeah, but a very powerful track. The music was really, really magical and wonderful. I love that they embodied the idea of like keeping going and still shining, even though like this person is gone, while also at the same time too, like understanding like how hard it can truly be. I love that. I really do love that. I love what they did here with this. I love that it was very powerful, while also, and very uplifting, while also still being very sad. Because I don't think you should ignore like the pain that it feels at that time too. But really, really powerful stuff. Super enjoyed it. Enjoyed it in a very like emotional way. Thank you so much for sending this in, Trashman. The next video is sent in by Popsicle. One of my favorite Love Live songs. They were really serving 15 years ago. 15 years ago? Jesus. Let's check it out. Jesus. What a star. Very interesting musicality at the start. What, I feel so cool. Ooh. The harmonies are beautiful, the backup vocals. Gorgeous vocals as well, though. Like so much personality, right? There's like a bit of like a you know, performance aspect where it's like you can tell that like they're like, I don't know what you say, where it's like there's emotion in it, but there's also like, you know, you could tell this would hit on stage. You know what I mean? You could tell this could hit on stage because the way the voice is projecting, I guess, and the inflection. The group vocals, which Love Live are really good at, right? Oh. Affairs you should say in movies. No one understands. I love the kind of group vocals here because like it does feel like, you know, again, as you said, you could feel it on stage as well, but like I think you know, they're always very good at this, where they do this thing where like it feels like very natural. It's not supposed to be this perfect harmony between singers. It's supposed to be like three personalities kind of joining together to sing something together. I think that always works in that sense. I want to melt? Like embrace the passion? This beat is crazy. Like it's good. It's crazy though. Princess Wars. The Princess Wars. Mika's voice has so much personality. Yeah, it's such a crazy like rhythm to this too. Okay. It seems like it's embracing something crazy here, embracing that passion. Do you understand? What? It's interesting because that's I don't know the full meaning of the song like yet, but it does seem like there is like an idea where it's like understanding like something that they're about to like move towards is kind of like painful, like the love that this person maybe has is a bit like destructive, the darkness, the fire, they want to embrace this, they want to move towards that darkness. There is something there, right? Sighing princess, sparkling princess. But it's like, maybe it is like the idea of like stepping out and being something that's like not, it doesn't have to be ordinary. I don't want to be something normal. I want to embrace like these weird feelings, these kind of like destructive feelings, something that makes me feel much more strange, right? Crazy, man. Again, there's like such a dance feel to this stuff, right? Which again, of the era as well, I guess. Like there's such a bop to this. Affairs you should say in movies is a great line as well. So it's like saying like I don't want to be that princess. Okay. Because in the traditional sense, the princess is the one that says, "Oh, gallant knight," you know, in the traditional olden stories, "Oh, gallant knight, protect me," you know, and it's like saying that like I don't want to be that. The words like "protect me" don't even leave my mouth anymore, you know. Such a crazy beat. Yeah. I think that like what's always so cool about like me not knowing much about these not doing research about like a lot of stuff here, because a lot of people say like I do research, but I think that like I like to embrace stuff as it comes as well. And it says like that the idea of like Diamond Princess melancholy, right? To me that is like the idea of like, again, embracing the idea of being a princess, but it's also like I don't have to like follow the same kind of like ideals that a princess does. Because the idea, if you're saying like I don't want to like even think about the word protect me, right? That is to me an acknowledgement. To me it is an acknowledgement that like they understand that the future that they're going for beyond this is something that could be kind of like dangerous, could be like dark, could be fiery, but they want to embrace that. They want to become something like that. They want to discard maybe something that they felt before about themselves that maybe is expected of them as well in some way too. And they ask like, is this person up to the challenge too? Because they ask like, hey, can you like, seduce me? Is that kind of way of saying like, hey, like, can you be the person that like takes me out of this kind of like usual feeling, Because they start to talk about the idea of like feeling so cold. They talk about like the idea of wanting to get fired up. But I guess it's one of those things where like, like, and even say like, even if I like carry like this like shining feeling to me and like even I carry this feeling with me, there's like something in my life that's not there, right? And it's making me feel weird and stuff, I guess, as well. And that to me is like them, screaming the idea of like, there's something in my life not there. There's something in my life that I need. There's something in my life that I want. There's something in my life that like I need to embrace. And I need to like feel this thing. Because I think that's like, it's hard when you don't know the characters, but like I could get it right away. Or at least maybe I didn't. Maybe you guys are going to say there's something different about it. But it definitely does feel like that's what it is. It's like, I am this... I'm beautiful, I'm shining, I'm awesome, I'm amazing, but there's something in my life that feels different, something in life that feels weird. Maybe it's not the life that I want completely, you know what I mean? And then the idea of asking like, hey, I want to like, I don't want to just like, fade away. I want to like melt in this fiery passion. I want to like go straight into the fire. I want to embrace this darkness. Asking the person like, can you do this for me? Can you be that person for me? So that's my estimation of what the song means. I think it is like legitimately a song where it's like, a ask to embrace or to be embraced by something much more terrifying. Does that make sense? Like the knowledge that what it is terrifying. The knowledge of what they're about to be embraced by is kind of scary. But they'd rather that because it makes them feel like a little bit maybe stronger. And they say Diamond Princess. Does that mean like something that can't be destroyed? Something that's hard to be destroyed? Something that's really difficult to be destroyed? And yes, but still shining, still being beautiful, still shimmering, still being something that people perceive as being gorgeous. Maybe that's what this song means anyway. In terms of the music in this as well, I think that like what I really like about these tracks that are sent in is that like you can tell that like a lot of these things like would hit in performances, right? There's a lot of group vocals that have so much personality in them, while the individual vocals have so much emotion in them and like, and again, personality. And I know that like when people say like, oh, you have such a good personality to your voice, some people take that as a bad thing. I think personality in music is so important. For example, like I listen to a group called P1 Harmony, and Youngsub in that group has personality to his voice, and people can take that as like, oh, he says personality is not saying he's good. No, it's like I want you to sound unique. I want you to sound like a person. I want you to sound like someone I know is different. You know what I mean? And you don't have to be different, but you can be like, do great pop vocals, but like I want to hear your personality through that pop vocal. You know what I mean? BTS, Jungkook, right? Like amazing pop vocal, but he is there too. Jin. Amazing, perfect pop vocal, but I know his voice, that's his voice, and I love the way that like they don't have this like harmonious, beautiful, like gorgeous harmony that goes on with the chorus. It's them. I'm not saying it's not pretty to hear because they sound amazing, but you know what I mean? It's not like this thing where like they all choose to do like some sort of like, 3-part harmony. They choose to like join their group vocals together to sing up to the sky almost, like they're shouting almost together, and it sounds really great. And I imagine again live it probably hits like crazy. There's some interesting dance beats in here. Wasn't expecting the kind of dancey vibe that it gave off, but it did sound like really, really interesting as well. So there was like a really cool aspect to that too, that we had like a kind of dancier beat going on here also. But I thought it sounded like really, really awesome too. Yeah, I enjoyed seeing this too. It's always interesting to see this stuff because again, it's something that's a whole world that's not mine. I always say like, because one thing people say like when one reacts, they go like, is there any stuff you like or don't like or whatever? And for me, it's like it's not ever like about a like dislike or like it or anything. It's one of those things where like I think there's so much like beauty in the stuff that people want to show me. Now I will say here's the thing is like people have sent me stuff before where I've had to be like I'm not into this, and I texted them, not texted them. That sounds bad. I DM'd them in the DMs, texted them, hey buddy. I DM'd them in the Patreon DMs and was like, hey look, just to say the thing you sent in, I know I'm not gonna like it. I just know this genre and this type of thing. I'm not a big fan of it. But to me, it's like one of those things like this song, I don't have to playlist. I don't have to put on a playlist. You embrace the beautiful aspects about it, the lyricism, the beautiful arrangement. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm saying I don't like. I'm saying that like there's aspects of everything someone sends in that's so new like this where I'm like, oh, there's stuff here that like I think is amazing. You know what I mean? Really amazing. Yeah. Thank you for sending this in. The next video is sent in by Minu, and it's a Honeyworks video. And I think, now I looked at, because again, it's been so long, right? But this is Mona's sister, right? Because I remember her like going to the concert, and I think that she like, yeah, maybe. Okay, we'll see what it is anyway. So this is Honeyworks and Suobi no Yakusoku. Let's check it out. Oh my god. Match it up to 100? Very fast start, right? Very fast start. Nice drums. Ah, there's her boy. That is her boy. Oh yeah? Oh, that's so sweet. Because I know that was like one of the things that like, if I remember correctly, Mona was kind of like a bit self-conscious to think about. Am I wrong in thinking that like she was kind of, maybe it wasn't self-conscious, but it was more just like, you know, not feeling herself. And I think her sister was kind of like a bit of, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but kind of a big deal. And then she, you know, of course, became like an idol herself or something like this as well. What was the name for her boyfriend again? It started with like an M, didn't it? It started with like an M. It was like, yeah, it started with an M. Again, if I forget like the names, like that's my bad. 100%. I remember Mona clear as day, of course. And I think her name is Sina. Sina, right? Sina. I think it's Sina. I can look it up. I can look it up. 2 seconds here now. We might as well just look it up, right? Sina, and it's Midori. Midori's the name. So Midori and Sina. There we go. There we go. Oh, man. This is, oh, but that's a nice outfit, though. So they have to hide a little bit on dates because it can be a bit of a news story. It can be a big thing where like people maybe swamp her as well. He's always been very adorable as well, though. Oh, wow. It happens in relationships sometimes. Oh, wow. I don't have enough of you. That's a really beautiful line, though. Oh, my God. Ah, that's really beautiful. The idea that like, they know they can't see each other all the time, but they don't have regrets about it. And she looks very happy. Yeah. It's before it goes any further, it's interesting because that's kind of maybe the message of the song where it's like, yeah, we can't meet up all the time. We can't be together all the time. We can't see each other all the time. But the fact that we're together anyway is just like the greatest thing in the world. Even though we have to move around, be a little bit secret, even though we can't like always just see each other like whenever we want. Like the fact that we're together anyway is really amazing too. Midori, by the way, has amazing fashion sense. There's Mona. I think Mona's story as well like got me like truly hooked on Honeyworks stuff as well forever, I think. Yeah, 100%. Oh my god, why are they so adorable? Why are they so adorable? I think it's so important too because I think it's only natural to get jealous. We talk about it all the time. How Honeyworks always like embraces very natural feelings. But yeah, you have to understand that like this is her job. It's 100% her job. But yeah, it's really I think it's always like a really interesting thing when you have like you know, the idea of like you think about that, it's like, oh, like how are they so passionate with the person on the TV when that's my girlfriend or whatever, that's my boyfriend or it's my partner. And the reality is it's like it takes some time, but you have to get secure with that, right? You have to, for sure. Mona looking a bit downtrodden. Yeah, she loved hanging out with her sister, right? Look at this. Under the cover of darkness. The music's so good as well because it feels so rambunctious, you know? While being sweet. That's so sweet. I love the art, like the way they're doing this. Like the music is, as I said, is very like energetic, but it's also like very sweet as well. The way they're doing the visuals, obviously, super important to like what the story is in terms of like the meaning up under the cover of darkness. I love the kind of subtle. It wasn't even subtle, I guess, because they pointed it out, but we were able to see it like almost instant. Like Mona was very upset about this, of course, because that's her sister. It feels like, oh, I'm getting stolen away. But like the fact that like they kind of perfectly embody what it's like to kind of like show your partner of your parents, especially when you're younger, probably as well, where it's like, you know, it's a little bit awkward, but it has to be done. And like once you get past that awkward phase, it can work out. But they showed the awkwardness of the situation and the feeling it could bring along as well. Oh, that was really nice. Really beautiful animation. I love this phrasing too, by the way. If I can't see, I die. It's just saying I die. It's like we like each other so much we have to meet up, but I can't let myself die. The animation's great. Oh my god, look at this. The art is really great. This is Mona, right? And Mona's like getting a little bit of payback for her sister like not seeing her all the time. Again, very, very sweet stuff. Very sweet stuff. It's very sweet. Ah. It's magic spell cast. I don't think it's getting kind of lower toned here. And then we have this like really cool strumming guitar as well. He looks so cool. Oh my god. Oh, that's what it was from. I thought it was when she showed up to Mona, because I know she showed up, but oh, look at his face. Because I know she showed up to Mona's concert, I think just like fully clothed, right, in her normal clothes. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I remember she showed up to Mona's concert at one point as well. But this is so sweet, man. The animation's fantastic. Yeah, he's very cool, isn't he? Two of them smile together as well. Very cute stuff. Very sweet. I think it's like, you know, what always happens with them. Oh. Knocked my water bottle over. With Honeyworks stuff is that it always is very, very sweet, right? But like not always. Sometimes it'd be very like emotional, but I think there's always like a sweetness in the undertone to it, like in some way, shape, or form. I think that's really magical how they're able to do something that's so like sweet, but at the same time too like embrace real feelings. And that's something that we talk about all the time when Honeyworks. The fact that like, and we have like here like feelings of jealousy, feeling of longing, even like feelings like, you know, of jealousy from Mona's side too, and like feeling like they're getting left behind in some way. That's all like there in some ways too. There is a real and I think this is like, yeah, as I said, the Honeyworks thing, to have like this idea of embracing this these emotions and not shying away from them, but wanting to shy away from them. The crux of this whole idea, the story is, and like the reason why the title of the video, if I can read the title again, the title of the actual video itself is Wednesdays Promise, another, right? Or Wednesdays Promise. It sounds like there's one specific time every single week, no matter how the two of them get so busy, one with their music, one with their acting and their modeling, no matter how busy they get, they promise that at 11 o'clock on a Wednesday, they will talk to each other, right? Or meet up with each other, talk to each other. It seems talk to each other. That to me is like such an important thing, because that she even said, like, I'll drop everything. No matter how busy I am, I'm going to make sure that I get to this point, because a magic spell goes over us in this moment. Fantastic stuff, right? And that to me is her saying, like, to him, it's like, you know, this relationship is still important to me. And obviously I think it's important to him too, but I think we're hearing from her perspective, like, you know, and no matter how busy, even if I don't get to see you, I still love this relationship. Even if I don't get to kiss you, I love this relationship. Even if I don't get to hold you, I love this relationship. It seems like a long distance relationship that's not long distance. You know what I mean? It's like the distance is more to do with their work and how, like, they're kind of like maybe two ships crossing in paths, you know, that don't get to obviously see each other all the time. And I think it's like such an important detail where it's like they are legitimately like in love with each other, they like each other, they want to be with each other, but the issue always is that their schedules don't always match up. So they make time for each other, she secretly went out and like, you know, tried to find, you know, went up to his room with, or like stayed outside his house until he like appeared that time as well. Whenever they go on dates, they have to still be secret. So obviously there's a lot of pressure there, right? For any relationship, that's difficult, right? That's so difficult to have that pressure where it's like, even when we do get to be together, we have to hide our faces because it could be a scandal, because it could be this. And I know how like that stuff works. I'm only going from K-pop. I know this is different, right? But in saying K-pop, for example, I'm assuming it's the same with the idols all around the world. And not the idols, but even like actors as well. As soon as like you're seen with like another actor or singer, right? Outside of a video or outside of a production, like it is news for weeks, and then your fans get a hold of it. And all this, it becomes such a big news story. So they even when they want to meet up with you, they have to be like a little bit secretive too, you know. So there is a lot of pressure there. But she's saying that even with all this pressure, even with all these feelings, I don't feel that it's ruining our time together, right? You know? There's a honest feeling of like, yeah, this sucks, but I'm happy to just be with you, right? And we talk about honest feelings, like I loved the way they showed his like jealousy for her, like, you know, being with an actor. Again, she's with like a beautiful actor on stage, and we always talk about this Honeyworks, like how like in the real world, like nowadays, a lot of people online, if he went online and said, man, I'm so jealous of like my gal, she's always with these pretty actors, the first thing that like people are gonna do is it's going to go viral and he's going to get flamed and insulted and he's going to delete his Twitter, right? But the reality is it's not an uncommon feeling to have where it's like, I'm looking at my beautiful girlfriend with this beautiful actor and they have great chemistry. And it's not like he's being like, you never go near that guy again. You know, he's being jealous, which is like normal. And he's not being horrible or abusive. He's just like having a normal feeling. You know what I mean? And I love the way Honeyworks embraces that stuff too, you know? I also love how they showed Mona's honest feelings as well, which is like, you know, feeling left behind by her sister. I think there was a song we saw before where like she used to spend so much time with her sister, but now she doesn't spend as much time because he's like there. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be remembering it wrong, but it seems like that's what it was. But yeah, it is like really cool to have like a beautiful story like this that is like normal. And that's Honeyworks, by the way. It's like these beautiful stories that feel so natural. Like this feeling of like long distance relationship, it's not any long distance. Like the feeling of like how like they're trying to make time for each other as much as they can, but they still like embrace each other and love each other and have time for each other, even if they can't have like specific time for each other. Like that to me is like a really special way of portraying this. And it's really fantastic in that sense. I think there is like a thing to be said about, you know, the honesty, obviously, but then I think it's also like how amazingly like how the music always encapsulates the embracing of those feelings, right? Where you can feel like this kind of like bubbly feeling, but it's also at the same time too, it's very fast paced. It's almost like a heartbeat, and it's trying to like embody this idea of like, hey, like, you know, I'm feeling great about this. Even if it's hard, I'm feeling great about this. I'm feeling great about us. And the music really like encapsulates that as well. Also at the same time too. I think the animation this time was a little bit different. Maybe I'm wrong. Sometimes they do still frames which still looks really awesome. Sometimes they do some animation, sometimes in limited animation, minimal animation. It still looks great because the artwork is great. Like even the hand motions and the hand movements this time around looked fantastic. So like to me, like it's one of those things where like I was actually still incredibly impressed by like even like the hand movements and the animation in that sense. It looked fantastic. I don't know if that's a thing or maybe this is a different thing altogether, but like it looked really, really cool. But then again, I also like the still frame stuff as well at the same time too. Really great frames here too, like with like Mona like pressing on her back and like, you know, them hiding together in the like the station area. And I think it was a really good idea to have like a really artistic to have like, I think it was like a poster of her, and then they go to meet up with it together as well, because that shows like, oh, she can't go anywhere, right? She can't. Because like even if someone doesn't know her, what's gonna happen is this: they're gonna go, "Wait, that's you." You know, hey, can I get a picture? I don't know who you are, but can I get a picture? Because I remember specifically there was a celebrity one time in my hometown that showed up for like just a quiet day, and I got a picture with him. And when I got a picture with him, someone else was like, "Oh wait, that's that guy." And then a bunch of other people like were like just ran up and got a picture with him and whatever. And I could hear even like one person as I was walking away be like, you know, like, oh man, like, are you famous? You know, like that's the way it works. Even like you can't, like, even if like only a few people recognize you, you're gonna have other people be like, are you famous? And I really really think that's like, you know, they embodied that really well here, and like we're very honest about that too. Thank you so much for sending us in. This was a really beautiful interpretation of their relationship, and it was really fun to see as well, and I think I'm very charmed by them. Thank you so much. The next video is sent in by Esmanako. Very short video, but I remembered laughing so hard when I saw this during Hyacine's first banner. Also, retroactively knowing now that the song Zara Larsson makes sense. Zara Larsson, okay. I like her as a person. Don't listen to her music. Haven't heard her music, but I think she's an incredible person. Actually, I have heard her music. I heard her do the Stateside with Pink Panthers, which is awesome. Let's check it out.
I just wanna be part of your.
This is Zara Larsson? Oh my god, no way. This is the meme, isn't it? No, wait, I can start. This is the meme.
I just wanna be part of your.
It actually fits so well. Oh, next track here. Yeah, that was very short, but like, yeah, like that's the meme. What's so cool about this is that like, I know this is not what I should be getting from this. I know that it's just that it's really like funny to have like the, you know, the same type of visuals and rainbow like visuals as like the actual meme itself in her like in her ultimate. And that is really cool. It's a really cool relation. But like I'm just sitting here going like, that was Zara Larsson? I did not know that was Zara Larsson. I did not know that was her song. She's probably making so much money off that song. That is used in so many ads. That is used in like so many different like ads. Like she's probably making so much money. Holy hell. But yeah, I love when people make those connections. I think that like the Hoyo fan base, I've always said this, always have a great eye for like comedy when it comes to that stuff. They always have like a good eye for making something like really, really charming and fun without ever like feeling insulting. There's never a feeling of like, oh man, they went too far with this, or oh, this is too much, you know what I mean? It's really, really fun, right? It's really, really fun. But yeah, like I definitely got like, I think the connection is very funny. I think it's very, very adorable, and Hyacine is a very adorable character. Yeah, like I did not know it was Zara Larsson at all. I was actually shocked when it came on the screen there, you know? But she's like, Hyacine is a great character. If I can just get on a soapbox for a second here and use your video for a second, Esmanako, but like the rainbow aesthetics of Hyacine, like I think rainbow aesthetics are pretty, but like I think sometimes they can be used on characters that like don't actually. I'm not talking about like in not talking about what you call it. I'm not talking about like the idea of Genshin or Hoyo. I'm talking about characters in general. Sometimes they get the rainbow aesthetic. And it's like, oh, are they actually like, you know, really like, it's like the opposite of a demon. Are they really, do they really have the pink marshmallow inside of them? You know, did they really have that marshmallow inside of them? But Hyacine is 100% the character that like embraces that rainbow stuff. And also it's sad that she does too, because like the rainbow stuff is her character, but it's also, let's be honest, it is her character, but it's also something that is like, she has to hide the darkness behind her as well, right? But yeah, really, really fun stuff. Thank you for sending us in, Esmanako. The next video is sent to my Jackal Sniper. With the soon-to-be-announced Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition, now is the perfect time to show you the main theme of Sonic Frontiers. I'm here. Lyric video. Let's check it out. Am I right in saying Sonic Frontiers has some great music? Crazy stuff, man. Never would expect this from Sonic, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You never would expect it. So cool, the chugging guitar. Man, this game looks so good. This game looks so good every time I see it. This guitar is crazy. Every time I see this game, it makes me want to play it so badly. It's just like leaving things behind and embracing something new. That would give me chills. It's just like moving forward, right? Whoa! Whoa! Really powerful chorus. Did not expect that whatsoever. Oh, there's more. Oh, it's just like one little bit at the end. There's look at this game, man. Like, it makes me want to play it so badly. But yeah, like, I think that was a really powerful chorus, but like, I think also the song as well, like, is about the idea of like maybe like leaving a former life behind, embracing something new. Sorry about that. It's great messaging. I'll skip back just a little bit there. It's great messaging, right? It's a great idea for this track, and it's a great reason to like, I don't know, there's like a real powerful feeling to the idea of like Sonic, because I think that Sonic as a character, like, well, is about like moving forward. I think Sonic as a story is also like about like, you know, trying to move forward. I think Shadow as a character kind of embraces that ideals as well, of like the idea of like, you know, the past was terrible, let's try and move forward. Even though I know, like, you know, Sonic Adventure 2, like, you know, maybe has like an antithesis to that in a way, but that's the messaging we're getting from this track, right? Is the moving forward, no matter how hard it is. Yeah, no matter how hard it is, we just keep going. Very powerful chorus though, man. Everything I see from this game, every visual I see from this game, I want to play. Every single visual I see. So cool. The drums are amazing in this track. They're really good. Like, this is very like new age metalcore, right? I love the voice, because again, it's new age metalcore, and it kind of like, to me, that's like what it always was. Like, that was like when I was a teenager, it was getting really, really big. But I think Sonic like doesn't care about like what's hot right now ever. I think that's awesome though. Like, they will put in like a freaking track that sounds like a song from like this 1975. They don't care, and I think that's so cool. It's whatever like fits the theme at the time in that moment, you know. Yeah, it's about starting stuff new again. His voice is really, really powerful for me though. It really is powerful. Like, it's such a like instant like energy boost with this chorus, man. Oh my god, and the chugging again. Look at this. Look, I'm sorry. Come on. I need to play this game. And this freaking shredding on the guitar. Not always a fan of shredding, but if it has a purpose, it works, you know? Look at these enemies as well. Great stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Make a solo have a purpose. Add the emotion. This is such a crazy looking game. It's stunning. This game better got a 10 out of 10 for everyone. Even Sonic haters. Jesus. Okay. A little bit of a bridge here as well. Love it. So cool. Oh my god. Whoa. What? That flew by. I was like, I mean, that happens a lot in Normal Reacts where I'm like, whoa, what the hell, you know? Not that if I know a song's video's about to end, it means that like it didn't fly by. You know what I mean? It just means that like sometimes I'm more aware of like, you know, the pacing, I guess. That was crazy, like a different change that I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting to get to like a point there where I was like, oh, like this is ending. You know what I mean? I didn't expect the end whatsoever. Really, 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 really cool track. And once again, like that's the thing with Sonic is, and I said this already in this video, but like Sonic embraces genres of music in such a different way that doesn't always like happen with other games. I'm not saying about the other games like don't do I'm not saying other games do keep up with the times, because games will always that I love, the games I love will always like, you know, do whatever is important to the music at the time. But I'm talking about the extra soundtracks. That's what I'm talking about. And the reason I say the extra soundtracks is because like I think there is a thing where like some people do a soundtrack for a song for a game and they'll be like, we got, you know, I'm trying to think of who's a famous singer now that like people would be like, oh yeah, we got this person. We got, you know, Billie Eilish. And by the way, no insult to Billie Eilish, by the way. I think she's fantastic and all this stuff. But I mean, it's like they'll do it not because they like Billie Eilish, but because they're like, we need something hip, right? Billie Eilish is doing the theme song for, you know, our new game, Body Body Boo. And you're like, okay, cool. Like, it sounds great, but like, does it fit the theme? And again, it might fit the theme. I want to make that clear. I know I chose Billie Eilish just because I know she's really popular and really cool. But you know what I mean? It's like Sonic always picks tracks that fit the theme more. And I think that's always a really cool thing, right? You know, and there's nothing wrong with getting the most popular singer, getting the most popular music at the time. Because again, this type of new metal music, by the way, was super popular when I was like a wee baby. And like Warped Tour was huge, and like, you know, everyone was listening to like Sleeping with Sirens and like you know, groups like Black Veil Brides and all this stuff as well. Which again, like at the time I remember like it was like I was very, very young, but I remember like, you know, specifically like even my friends were like, you know, that sucks. But to me it was always like, you know, in a few years' time we're all gonna look back on this and be like, no, that actually was kind of cool. You know what I mean? And that's what happened to me. Like I was like, admittedly, I was also one of those people that was like, you know, sometimes I would see a new age metalcore band and I'd be like, yeah, this is just silly. All they're doing is like screaming and doing, you know what I mean? And then like, then years later, I'd listen to like a Sleeping with Sirens song and I'd be like, oh, this is kind of sick. This is really sick. You know what I mean? And sometimes I feel like it's like the same with Bring Me the Horizon. As a kid, I legitimately did not like Bring Me the Horizon at all. And now I put them as like one of the greatest bands of all time because I feel like what happened was I was very carefree and then I got older and I got more problems and emotions, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, I get it. I get this band now, you know, I get Bring Me the Horizon. And honestly, that's a cool thing, right? That's a cool thing to like embrace when you get older. But yeah, I think it's really cool that they fit the theme of the track as well. It's a very like new age metalcore song, very powerful. And I think it also like it fits the theme, not just because of the actual soundtrack as well, but like, or the song itself, but also because it has a feeling of like, would you say like belting power that feels emotional? It's not just like belting out for the sake of belting. It feels emotional at the same time. The idea of like, you know, the theme as well being the idea of moving forward and trying to move forward through something is something that I feel like we all can understand and try to embrace and try to feel as well. So it works in that sense too, where we're also like understanding like exactly like, you know, the theme and the emotions of this while also trying to like really truly embrace the heart of the song and the meaning of the song through the vocals getting so powerful and so strong and so impressive, right? It definitely feels like it is going for that as well. It means something is what we're saying. It definitely means something, and that's a super important thing too. But yeah, it's a really great track. It has like a really awesome chorus that like is like almost delayed for a second, then goes like super into this like powerful hitting part there as well. With the verses like also like just having a very direct but like open and honest meaning of the idea of moving forward. Like this whole song is about moving forward, embracing a new destiny, embracing something from beyond. I think it's frontiers that make sense. Sonic is a character that makes sense. He's always moving forward. He's like the embodiment of like a forward motion. But yeah, a really cool track. Thank you for sending us in. The next video is sent in by Cat Sith. They say to continue the saga of the not famous unconventional idol group Oner. Part of their low amount of fame comes from the way they promote themselves or lack thereof. In the Chinese entertainment industry, one of the most effective ways for somebody to promote themselves is to go on TV, interviews, variety shows, Hollywood, and such. I know. Oner has done very little of that for an idol group, and that's probably due to the poverty of Shin's Entertainment. The company they're under is in one of the few interviews that they did, the owner of the company admitted to not having enough budget to put towards the group's music and the promotions at the same time. And so one of the main ways that Oner advertise themselves is by vlogging and live streaming on their social medias about tidbits of their lives, their work, and some of the backstage work into their concerts. Here's one of their vlogs. The whole thing is too long, but there's a part I want to show you, the rehearsals for Oner's cover of Michael Wong's Chonghua Fairy Tale and Troublemaker's Troublemaker. No subs, unfortunately, but they're not speaking much anyway. Anyways, please watch from 2016 to 29-22. 29-22? No, can't do. I'll do 29-21. Okay? That's the deal. I'm joking. Let's check it out. His hair is really cool here. Really cool styling as well.
星
So rare to see skinny jeans in oh, look at this. So rare to see skinny jeans in like any idols outfits now. It's cool seeing the rehearsals though, right? For sure. Yeah, they have really beautiful voices though, don't they? For sure. The guy in the blonde's voice is, not the other guy isn't good, the guy in the blonde's voice is actually really, really beautiful. Like there's such a smoothness to it, it feels like. And now we're seeing it from this perspective as well. Obsessed with the blonde hair guy's styling. Obsessed with it. Oh, this is a different one. They're rehearsing again. Okay. What's the is this a PA? Hiding his face as well. Yeah, really pretty voices. Really pretty voices. And then the quietness afterwards, huh? I always love how the Chinese language sounds. Oh, they're like setting everything up, like trying to frame everything and trying to like block everything, which actually makes sense. This is something that you'd see quite a bit, right? For sure.
No way, no way, no way, no way. Yeah.
This is another track as well. Good, good, good. Yeah, it's so cool hearing this like a crowd as well. Like I've seen rehearsals before of like, you know, bands I like as well. Like, and it's always like really interesting thing seeing this as well. But it is kind of mesmerizing in a way just because like, you know, it feels so different, right? And it feels so much more quiet, I think, as well, you know? For sure. That beat is heavy though. That beat is deep. Cool choreo. Really cool choreo. I mean, it's a cool move. It is a cool move, even if it is like, you know, somewhat. Look at this, man. This is rehearsal, and that's how close they are. You can tell in a lot of ways it just comes very natural to them, right? Definitely does. like a lot of like emotions between each other, right? A lot of grabbing, a lot of like, you know, embracing each other. So like I think rehearsals for even like they obviously do this stuff already in the studio as well, but like doing on a stage is a completely different story, right? You have to talk about the idea of like where the camera's gonna be facing, where the crowd is going. You know, even though they don't have cameras, they probably, I don't know if they film this, but in terms of like filming it for like, you know, a production or whatever. But like you have to like think about everything, the placement of the where the sound is gonna carry, where the crowd is gonna see you, what they're gonna see, where you face at specific moments. Like all this stuff is like really thought out. I remember I saw Islet's like practice for this stuff too, and even Islet like practice like, you know, little things like what's the best way to go and say hi to the crowd. You know what I mean? It's like they practice all this stuff, you know? Yeah, this guy's very natural at the dances, right? Very natural. Again, a lot of like embracing each other. Oh. And again, you see like the I don't know if they're PA. They don't look like PA. They look like they're like organizing the whole thing. They look like a director, but like they're watching this like a hawk, which is obviously their job, if that's the case. You know what I mean? But like still, like you can see them watching like a hawk. You can see like the blocking still right, where to move, where to stand. Oh, they're a choreographer maybe as well. Possibly. We see a mustache, by the way, very rare in idols. We see a bit of fuzz on that lip. 110%. Oh, they have big cameras there, right? For sure. And then I guess we have like another run through after that as well. Which I like the way they show us like two run throughs at least, right? For sure. And obviously there's going to be much more intensity as well when it comes to the dance moves when they're on stage specifically, right? For sure. Because as well, I think there's also a risk. You don't want to expend too much energy, and you don't want to get injured in practice, right? Even though a lot of the idols I know like don't care about getting injured because they will do the crazy stuff in between then anyway, you know, so... Yeah, it's really cool seeing this type of stuff. Yeah, and so much touching each other. That's a cool dance move. This is a cool part as well. The dancers having so much attitude even in rehearsals is sick, man. Look at them. The backup dancers, I mean. His voice is very powerful as well. For sure. Yeah, I know, man. I like the idea of this. I like the idea of seeing this stuff. I really do. Very cool stuff. And that's Is that the time? Whoa, it is. Okay, it's about the time, 2022. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, so with this thing here, what I think is really cool about this is getting to see, obviously, something that, like, we don't always get a peek behind the curtain with, right, when it comes to, like, any act, right? Now, it is, like, honestly, one of my favorite things to see the behind the scenes of any type of, like, artist or what they're doing behind the scenes or something like that as well. And that, to me, is, like, what we got to see here, which is, like, the pre-performance aspect of Oner, right? And what they do before they go onto the big lights and the big stage as well, like that as well, because that's such an important part of it. Blocking, choosing where you're going to stand, where's the right place to, like, be arranged. And you might, a lot of people, like, you know, I think when they look at, like, a lot of people don't think about it maybe, and it's not anything wrong with that. A lot of people look at dancers and they go, like, kind of like, you know, that's just you know, because dancers make it look easy, they think, like, oh, they probably just go on stage and, like, after they practice for a while, they can just do it that way. But there's so much that goes along with that, depending on the stage as well, because for example, if you go on, like, M Countdown to do a performance versus, say, you go on your big stage show with a gigantic stage with a circular stage in the middle of the crowd, it's going to be a completely different way to block the performance than it is on M Countdown, right? The example I would give is, like, say, like, I'm from something I know, like, Bouncy. We just watched this in this video. Ateez Bouncy. There's a part in that choreo where they, like, all go around in a circle and they dance, right? Like, in like almost like they're, like, doing, like, the cha-cha-cha in a way. And the reason why I think about that, not that maybe they probably don't do that on stage, but I think that one of the interesting about that is, like, people might just say, like, oh, well, you know, you just adapt that so easily. It's actually kind of difficult sometimes, and, like, they have to, like, really think about it. They have to think about, like, okay, well, where are you going to be standing? You can't stand there because that's going to block this. That's going to block that camera. You can't stand here because the camera won't be able to see you at this point. You can't stand here because this crowd won't be able to see you. You need to face this crowd at this point to make them go crazy. There's so many things that go into, like, how you do this type of performance. And you can see even here in this video, which is really, really cool, is that they went through, like, 2 run-throughs of each song. The first song, like, they went through even, like, the specific hand movements, where they would stand, what happens at the end of the song. And you can see, like, the choreographer / director was definitely, like, keeping an eye on, like, absolutely everything, like, making sure everything is meticulous, making sure everything makes sense, making sure everything is, like, in its place. And I think it's, like, a really, really great thing as well for to showcase as well, because that's something, like, you don't always often get to see, which is, like, the very heavy production aspect of everything, right? And then we saw with the second song as well, again, that choreographer, that director was watching everything like a hawk, was making sure that absolutely everything that they witnessed was, like, completely perfect. At one point, even, like, directing them, hey, move a bit forward, move a bit to the back. You should be here. You should do that instead. Grabbing their hands and be like, you do this together, right? All that stuff is, like, really, really important stuff. Like, would the fans be completely happy if they just went out on stage and just did their dances, like, casually, whatever? 110%. But also, like, a lot of these idols, doesn't matter if it's Oner or the K-pop ones I listen to, they know that, like, a lot of people who came here paid, like, hard-earned money to see them perform, so they don't want to, like, let them down in any way, shape, or form. So they're like, you're going to see a full-on performance. You're going to see a well-blocked performance. And they practice that stuff here. I do like we also got to see that, like, when they are doing, like, because obviously they've done the choreo practice before, but in this case, they're doing, like, a lot more, like, casual movements. They're doing a lot more stuff where, like, it's not as, like, intense, but it is still the movements themselves and, like, what they would look like if they were in that space. To me, it reminds me of, like, if you're practicing for a play, for example, in the early stages of the practice for the play, you're going to be like, and then I stab you, okay? Where then as you go forward, you kind of do more heavier motions. And a lot of times, like, when I was doing plays and stuff like that, it was like, the reason why, like, we don't just, like, constantly have the actor thrust the sword 20,000 times all the time, even in practice beforehand, is because, like, there's a risk of, like, injury at any time, right? I want to make it clear. And, like, this is true with everything. Like, look what happened, like, with RM and BTS recently. He got injured before he even got on stage. There is a risk at all times of being injured. And that can happen in any part of the choreo. You can twist an ankle, you can hurt your wrist. Like, he nearly fell down the stairs at one point there in this video. And I think that's probably, like, why they do that too, where it's like, okay, let's do it more casual because we don't want to expend energy. We don't want to be tired by the time of the show, and also we don't want to get injured. Because the worst thing that could happen is you're trying out, like, a move, or, like, you're pretending to grab someone's butt and they move back and forth and then they get injured. It'll be a sad day for everyone to go to one of these concerts. Yeah, it's really cool to see this stuff. It's really cool to see the behind the scenes of this, and I really think that there's so much passion that comes through these guys, so it's always really cool to see that too. So it's mega appreciated. Thanks so much for sending us in, Katsith. This is so interesting to see. Thank you. The next video is sent in by, let's see here now, Axeler 21. Hey Romer, hope you're doing well. This is an animated short for the character named Yeshuan from Zenless Zone Zero. A little note though, this is 9 minutes long. Okay. And I feel like you'll have a lot to say about it, so feel free to ignore the request if you're running out of time, because I feel this segment could be a good 15 to 20 minutes. Here's the thing, I'm trying to be more concise. I'm always trying to be like myself and speak as much as I can. But with Romer Reacts, I'll be completely honest, like I am trying to be like more like, how do I say it? I'm trying to be more like, timely with stuff. It doesn't mean, and you guys can see this whole video, I'm not ignoring my discussions and my feelings, you know what I mean? But like I definitely think that, like, you know, for such a long video it's good to be more concise. But here's the thing, do not worry about that. I want to say this, make it perfectly clear. You do not worry one tiny bit about that. I know you're so sweet for worrying, and I appreciate it so much, and thank you so much for worrying and for saying that. It will probably be like a 15-minute to 20-minute section of this video, but I don't want you to ever worry about that. I hope that makes sense. I don't want you to ever think about that. Send in the video you want to send. You know, you paid your hard-earned money to send in the video as well and to support me, so please do not worry about that. And I appreciate it so much that you worry about that, but do not worry about that. This is Yeshuan, animated short, If I Could Become Light. Let's check it out. My favorite game, Zenny Zone Zero. Let us go. My favorite game, Zenny Zone Zero.
Ishun Shifel.
Okay. Beautiful animation already, right?
Senior Fufu.
Love the designs, man.
Senior Emo.
That's a panda bear.
Brother.
That's her brother, okay. Who's this? Really, really cute design. What happened there? Maybe a blast from the past. This way the music's really gorgeous too.
Memories. They're like photographs losing their color, fading.
Stunning visuals.
Each day.
Memories like photographs fading, losing their color every single day. So I wonder if like she's losing her memories, or maybe that just like as time goes on, we all kind of like forget about stuff as time goes on, I guess.
I can't remember what I just said.
What?
Or the way home.
I'm sorry, but these visuals are incredible, guys. I know she's saying something really, really emotional. She's saying she can't even remember her way home or remember what she just said, like. But these visuals are stunning. They're freaking stunning.
Sometimes I even forget my
Oh,
own
this is a
name.
crazy visual as well. Looking at our own reflection in the street reflectors, the parking reflectors.
But I can't tell them. They definitely cannot find
She's
out.
just keeping it bottled up.
I can't tell anyone.
That's not good. It's not good at all. Man, every visual in this could be a poster. The day we went to the movies, I was wearing a casual dress that said it really suits me.
I write down everything that happens every day, just like before. The early morning trains.
Oh my god, the artwork. Oh my god, the artwork is so pretty. She's writing down everything, obviously, to remember it. This is really, really sad. And I think there's like a thing where like some people do have like some memory loss where they like to write stuff down and so they can look back over it. But this is a struggle because like obviously like these people would probably help her, right? 100%. But she doesn't want them probably to worry in some way.
Foraging, enjoying hot springs. Picnicking.
Oh, I just realized it's, oh my god, the visuals are on like a lined paper, the drawings. That's so cool. What a way to represent her words with like beautiful artworks on lined paper, right?
All the moments I spent with everyone. They're so precious to me. But I know they'll never come again.
Oh, Jesus, man. Oh no. What the hell?
All thanks to the wielder of the Qingming
When she saved them? And that's, sorry, I keep pausing, guys, but I just want to say this, but I'll try not to, I'm just like so interested in this already. But like what's so cool about this is that like how interesting is it to have like a crowd cheering your name, but you can't embrace it because you're feeling too down, right?
Did my whole
You know what I mean?
life. And now I can finally protect everyone too.
Okay. It's good to see her smile, man. I think it's the first time we saw her smile. Still pretending.
You know exactly what's going to happen if you keep this up. There has to be another way.
Jeez, every shot in this is incredible, isn't it? The reflection in the eye.
You really haven't noticed. It's not just your memory.
Oh no.
Your vision, hearing, sense of smell, taste, touch. Every one of your senses is slowly fading.
It's almost like a connection to the world, even,
this
right?
Needless sense of duty. Is it really worth it?
This music. The cutting off the music gives so much anxiety. We can almost feel it.
Senses are fading away until
That's brutal. Again, why is every frame in this freaking thing? It could be a poster. Every frame, even this. Is that the main character? And I can't remember their face? Again, it's so gorgeous, but it's hard because it's so emotional as well. Like, it's so like, look at this. I'm sorry, but like, what were they freaking smoking and paying these guys? You know what I mean? How much is the budget for the animation and the art for this short, Hoyo? Yes, they said, yes. As they sat there, like, doing copious amounts of whatever, giving a budget of 25 billion for this. It's gorgeous. I'm not complaining. Give all the budget to it. It's stunning, man. It's so crazy. But it's so emotional. Like, it's so hard because I want to enjoy, I keep pausing, but I want to enjoy the artwork as well. I am enjoying the artwork, but then also like the emotions behind it are so heavy. And look at this, you can't remember the face of that guy again. And food is so important to memory and games as well. Ah, Jesus, man. And look, the silhouette again. All these different memories, but obviously there's part of it fading away. So heavy. No way. Gorgeous again. Man, this is so heavy. I'm getting chills.
Brother, do you remember the song Mom used to sing to us when we were little?
No way. When she's like embracing this song as well. Again, it seems like everything she's doing is like trying to keep a connection with the world, right? For sure. Oh, just like dragging her sword. There's almost not even passion in it, right? It's almost like she's just doing it.
I have to protect everyone.
With this.
Who exactly
Stop.
is everyone?
That's so brutal. Did she just get cut down?
So familiar. Who
No.
are they?
No, Zen Zone Zero, no. That's so dark. Like, seeing her drag along her sword, that to me embodies the idea of like just dragging your passion with you from behind you, trying to move forward, but you don't even remember the people that you're protecting anymore. Because here's the thing, guys, I want to make clear, when you lose a sense, you still can have a quality of life. You could, if you lose your sense of taste, your eyesight, your hearing, your touch, all those things on an individual level, or sometimes 2 or 3, you can. But like, that doesn't change the fact that like, if you lose all your senses and your memories, the world might as well be like not there. You know what I mean? Like, because you can't remember anything, you can't touch. You know what I mean? It's like, because I hope it doesn't sound like I'm being ableist in any way, because that's not my intention. I'm more just meaning in a way that's like what she must be feeling right now. Like she feels disconnected from the world, you know? Super powerful, man. As our tears is all Jesus Christ. Is that those faded pictures as well? This is heavy, man. This is so freaking heavy. Oh.
point is Link, and you remember
Just the kind of...
What's the point of a sacrifice?
Like, what's the point to keep fighting? What's the point to keep protecting people?
I know.
I know?
I've made it this far safe and sound.
What?
So there must be someone watching.
Stop
over
this,
me.
man. Why is it so emotional? Like, she's like, even her smile is making me feel kind of emotional, man.
I can't remember who they were or what they did for me. I can still feel it in my heart, the happiness they left behind.
You fool! You're just lying to
Crazy
yourself
image as well.
because you
Crazy
lack
imagery.
the courage to defy your own fate.
No, that's not true. I know that one day I'll forget
And this
everything.
music's stunning as well.
I won't see, hear, smell, taste, or even feel anymore.
This character's tragic,
but
man.
I also know there are people I love,
Yes. Oh my god.
and I'm being loved by them.
This character, man.
They protected me,
Stop.
and now it's my turn to protect them.
It's almost like pencil colors, but the colors like returning to her.
I'm willing to become the wielder of the Qingming
She's
sword,
like, I'm gonna do it.
even if it costs me everything in the end. I don't.
So do you think it's the sword that's draining her?
No one's going to remember you, let alone thank you.
Perhaps, but it doesn't matter to me.
Look at this blinding light off her as well.
I love them. That's all there is to it.
Chills. Chills, man. And the gong waking her up as well. Again, the drawings are really crazy good. Like the talent here is crazy.
Dream again.
So that was all a dream as well. Again, when we say every frame could be a freaking... Put this on my wall. Put this on my freaking wall. Like, Jesus Christ. Who did they hire for this? I think they have in-house artists though, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's such a beautiful embracing of like these emotions at the end of like people that love you and knowing that people do love you. Because it seems to me like maybe the sword is something that's like a big responsibility in draining her. But she's kind of realizing now that it's like, I don't mind that I'm going to forget everything eventually. I don't mind that everything's going to leave me eventually. Because I know that I have them. You know what I mean? I know that I have these people that love me. And I love them. And I want to be with them. Even if she doesn't remember them in that moment. Even in that dream, she didn't remember them. She didn't remember who they were. They were fading away from her memory like a photo that was faded. And she still realized though, but I still have them. I know they love me. And I know I love them.
Rise and shine!
I'm up. Yishun Shifil.
And she's going through them to make sure she remembers them. That's what it is, yeah.
Senior Fufu loves meat more
Heck
than
yeah.
anything. Senior Inu cooks the best meals.
He looks like he cooks the best meals.
And brother, always so gentle and kind.
I don't mean because he's like a big panda who looks like he eats everything. I mean it's because like he has those glasses. He looks like an old man who's like, sit down for some tea, you know?
Yes.
Do you remember them?
These are the people I want to protect.
Love that, man.
The people who I love very, very dearly.
Love that. This to me was a triumph. An absolute triumph of animation, of artistry, of emotions. This to me was exactly the type of stuff that I feel like that makes me go nuts when it comes to animation. First of all, the art style in general was just absolutely gorgeous. Like, this is a visual feast like nothing else. Like, every single second frame was stunning. Like, the fact that, like, as I said, and I mean this, I don't mean this as just like a crazy thing. You could have every frame in this entire thing. It doesn't matter what frame it is. If you pause on anything in this whole thing, you could have a piece of art that would be on someone's wall that you wouldn't question one bit. And you'd be like, oh, where'd you get this, dude? This looks absolutely stunning, right? It's gorgeous. The colors, the art style itself, the character designs. It looks to me like a classic anime with so much personality. You know what I mean? And that's so freaking beautiful and so cool to see. And it's not just the artwork and the drawings, it's also the framing, the way that like they framed certain scenes in the exact right way. Her like the way they showed her from behind at the start of it, like with the sword. I think that's the sword right beside her as well. The way that they kind of like showed her emotionally distraught with the people behind her kind of like cheering for her. Like there was like beautiful framing in this that's absolutely so freaking gorgeous. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter, like, her walking down those steps at the start as well were so freaking beautiful as well, Her on her bed writing the with the blue light, the moonlight shining in through. The beautiful pencil drawings on the actual page to kind of like embody like her memories through like these artwork drawn on the piece of paper is a really cool detail as well. It's a really gorgeous detail. I'm trying to think if there's any other, like, there's so many frames, like them sitting on the blowing bubbles together, you know what I mean? The sunlight coming down and in front of her as well. Like there's so much beautiful imagery in this story. And in terms of the story itself, it seems like it's a story about a character who wields a sword to protect people. Because she feels like in her life, she was protected as well in her life. And she loves the idea that she can protect the people that protected her in the past as well. That is a stunning idea off the bat. Starting off, incredible, amazing, so fantastic, so beautiful. So right away, you already have this like really stunning idea and really stunning, this really stunning idea, this really stunning ideal, where we have this, like, as you said, this unbelievably, and I say stunning not in like, oh, it's amazing. I say stunning in terms of like, it's a beautifully tragic and dark story, but it's stunning in terms of like how well they pulled this off and the idea, I mean. So I don't mean to say stunning as in like, oh, it's so beautiful. It's beautiful in its own way. This idea of this character who is losing their memory, who can no longer, who is losing their senses, who over time will forget these people that they truly adore and truly love. And they're losing what they feel is probably maybe their connections to the world, but they want so desperately to protect the people that they love at the same time too. They show this sadness throughout the whole time where they're like, and where they fully are like realizing, okay, these people that I love, I'm no longer remember, and I can't get these memories back. I can't remember what I said just now. I can't remember what I did yesterday. I can't remember my own name sometimes. So I have to write this down in the book. And they show like so subtly at the start, like such a beautiful way of contrasting both the start and the end. The more hopeful nature of the end and the very like dark, downtrodden start. Where at the start of it, she's looking through all these pictures of her friends and the people that love her. And she looks at them, she goes, this is this person, this is that person, that person. It's sad watching this when you realize what is. Retroactively, it becomes sad because like, oh, she's forgetting everybody and she's trying to remember everybody, right? She looks at her own reflection in a parking mirror where she's like, oh, that's, that's me? That's me? Kind of almost questioning that in a way as well. And then, right? And then this is why it's so incredible to me, right? This is why it's so incredible. The ending is her looking through the pictures again, but now she's like, oh, these are the people I want to protect. And it feels like the thing that was in her dreams that looked a little bit, maybe it was like another like faded version of herself. I don't know if that's what they're trying to do here. Was trying to kind of like get her to abandon the idea of using this sword to protect people, if that's what I'm getting at here. Because in her dreams, she was dragging along the sword, which again, symbolically, her dragging that sword behind her to me screams the idea of like, it's something that like is paining her, but she's keeping going. She's dragging herself to the finish line in this sense. She's still, cutting these creatures down because she wants to help these people. She's embracing all these memories that she had with these people where like, that all the time she had with them. And she's realizing it's fleeting, right? In so many ways, not just like in a physical sense of her losing her senses, but also like her memories, right? It's like the connection toward the world is kind of severing in some ways. But in the end, she realizes in that moment, I have people that love me and I love them, right? And to me, it's like, yes, it's dark that all of this is dark. It's so dark. But there's something so beautiful about this idea of a character that tragically is like, I am going to continue to do this because I adore my friends and I adore the people that love me and I adore the people that care about me. I'm going to continue to fade away until there's nothing left because I know at the very least that what I have that's connecting me to this world, it won't be my senses, it won't be my memories, but it will be the people that I adore, the people that have embraced me, and the people that help me, and the people that I want to help. That to me is such a powerful image of love, right? That she is like so ready to be like, I love these people and I'm going to do everything in my power to fight for these people. It's so beautiful. Yeah, this is an unbelievably beautiful EP. I think it's gorgeous. I think that what they did here is something that's just so incredible and masterful. And as we said, in the artistry behind it, and also in the magic that is behind it too, like in terms of like the story and the emotions and her sadness. It's so powerful. Like it hits your heart, because at the times that you're focusing on how pretty it is, and at times you're focusing how beautiful the music is, right? And there's even that moment there where like she's singing with her brother, where like they're like, and the music still plays in the background, you know, still harkening back to her past, right? But the emotions in this are so heavy and so beautiful. You feel all these things from, oh, this is beautiful, to, oh, this is really sad. Oh, this is really dark. Oh, this is really dark but beautiful. Oh, this is heartbreaking but uplifting at the same time. And I feel like that embodies all of this as well, 110%. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for sending us in. Alexander21, really incredible stuff. The next video is sent in by Flowerbit, and this is Seesaw by Gowon and Chuu featuring Kim Lip. So it's Gowon and Chuu featuring Kim Lip. This is the B-side for Gowon's Loona pre-debut solo. The Kim Lip feature is just one line, but she of course makes it memorable. But it's time for more Gowon, because everyone needs more Gowon in their lives. If you guys don't know, and I might start the timestamp here, if you guys don't know, Gowon went from being like my Loona bias to, I think anyone in the Patreon chats can say this and vouch for this, who are in the Patreon K-pop chats. I feel like I part the sea when I talk about Gowon, where I'm like, everyone shut up. It's Gowon time. I think she's incredible. I think she's amazing. I think it's not only just like her voice that we've heard, but it's also like her presence is just so magical. She really is the definition of like a walking magical girl. She is the crunchy princess, right? For sure, you know? And I want to make it clear as well. Love Chuu, love Kim Lip as well, love Loona. Let's check it out. So it seems to start right away, so let's go back to the start here. Okay. Oh, they both sound so amazing. Oh my god, that Chuu voice. Okay. Oh yeah, it's memorable. When you said it, that's her only line, by the way. You said it made it memorable. Like, yeah, of course, man. Like Kim Lip, like coming in with that freaking soulful, beautiful voice. You know what I mean? That like voice that's almost made for like R&B in a way. Killing it in one line. You know what I mean? It's very Kim Lip to do this already. You know, but of course, like you know, Chuu and Gowon are amazing singers as well. But it's so beautiful to hear any Loona voice, honestly, at this stage. So lovely. Putting up a front. Oh, after you left. Love them going back and forth here. Like a seesaw, right? Chuu's voice, man. Chuu has a voice that is legitimately, I think, because she's so adorable and so she's so cute, and because she gets the reputation for being like the cutest person in the industry in terms of K-pop, right? And she has that reputation, right? And I think sometimes, like, you know, people like, even myself, like, you know, yeah, you have to remind yourself sometimes that she's also like just one of the best singers in the world. You know what I mean? You have to remind yourself. She's so incredible what she does here. The song so far seems to be about like how you go through a day and things are making you feel good, bad. Your mood is changing constantly because ever since this person left, it's like a seesaw. It's going back and forth. It feels so like not only are you going through the day with like a fake smile and everything's like, how do you have to put up a good front, but it also feels like, you know, the smallest thing could make you angry and the smallest thing can change your mood. You're happy at one point, you're sad at one point. At least that's what I'm getting from this anyway. Like this line here. Gorgeous. Yeah, something makes me up and down. You're not in front of me now. Oh, I see, I saw you. Love Gowon's voice so much. Really pretty stuff, isn't it? Oh my god, man. Infecting my heart. So crazy, and the beat's really great too. But their voices are just so beautiful together. Sorry? Sorry? Chills. And here's the thing, Gowon's voice here, and this is why it is to me, like, anyway, I don't know, like, if you guys would disagree or agree. To me, the reason why Gowon's voice is so nice sometimes because it has that sweetness to it. It's sugary. It feels like a fluffy dessert sometimes listening to her voice. But just like any good dessert, right? Good treat, there's always like that hint of like sharpness, like an attitude to it, right? There's like an attitude to the sweetness. It's like Gowon's voice is so sweet, but there's always like the it counteracts it with like the actual sweetness. The sweetness is counteracted with always like an attitude. Even like with like One and Only, when she does One and Only, right? Like, and it's not just attitude in terms of like, you know, being like aggressive or anything like that. It's more like an attitude of just like there's like a hint of like I wouldn't say energy, I wouldn't say aggression. It's more like this what would you call it? Like, attitude is the perfect word for it, right? There's like a hint of attitude, right? Just a hint of kind of like, because I don't want to like use a word that doesn't really fit there, but like to me it just seems like it's like there's a sweetness to it, and then like you hear like this kind of like very subtle tinge to it that has such like a contrast to the sweetness. Well, I don't know. I think she sounds amazing. I really do think she sounds amazing. This part here is incredible. The whole thing, I see or saw you. I loved or loved you. Do you think that's the thing where it's like now that the person's gone, they're kind of like thinking to themselves, do I feel this way? You know, and do I feel like this way, you know? I would use the word bitterness, but I think when you use the word bitter, it makes it sound really bad. Because it is a bad word when you use to describe something that's bitter. But because that's why I wouldn't use to describe her voice. I also use the word attitude because like I think the opposite of sweet is bitter, but I think in her voice it's more like a thing where it's like there's not a sadness. I think you get what I'm trying to say. There's like a tinge of her voice that like isn't just that counters like any of the sweetness and makes it kind of like this good contrast, I feel like. It's not just like this purely. It's the same thing with Chuu. Chuu has like such a cute voice sometimes, but then she also has this like really great way of belting out some really soulful vocals too. I think that's something that the Loona gals are really good at, never being like painted into a picture, never being painted in by numbers, right? You know what I mean? Cherry recently, for example, did Pressure, where it's like, that is the cutest song in the world, but it also, you also know that for a fact that she can do some of the best high notes you've ever heard in your life. You know what I mean? For sure, 110%. It sounds really great. Sorry I went on a tangent there. I just really feel strong about Gowon's voice, even if I couldn't describe it properly. Listen to this. But you see what I mean? Like that's why I think that sometimes like it's like there is like the opposite of sweetness there as well. There's like a sweetness to her voice, but there you see it there. There's like a sadness. There's like a bit of like an attitude in it as well. It never just sounds plainly sweet. You know what I mean? It never does. I don't want to hold you again. Gorgeous, man. She could sing the phone book to me, honestly. That soulful voice, you know? I love this part too, man. It's really cool because it's like embracing emotions, not just through lyrics, but also through like, you know, vocal sounds. You know what I mean? Oh, Jesus Christ. They really found Chuu, and it was like, this song's almost over. What the hell? again, I'm a big supporter of shorts, so I listen to Pink Panthers, right? And this isn't even that short, right? But I'm just saying, like, if they're like a Gowon and Chuu and Kim Lip song, I think you have permission to make it 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Just saying, you know? But yeah, like, I think they like, and I mean this whenever I say, like, because I always have to do the whole pancake waffle thing, because you know what, sometimes people do like the whole, like, you know, oh, I think Kim Lip's one of the most amazing singers in the world. And like, you know, I'm not saying you guys won't do this, but then passerbys can, you know, be like, well, actually, I think that like the other singers are good too. And you're like, I didn't say the other singers are good. I just praise people individually at times, right? When I think they found Chuu, I always say this, and I hope I don't, sorry to bring up Blockberry. Fuck 'em. But like, some people say online all the time, oh, they didn't know what they had when they found Chuu. The problem is that they freaking did. They did. That's why she was like, in a lot of things, she was like front and center a lot of times. Not because she was like the most important member, but like because they knew that she had this incredible voice. They knew she had this incredible presence, right? And they utilized that. That's why whenever I see people saying like, oh, they didn't know what they had, they did, and they freaking like, they knew it. They knew it. They just sucked. That's the problem. And like finding a singer like Chuu that can be so soulful, so beautiful, but also handle like very cute and subtle and low tones as well. Like, she really is like a singer of a generation. I really think she is. And honestly, I feel like in terms of solo artists, she's one of my favorites, like altogether, you know? Yeah, the lyrics of the song to me like sounds like it's a very beautiful way of expressing like confusion about your own emotions and the feelings you have looking towards someone. You love someone, but do you love them really? Did you love them or did you love them at all? It's really, really beautiful. Yeah, I love this, along with the beat as well. And also, look at the individual, talk about that, the individual photos here, like, they popped off with the promotions for these gals. Like, Jesus Christ. So stunning. You appear and disappear and then it repeats. Do you see what I mean? That cool attitude that's there too. Whoa! So sick. Oh my god. So it sounds so good. The way she cut it off there, I thought she was gonna hit a belter. Such a good track. Oh! Harmonizing two different parts of the song. I'm not ending it here, guys. 1 second here. I wanted to see this part 2 again. Again, I love that Gowon part. Again, the subtle attitude there, man. The subtle kind of like tinge to it that like makes it like, again, as I said, she has such a sweet voice, but there's always something there about Gowon. I think that's what was like for me, like when I first heard about Gowon, I think she stands out the most to me in terms of who was, because everyone stands out individually for people all the time, right? And at first, like for Artemis, like of course for me it was Cherry when I saw Cherry the first time, because like in Virtual Angel, like, you know, her eyes are so striking when you see her on the screen, right? And then of course you develop over time, you learn the other girls' names. And for me, like I remember like the reason I remember Gowon's name before any other girl's name outside of Artemis was because like I think she has such a presence that is so unique. And then again, when you learn all the Loona gals' names, and like it becomes a thing where like there's no group like this ever again, and there never will be again, you know. You're never gonna find a Hyunjin again, even though she's still working. I want to make it clear, she's still out there. You know, you're never gonna find a Haeju. You're never gonna find these gals again. It's impossible. They struck lightning. They got lightning in a bottle. But yeah, I love the way she does the subtlety of that. You know what I mean? But yeah, she does something here where they cut off her line here, where you think it's going to do a belter, and I think it actually fits the theme of the song, which is like the idea of like going up and down in your emotions, like you're expecting something different here almost. It's around here. You appear and disappear repeats. Every time I see you, it changes. Love this. You leave me so weak. Where are you going? Where did you go? See that there? I'm like a seesaw. Boom. You could have easily had that be like, I'm like a seesaw, and then have a range thing. They cut it off, and it's such an interesting choice to me, right? Especially like knowing that Chuu can do a big belter there, you know what I mean? But you don't always need to do that, you know? There's like a coolness to that as well, and like again, it kind of feels like it is like it's rather than it being something where it's trying to like embrace this like big note and these big feelings. It does feel a little bit more like attuned to the idea of like, oh, I feel a little bit more confused about my feelings. I'm not here belting out these lyrics because I don't know what to really say properly here. And someone might say, well, you're overanalyzing the song. I don't think so when it comes to Loona. I don't think you can ever overanalyze lyrical stuff in Loona because everything means something, right? But yeah, we can go back to this part here, which is perfect. We're going again. That like whisper, but it still sounds so amazing. Yep. This to me is a fantastic track that's going on the playlist. First of all, this is being played when I'm working out later today. This is being played. To me, the track itself to me is about the idea of someone leaving your life, but them still leaving lingering effects behind and confusing feelings where it's like, I don't know exactly what I'm feeling here. When I see you, those feelings come back, but then when you leave, then I have all these different emotions. Like, did I actually love them? Did I actually like want to be with them or whatever? Like, it's like you're right in front of me now, and then I go up and down like a seesaw. The seesaw emotions to me screams the idea of like, you see them and you go, oh my God, I that's the person I love. I do care about them. But then you're by yourself on your own. You're like, do I care about them? You know what I mean? You're going through she even saying in the song, like, you know, it's how it's been a long day, not because it's been a long day because they worked so hard or because they did so much stuff, but because they've been putting on a front all day. They can't show the true emotions because they don't know what the true emotions are. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And like that feeling that they're trying to express here is very sad, right? It's a very sad feeling because, again, I think it's also a very common thing with life, right? Where there is that person you love sometimes. You'll hear stories about this where you adore them, you care about them, but they just won't leave you alone and be fair to you. And I say be fair because like it's unfair to still be in my freaking life. And I hope you get what I'm saying with that. It's like you won't like it's like the idea of like I am trying to move on and you're not letting me. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's exactly what this song is about, but I think it's one of those things where like they're going through their daily life. They're trying to understand their feelings and how they felt, but they can't truly embrace their own feelings because, again, it's up and down. It's constantly, what am I feeling? How do I feel? The whole idea of I loved you. Do I love you or do I love you? Or did I love you or did I love you? Right? Do I love you or you know what I mean? Like that kind of, what's the exact line? I get it here again. It's, let me get it here. Just so I'm not getting it right. Just so I'm not getting it wrong. It's, here it is. Yeah. Which is right. I see or saw you. And that line's interesting because it's like, to me, it's like seesaw, and to me, it's also like, which is right? Did I see you or did I saw you? I saw you, right? Or do I see you as in if I understand you now? I love or loved you. Do I love you or did I just used to love you? What am I feeling right now, right? It's a really, really like beautiful way of expressing that. And again, not knowing exactly how they're supposed to feel, you know what I mean? Which can be very tiring. It can be so tiring to have to put up a front all day, you know? Kim Lip comes in with a freaking amazing vocal as well, which she's saying it's been a long day. She says I've had too much coffee as well in her line too. It's such a simple line, right? Where talking about how tired you are, then saying I've had too much coffee. That means like you're jittery. That means you're shaky. That means you're like, because I've had the jitters before with it. Like just recently I had my first coffee in 2 years. My first coffee in 2 years. And I just like, it's not that I was off coffee, it's just I prefer tea. And I got coffee and it was like this really like, I didn't know what I was asking for and they just gave it to me. And it was like, I got really jittery. And that is like the feeling of like feeling up and down. Your emotions are all over the place as well, for sure. They talk about how she like would say like, the day's been plastered with fake smiles. Again, not having to like, put up a front, not showing who you truly are, not being able to embrace who you truly are. It really is a sad idea as well, right? Because like there's nothing fair about that as well. You know, it's talking about it since the day you left. So they haven't really been truly themselves since the day this person left. Absolutely brutal, horrible way to feel. Yeah, that's what the song meaning is to me. Now, in terms of the actual song itself, as I said, this is going on the playlist. It's so soulful and beautiful and emotional, and it has such a great contrast between all the singers here. I think Chuu is very soulful and has such a beautiful voice and is so great at expressing sadness. I think she's one of the best in the industry expressing sadness. You know what I mean? EXO, I've sighed enough. You know, Kim Lip, who is, I think, one of the most perfect R&B voices you could ever hear in your freaking life. She's so freaking good. And she's been so good since she was like freaking like 18 or whatever, you know? And here she adds something that's such a small tinge that like makes it kind of like this very like rhythmic but beautiful small injection into the song that like gives you chills as well, right? And then of course Gowon, right? Who is, I'm not gonna lie, is not just my favorite Loona member. She's my favorite K-pop idol in history. She just is. I adore her. I think she's incredible. I think she's fantastic. And some people might be like, it's like, wait, this is your first time hearing this song and you love Gowon? Like, the way I do things is for Rome Reacts, I like to embrace K-pop with you guys. So I there's so many times where like I see a K-pop song and I'm like, I have to like, you know, move by it. And I don't mind that because I love reacting to stuff with you guys and embracing it with you guys. Gowon to me is special. She's so special to me. But you hear it here. She's able to like hit these notes, these higher notes. But again, there's such a sweetness and an attitude, as I said. And I hope I'm describing this and you get what I'm saying. I'm sure Flowerblood gets what I'm saying as well. That there is always like this tinge of like, there's excitement, there's cuteness, there's coolness, and there's also attitude in Gowon's voice. She does such a good job with like kind of like embracing all of that and being and having that be such a big part of her vocals too. That what you have here is this very like cool, sweet vocal, contrasting this really emotional, beautiful vocal by Chuu. So you have like this kind of like perfect concoction here of like R&B, this kind of cool, sweet thing that Gowon has going on as well. That almost feels like it is kind of like very much like a pop vocal with a kind of soulful backtrack. And then you have Chuu, who is just like, again, just to me, incredible, absolutely incredible with her soulful, beautiful voice. And just to show you here as well, I want to talk about this before we go any further with this. I hate Blockberry. F them. But obviously, like, we have to talk about the workers that work for them that obviously weren't obviously a part of like the stuff that was happening to these gals. Whoever did the visual and graphic design and the styling for these gals, because these are like their early pictures, right? These are like their earliest promotional stuff, if I'm not wrong. This is for One and Only, right, as well, and for Heart Attack, right, and probably for Eclipse as well. What a way to make all three girls stand out so much, like instantly. No matter where you look on the screen, it's like that is an incredible way of depicting your group. Like you can, again, Blockberry as a company sucked, but clearly they had like some really talented people working for them. You know what I mean? Because you look at this and it's like insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, so that's what I got to say about this song. This is going on the playlist. It's absolutely incredible. Loved hearing it. Thank you so much for sending this in. This was great stuff. And yeah, before I go, actually, I should say like my favorite part of the song was Gowon's part, you know, which is right, because it like almost like gives you chills and like makes you like feel weird, right? Like it's like this like feeling of like almost like you're sitting in those emotions as she's saying that. It's almost like the world stops when she says it, you know. And people are gonna be like, surprise, surprise, Calvin's bias makes the world stop. You damn right. Gowon makes the world stop. They all offered so much in the song, even in the short bursts or bigger bursts. Incredible stuff. This is going on the playlist. It's going on the playlist. Thank you so much for sending us in, Flower, but this is incredible. Absolutely incredible. The next video is sent in by Aka. This is a performance of our Anteam title track called Going Blind from the album with the same name. Their first album to hit 1 million sales. Fantastic. Usually I would send an MV, but this one is I always end up coming back to. The live performance is the dance practice instead of because the choreo is just so good. The song is a battle cry about reaching for pretty much reckless confidence, aka going in blind, throwing yourself into the unknown when it's needed, and fully trusting both your instincts and the people who support you. That sounds pretty sick. We love Anteam. I've grown to really adore them, honestly. There'll be more Anteam coming later as well. There's Studio Choom, which I don't see a lot of sometimes, but do I need subtitles for this? We'll see when the song starts anyway. Anteam are fantastic. They are fantastic. Let's check this out. Excited for this. Whoa. 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 Visuals, always insane. Man, wait, like, I'm sorry to stop, pause already, but like, we're starting with this kind of like heroic, I would say like hard rock intro. You know what I mean? With the guitar. Such an interesting start to this. No, he deserves me to start off and start. Sorry. So sorry, Joe. Like this tune. Look at K, man. I mean, look at all of them, to be honest. Great motion here there as well. They always have great choreo though, don't they? Maki look like he owns like several businesses. I'm gonna see if there is subtitles. It is, and we're gonna go back to the start again. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I just didn't want to interrupt them in their moment. It's such a crazy start. Look at Nicholas, man. Nicholas is my bias. Crimson Moon shines. The attitude here from Joe. Of course, Mr. Attitude, Maki. Carved over. Look at you, EJ. Oh, his sweet voice. I always say this about EJ. It's such a sweet voice. It always feels like chill-inducing whenever you hear it. It's so beautiful. But man, I like have grown to like really like adore all these members. Really, I think they're all so talented. Of course, my favorite member is Nicholas, but like one member I've been noticing more and more every single MV is Yuma, and I think Yuma even saw it there. Like he's such like a tinge of like I don't know what you call it. Like it's not a softness. It's more like a, I wouldn't say caressing tone either. It's like this weird, interesting thing where it's like the way I always describe this type of singer. It's like at one point in his life he got a permanent like shaking, like raspiness that went to 10% and made him sound better. You know what I mean? There's like this little tinge to his voice that always sounds really, really cool and cute at the same time, honestly. Hear it? Yeah, it's really, really cute. Easy with the shoulder blades. Whoa! The notes here, Kay. Gorgeous. Of course, Joe's voice is gorgeous. Whoa! His voice, what the hell? Yuma. Hold on. Hold on. What the? What? Oh my god, that dance move was really cool. Taki, I don't mean to trample on your moment for a second here. You look amazing, by the way. That chorus took me off guard because it did feel like a very like rambunctious moving forward. It kind of felt like a very like uplifting, almost like the high point of any TV show when you're about to like finally going in for the attack or something, right? But they all really stunned me there with their vocals. And again, here's the thing, like I noticed Joe like a while back being just one of the best singers like in K-pop as well, right? So it's not surprising like as well. But like again, when I'm learning more about Anteam as I'm going forward and you see this kind of performance here too, I feel like they pull something out of the hat like every single time. Because even like Nicholas here sounds incredible. And he always sounds incredible, let me make that clear, but he just sounds even different now. Like it's like they can always pull off something so different. If you look like last week with Lunatic and you go to this now, Nicholas is a different demon here now, you know? Like, listen to this. His voice is so cool. Gorgeous, gorgeous note. Speaking of gorgeous notes, love this Ryuva. Love the notes here. Jesus, Booma. Love that move. Love that move. Haru was already a good actor. Mr. Cool here. Yuma's shining here. Very, very Anteam to do the kind of like, again, why do I pause here, right? And even EJ has his tongue out and they all look cool. This shouldn't be right. This is illegal. Why do you still all look cool? Why is it like the worst possible pause I can get and they still look cool? This move that you do here is a very Anteam move to do, and I think it's intentional, right? It's a very like kind of almost like fairy, like kind of like prance. They love doing a prance, which again, if you're like a wolf, you know what I mean? Wolves will prance along, they will gallop along, I guess you could say as well. So it makes sense to me. Yuma's freaking shining here, man. He's shining here. Look at that move there. Oh, that with the music as well? Nicholas. He's not real. I'm sorry for pausing again. I just have to say that Nicholas's voice there was like a creaminess and a softness, and there was like a really caressing aspect to it as well before he went in there. There was like a deepness that didn't go too deep is the way I describe it. And Fuma, I didn't mean to intentionally interrupt you, but like I'm just going a bit mad. This is really cool. Hear it? Yeah. That deepness to it. The notes. These freaking choreo. Stop. 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 That's so crazy. Holy hell. They're really incorporating those blindfolds. I love that notes. The notes you hear here as well. Okay. I love that motion. Oh my god, what the hell? What the hell? Stop. That's so cool. Oh my god, I nearly like... Stop. Yuma! The notes here they're hitting are insane. Whatever the... I was gonna say, what are they doing here? I think the song's over. First of all, can I say this right now, right? This is Yuma's song. This is Yuma's track. Everyone has their own tracks where they shine, I think, the most. I want to say that right now. Everyone has their tracks where they shine the most. They always do. I think Harawa's, I think for Lunatic, I think for me it was Nicholas and Taki were really shining during that. Like they to me were like shining, right? And everyone, again, they're all shining. I'm saying like, and Aka will know what I'm saying. Like every time there's a track, and I think that's what Anteam do very well, is that nobody's ever like, to me anyway, I think that there's a very good distribution of like lines and parts, so that every time you listen to a different track, it feels different. And look, Yuma knows it too. Look at the smile on his face. But Yuma sounds incredible here. He has, again, that softness to his voice, but there's so much personality and beauty in his voice. He's almost like he's almost exactly what you'd almost expect like a siren song would sound like if it also was mixed with like a impactful energy. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm just saying a lot of stuff here that maybe makes sense to me, but doesn't maybe make sense to other people. Like even me saying like he got a 10% raspiness, you know, like I think that's what it says to me. Like he has such a unique voice that sounds so pretty, and it's shining so much here. But everyone's notes are like really, really doing well here. Like you know, but it goes without saying when Anteam that they have so many like great way of expressing emotions and power in their voices. It goes without saying. It's like, you know, at this point, like I feel like if I said like Anteam are really good at expressing emotions in their voice, that's like, it's almost like a redundant sentence. It's almost like you get docked marks for that because it's like, yeah, water is wet. Like water is wet. Like look at Harawa's face here. Like he's such a good actor. He's incredible. The choreo in this was so intense. Was so well done. But again, I think Anteam always like are really good at making choreo feel more emotions based than just doing something cool, right? And I think that's what's always a sign of a good piece of choreo for me, is that if I'm watching a piece of choreo and like it really feels like it's the song, like for example, Firework is a good example of my favorite Anteam song, one of my favorite K-pop songs of all time. When they do the kick in Firework, that's how it feels when you hear that part of the song. Oh, and they do the kick up into the sky, right? That's how it feels. When you listen to, I'm trying to think of like another, like, well, like, again, we just listened to Lunatic. It's a perfect example. Like, you know, when you see, we can go hard like a rock star, and Nicholas is moving his elbows like crazy, that's how it feels. It's like they embrace the feeling through the choreo, and it's not just like, hey, let's just do something cool to the music. It's always really well done. In fact, I'll go back to before we go forward and watch the exact end of this. They do such a good job with this, man. His voice sounds so amazing here. Listen to his deep part here. There's like it's like that vibrato. Fuma, man. The cameraman's a star too, by the way. This is like they choose Harawa because they know he's an amazing actor. This sounds like a freaking like the moment where they go into the final fight. And like the way they jut their arms as well, it's so perfect. Speaking of perfect, here's Joe. EJ Sweet voice. Speaking of sweet. That move is so cool. Here we go. Is what I was talking about here. Like, they make a piece of choreo almost like as important as a song. And I think that's so interesting why maybe their stage shows are like so highly regarded as well from what I've seen too. And why they're shared a lot of times. A lot of times people don't even share the music videos for Anteam. They share the stage shows. The fact that like, to me, like if I'm rewatching like anything Anteam as well, like I'm waiting to see the dance moves again too. But this here is just like on another level. It literally feels like it's like just as important as the chorus, this dance breakdown. You know what I mean? To me anyway. Like it's so cool. Gives you chills. How are they not breaking their knees, man? That there as well. So neat. Look at Nicholas, man. It's Yuma's song. Look at him! And he knows it too! Such a freaking star. Love it. Absolutely love it. Doesn't Studio Choom do like things at the end as well? Or they show the guys? Gorgeous. Oh my god, it was your song. It was your song. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm down the other guys, by the way. I mean it more just in the sense of like he shone brighter than most of the other songs he does. And again, he's like one of those people that you never notice how like absolutely beautiful they are just because they're so cute, but he is beautiful. Cool as a cucumber. Look at Joe as well. I don't mean to like, I'm not trying to pause it individually there, just I tried to pause in Taki, but like it goes by really fast here. Yeah. So cool. Look at Kay. Uma. Jesus. Stop. Okay, I guess we have to pause. Where did this come out of? What the heck? Coolest person in the world, also cutest. EJ casually doing it. Stop. Take that out of your mouth right now, young man. Haru is just a great actor. Like, you've seen in his eyes, by the way. Like, I never seen someone like look so cute, but also look like they've been through 12 wars. Stop. And then he does this right afterwards. And he's laughing to the guys at the side, clearly. Yeah, this is just like one of those things that, like, Anteam continues to be a heavily emotional group, even in the most coolest moments. And I feel like, whoever, is their director, whoever's their choreographer, whoever is their video directors, whoever does this stuff for them, whoever does their styling, I think just loves these boys. Because I think that there's so much passion that goes into every single aspect of Anteam. They're to me, that they are the perfect example of a J-pop/K-pop group now, I guess, as well, because they made their debut in I know there's only one Korean member, but they're a perfect example of an idol group, I should say. That is what you want an idol group to be, which is the type of group where you can tell that passion is put in every single moment. Because sometimes, yeah, you can watch an idol group and you're like, man, I wish they would have done more with this. Oh, they should have done more with this. Oh, they deserve more with this. But I really feel like Anteam, whoever's doing all the stuff for them, from styling, as I said, to choreo, to line distribution, to songwriting, to the video directing, to the hairstyling, and then the boys themselves all together, like there's passion put at every single front. Like every little bit of it's like, oh, they're everyone's trying to do something cool. Everyone wants to do something cool for this. Everyone believes in this. That's a good way to put it. Everyone believes in this. And that's like the really, really cool thing as well. As you said, the song is kind of like about like letting go of your inhibitions, it seems, you know what I mean? There is like a really cool aspect to that too, where it is kind of like just going for it, right? And I feel like the music as well, like embraces that, you know what I mean? I think there's like a feeling of like, energy and power in the chorus that really, really feels like they're, it's like, let's go now, right? At one point, Yuma says there's like, I'll bear my fangs, you know what I mean? You'll die if you don't act first, by the way. And I think it was like maybe EJ's sweet voice afterwards are talking about like these roaring voices as well. Again, and in case it also like there's about the world being cold. I remember this one stint because I was so focused on the lyrics at that point as well as during the part. But like it is like this idea that, again, as wolves, like the world is terrible if you do not bite first or you not act first. And I think what's so cool about that as well, like the idea of like, hey, you have to act first, you have to bite first. This world can be dangerous. You have to go on and do something first. You have to bare your fangs. Is not like, as a viewer and a listener, you can say like, well, I don't relate to the idea of them being wolves. How am I supposed to relate to that? But that's not the point. To me, it's like, you don't relate to the idea of them being wolves. You relate to the idea of them needing to move forward and having the power to move forward. I think that's what you embrace, right? You embrace the idea that this world can suck and this world is out to get you and the world is unfair and you have to do something. If you don't do something first, the world's going to leave you behind. And I feel like that's what you can embrace. Because to me, like, my favorite group of all time is Coheed and Cambria. That's my favorite band of all time. And what's so good about them is that like they have that too, where it's like, I listen to Coheed and Cambria and I love them and I adore them and they're amazing. And I really think they're amazing. But they do concept albums where the song is actually about like escaping from an alien spaceship. But the song itself, like the lyrics, you can still embrace and kind of relate to. And I think anyone can relate to the idea of like this world being kind of cold, this world being kind of sad, and being left behind, having to fight first, having to fight for your place in this world. And that's what they're trying to embrace through this as well. You know, like this track. Whether it be like them talking about their sharpened senses or the moon, you know what I mean, itself, you know what I mean? As I remember like that lyric too, because Yuma's like nearly strangling himself with the freaking blindfold as he says it. Like it really does feel like there are like, you know, as I think they're saying in the song as well, the idea of like betting on themselves, the idea of moving forward themselves and doing something for themselves. That to me is super, super powerful. And they really did a good job with like embracing that as well. I absolutely adore that. I adore it so much. And I think that like it's one of those things where like Anteam, it's like I'm not surprised that I'm coming away from it like feeling like 1,000,001 emotions, because Anteam are the emotional group. They are, even in like Lunatic, which is not an emotional song in terms of like emo songs and kind of like being very like emotional and embracing kind of sadness or whatever. And this song isn't about really embracing sadness either. It's about acknowledging sadness and moving forward. But the thing about even like with Lunatic, it's like their sincerity comes through every single time. So like I never feel like it's tongue in cheek, and it always works so well every single time. Yeah, the song itself hits your heart. And I feel that's one of those tracks that like I don't know if like it would go on like a playlist all the time to listen to, but I think what it is, this is the type of track I feel like I put on working out, or like if I need like a pick me up. You know what I mean? That's the type of track, right? And you're saying the chorus is really great. So like to me, it's like one of those things where like I think it could go on a playlist like that, right? But for me, it's like one of those songs that like because like for example, like for me, it's like Firework goes on whenever it comes up my recommended, it goes on all the time. I've rewatched Lunatic like 20 times now because of like how cool the video was. But with a track like this, for me, it's like it is an uplifting song that is for specific times, in my opinion. And that's not a bad thing, by the way. There's like, again, I love Coheed and Cambria, my favorite band of all time. But like, Yesterday's Lost, I don't listen to Yesterday's Lost every freaking day. I have it for specific times in my life where I put that on and I embrace it in that moment, right? And I feel like this could give you the energy to like run through a brick wall. So that's probably a good thing to have here as well. I loved it in that sense. The choreo is obviously awesome. These guys are incredible. They were such amazing dancers. I think that one of the things that's so cool about these guys is that when they if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong, but they obviously like went on a show before and they didn't get it originally, but then they went for this and they got this. And I think like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're constantly trying to prove themselves, even though they've proven themselves 1,000,000 times over. I think they're constantly trying to show people like how good they are. And that's not a bad thing, by the way. That's not a bad thing to have that, because there's only the only explanation for how, like, you could say they're naturally talented, which I think is true. But like every performance I see, every music video I see, every choreo I see, everything they do on stage, they want to make it the best possible thing they can. When in reality, a lot of times when they do their performances, if they put in 20% less effort, people are still going away smiling like crazy. But they work so hard for this stuff, and you can tell. Voice is incredible. Joe as always sounds incredible. I love Nicholas's like deep, kind of like sultry voice in this as well, but it had like kind of like really interesting vibrato in there as well. Kay also has like really great high tones here. And I think if you're talking about like, you know, again, who I think is the vocal star in this whole song, for me personally, like I would say it's Yuma. I think Yuma just like did so well with the kind of like, and I think because this is like the type of song, I think Yuma's voice, like they should hire him to do like any anime tracks, even like TV tracks, because he's so good at like, you know, not only just expressing like a very subtle but sweet but kind of cool emotion in his voice. His voice is so unique, right? And it stands out so much because there is kind of like this, like, as I said, this kind of like small bit of raspiness, with this sweetness, with this high tone all mixed together, and it sounds so good. And you could tell he was feeling himself this time around. You could tell he was really feeling himself, and it looked really fun. He looked like he was having a great time. And I think that's what you can ask for. All you can ask for when it comes to this type of stuff is to have a really good time. But I loved it. I really did love it, and I loved seeing this as well. Thank you so much for sending this, Aka. This was really, really cool. The next video is sent in by Pauline Grint, and it is a song that I've been like trying to avoid like crazy over the past while, and I'm telling you, it's been 10 days, and the avoidance I've had to do to avoid to watching this MV. Now here's the thing, like I'm not like gonna sit here and pretend like I didn't see something here or there about this song. Of course, this is, by the way, Swim by BTS, right? Like it's impossible to avoid like a spoiler here or there from some stuff, right? 100%. I know Lily Reinhardt's in this, right? Because I also follow like or at least get Lily Reinhardt stuff sometimes anyway, because I like Lily Reinhardt quite a bit. I've seen some things like, you know, maybe like an outfit. Of course I'm going to see that, but I've been avoiding the audio on this track and the music video like the plague. And how I've done it is basically this. If I see a challenge video of one of the BTS members, I will share it, but I never listen to the audio. So I've seen like, and if it's a choreo one, I avoid it. So what I've basically seen is like, say Taeyong did this one where he jumped onto the bed, and it's so funny because for me, he's just jumping onto a bed, but then everyone in the K-pop chats is like, yeah, it was to the Swim song, you know? So for me, it's like one of those things where I've been avoiding what I can, you know what I mean? For sure. Let's check it out. So excited for this. And just for the people that, because I'm going to put the timestamp here, I'm going to say, as I said this just now, I'm going to repeat myself really quickly just so people like know what I've seen. It's been 10 days since the song released. Of course, I'm getting like so many stuff from it. I haven't heard the song. I haven't actually seen the music video. I know Lily Reinhardt's here. I know that they're like the outfits, right? I know there's the outfits from this as well. I know it's on a boat, okay? So like I know this stuff, right? I don't want to make it seem everything because like it'd be insane to like even like pretend that I didn't see that stuff, right? Because like it's one of those things where like I love BTS so much, and I want to. And before someone's gonna say, well, why didn't you watch it like when it came out? Then here's the answer: K-pop with me is a journey that I'm taking with you guys. Something just fell, and I'm taking that journey with you guys because it's so fun for me, right? And here's the thing: like people might say, well, like, oh, are you fake into K-pop then? Please ask anyone in the Patreon chats who suggests this music. Like they will say that I am like obsessed to the point that like people have to like mute the K-pop chats I'm in there so much. Not because they don't like me, because they're like, hey, like Calvin's in there so much. But I love it, right? So yeah, it's just one of those things where I like embracing it with you guys. You know, if tomorrow my channel went down, obviously I'd be watching every single K-pop track in the world. But it's much more fun to embrace it with you guys. You know what I mean? I think it'd be fun to watch it by myself, but it's much more fun to embrace it with you guys. So let's check this out. This is BTS Swim. You get what I'm saying? Like I have much more fun doing it this way. And this is Lily. Oh my god. The best actor on Riverdale. Here on the BTS freaking music video, man. No. Jungkook? Oh my god. Look at him, man. Look at him. The earrings are such a great contrast to the outfit. Oh my. His voice. His face. And RM starts to the verse, I mean, I guess. Man, I love this. Oh my freaking god. I'm gonna skip it back here in a second, guys. RM starting off in the first verse, doing this really slick and cool vocal. He's always, oh, look at RM and Jin here. Oh my god. This really slick, cool vocal starting off everything. And like having like this really good like rhythmic lyrics going on here. And then when he said you don't even gotta love me, bad girl. Like talking about the bad world they live in, the world they woke up in. Like this idea of like how that this world is like so bad, but he's like, hey, you don't even gotta love me that much. Like how romantic is that, man? For someone like RM to say that too was already so beautiful, you know? I can't breathe on this map. I'm in the deep. I'm like stuck in the deep. So is that the theme of Swim? Like, you know what I mean? I'll love you bad. You don't love me bad. Listen to his voice. Oh, look at Shook. Oh my god. Yummy. This is gorgeous. With the rhythm in the background as well. So stunning. Look at the work on the boat. Look at him. Gorgeous vocals here. So caressing, so beautiful. Is that? Look at this. Wait, is that you? That's Youngie. No. So. Sorry for pausing because there's like a pause here. That's Youngie. Sorry, I know he can sing, by the way. I know he can sing, and he was still rapping there as well. Because the thing is, like, I heard, again, as I said, I'm not gonna lie about what I heard. I heard that like he had a lot more like melodies on this track, like a lot more like, you know, because like from the tracks that you usually hear from a title track from BTS, like he has a lot of like melodic tones that are going on here as well. Because again, I've seen him sing like in like YouTube shorts. It's someone shows like him singing like at a something or whatever, like, and I know he can sing, but like that was so interesting because I find Youngie is like very dangerous, very direct when it comes to his stuff. He's very, very like slick and cool and dangerous with his stuff. But one thing I like really love about this is that like it kind of like like at first I was like, wait, that's not Taeyong? You know what I mean? I was like, wait, you know? Not because I know he can't do it, but because like it's so interesting to see that for like a title track as well, for him to like embrace this very melodic type of rap. It's so beautiful and such a contrast from what I'm used to hearing anyway from Youngie. And I'm sure he's done that before, 100%. But obviously like I embraced the K-pop with you guys first. But gorgeous stuff. This whole song to me so far has been just like something that feels like an embrace. It feels like someone's wrapping their arms around me. It really does. It feels like someone's embracing me. Do you hear his voice? Look at Taeyong. Like, it's still dangerous, it's still cool, but it's emotional. Oh. That hit with the music as well. She's stunning. Incredible stuff. And then we have this, oh my god, Lily Reinhardt. Lily Reinhardt, man. I know she can act. She's incredible. She's incredible. Yo, his eyes. So wait, so they're not there. Jin. Oh, Jin's voice. So sweet, so soft. Oh my god, look at that. J-Hope. Oh my god, he's embracing the emotions of this so much. He's feeling it so much. Look at this framing as well. Oh, it's Taeyong, of course. Perfect. Perfect caressing voice. Oh my god, and Jin's perfect pop voice. Oh. Oh, look at them all together. Oh, just some more. Let's go. And her just looking at the boat with her being drenched as if she jumped into the water. That's such a great... Yeah, you know, you got the smile. She knows she freaking killed it. She knows she killed it. Lily Reinhardt did an amazing job. So incredible. And it's just credits deservingly so, because this was like a production. This is a full-on production. They did this on a boat. You can't... They did this on a boat. Look at the water here. This is, to me, such a great idea for a title track for BTS. Because not only is this song good, this song is great. This song is fantastic. It's also the fact that, like, I think this has such a surrounding and beautiful embrace. And in my view, after being gone for 4 years, basically at this stage, it's almost 3 years and like maybe 8 months they've been gone in terms of like their comebacks together as a group. To me, if you're going to come back after, and you have the biggest group fandom in the entire world for any group, right, in the world currently today, or let's just be honest here, like, in recent and decades history, you know what I mean? Like really, like 110%, like, the only thing you compare it to really is probably like, the Beatles or something like, you know what I mean? Like so long ago. To me, like, it's one of those things that, like, I know it sounds cheesy. I think having an embrace for your song is such a good idea. They could have easily have come back with a beautiful party track, and it would have been incredible. And it would have sounded amazing. A track like Dynamite, a track like, or even like a really heavily, like, deep and guttural song like Fake Love. They could have done that, and it would have been amazing, right? They could have. But I think coming back with an embrace of a song that lets everyone sit down and really feel the music, because that's what I was feeling. I was feeling chills. I was feeling like I was floating through this track. That to me is like such a much better idea for your first comeback, because it feels like it is telling the audience to sit back and relax. We're here. You know what I mean? This is an incredible track. To be honest, like, obviously I don't replay songs all the time because I have so many things in Rome Reacts to do. But if I could say as well, like, there's so many amazing things here that they do here, and we'll play a few things here. Jungkook's voice starting off, of course. So instantly gorgeous, subtle. He has a pop vocal that I think is so modernly great, and I don't mean that in a bad way, by the way, because I think the way like Jin and Jungkook both have like incredible pop voices. That's not a slight whatsoever, because pop is incredible. But I feel like Jungkook is like the best of a modern age of a pop vocal. While I think Jin, you could drop. And again, this isn't. I hope this doesn't ever sound like a bad thing. Jin's voice is perfect. You could take his voice and put it in the 80s, and no one would bat an eye. No, and that's not a bad. I hope no one ever takes it. He's saying he's old. No, I'm saying that like his voice is so freaking good, Jin. Which, and the reason I'm bringing up Jin as well, by the way, is because Jungkook started, Jin ended. They both these like really perfect. I think intentional. I don't think they're silly about this. They know this. Everyone has a different thing they bring to the table, and I think that both of them have like a very like perfect pop voice, but on different ends of like more modern, more like classic pop voice, and it comes together like a great bookend and a start to the song. It feels like. But yeah, incredible stuff. Like so sweet, so subtle, but like works so well for the start of this track. And then the sweetness, the gentleness. Are you kidding me? And then RM comes with this rap. Yeah. His rap here, beautiful, emotional. While also feeling kind of like heavy at the same time too, right? There's like a feeling of like a weight to it, right? And obviously, again, as I said, I hope no one takes this as light. I can't listen to the full songs because I'll be here forever. It's so awful. But I know it's like the same thing with any other K-pop track. We listen to like 12 K-pop tracks sometimes 12. I think it's 10 this time, but like we listen to like a lot of K-pop stuff. Jungkook's voice there as well. And this chorus with the music in the background. Jimin's voice here. It's what I'm saying, it's an embrace. It's heavily emotional. It feels sad. Right? It's sad, but also at the same time too, there is like a lovingness to it, right? You can tell that they're so in love with this person. But there's also a sadness because it feels like it's not an unrequited love, but it feels like they're still kind of like looking for that love. You know what I mean? It feels like in a way. This is amazing to me. I'm sorry. Yoongi's one of my biases, so I have no problem saying that. This part here to me as well, like standing and showing waiting for the host, he sounds like I'm saying like, I'm ready to take the next step into this relationship, right? What I love so much about Yoongi's voice here is that, again, he's always very dangerous, he's always very cool, he's always very slick, he's always very good at this stuff, right? Depending on the song, you know what I mean? Like Boy With Love, right? He does like a very like kind of like deep but like kind of very direct voice into like that rhythm there as well. In Dynamite, I feel like it's again not as like pronounced, but it's still there as well. I'm thinking of just like a lot of like title tracks, say like, you know, he's always like, again, as I said, he always has that kind of like very cool dangerous kind of vocal. And I think him going for more of a softer approach, and everyone's going for a softer approach, more of a gentle approach, more of a subtle approach. Youngi's voice here feels like an experience, right? Rather than just like not just like, but you know what I mean. So like he could have done something really like cool and dangerous here, but I think he was working to the strengths of the song in such a beautiful way. Like, listen to this. Love that phrase, by the way. Salt on her tongue, salt on my tongue, she's stunning, right? Because that is like, in a way, it's kind of like you taste it, right? You taste the feeling itself. Like, it's not just because that's like, it's such a shock, when you taste the salt of the ocean. I feel like it's such a shock to the system, and you taste it. You taste this embrace too. This is also like an amazing scene here too. I think get him in the freaking K-dramas right now. Look at this. What's the most replayed section, or does it have one? It's this. Okay, yeah. It's after this. She's fantastic, isn't she? Such a fantastic actor. Jin's voice. You see what I mean by perfect, like, 80s pop vocal? He's incredible because he has such, like, a subtlety. As in, we have the subtle voices, but it's such a sweetness to his voice, and it's so, like, it's like almost like this constant cushion, which feels like, like you're falling, but like you're not gonna ever get hurt. Does that make sense? It sounds like I'm being very too spiritual with this stuff, but it's how we feel when we listen to Jin's voice. It always feels kind of like very like airy and floaty, but in a really beautiful way. It is. Okay, good. Look at the voice here. The reason I like this as well is that he's feeling this. You can tell he's feeling it. Again, I can't watch the full thing, and I'm so sorry, because I would be here forever. And also, like, I'll just be honest, like, it's not fair at every other K-pop group that I just like rewatch, like, if I rewatch some of them. So I always try to just rewatch a little bit and then come back into it, and look through like favorite moments and stuff like that as well. This to me is superb. This is fantastic. I am 100% on board for this comeback and what this comeback gave. I think that like one of the things that like is so, as I said, so great about this track is that, as I said this already, this felt like an embrace. This felt like a very longing, loving song with a beautiful vocal tone for everybody. And I mean everybody. And even like the rap sections had a very melodic and very emotional heaviness to it that felt like, again, it fit the song. And BTS are very good at that, by the way. They're very good at that. They know always to put the song first over like trying to show off, like, because again, J-Hope could have come on here and done his like, really, he's usually very energetic and very like outgoing with his raps. RM, like, I think, always has the strength of being like very slick and cool and stuff like that as well. And with Yoongi, like, he does a very like, dangerous rap, I feel like sometimes, well, very in your face sometimes too, and very like, direct, right? It's very direct to like what he's trying to say. But I think what's so good about the three of those guys, the rap line doing something so amazing here, was that they were all like more subdued. And in RM's case, he wasn't cool, right? I don't mean that as an insult. Intentionally so. I don't think it was like, I'm being cool here. I am saying to you, gal, I'm obsessed with you. You are everything to me. Right? So there's like this thing where it's like, he's not him being like, hey, gal, come with me and everything's going to be amazing. It's more like this thing where it's like, I am looking at you and you make everything okay. You don't even have to like me that much. You don't even have to. You can like me a little bit. I like you a lot. Like, it is kind of like this very like, not that it's not cool to be, longing to someone. You know what I mean? It's not the usual RM, like, very, and I don't mean he's ever like usual. I always have to rephrase my words here, but I'm saying that like he did something here that was very like, for the song. Same with Yoongi. Yoongi being very melodic and beautiful, and it was so flowy, and oh my god, I felt it so much. And J-Hope was embracing this song. He felt it. You could see it in his motions and the way he was speaking. Like, it's almost like he was speaking to someone directly. Like, you could feel it in that sense too. They did such a good job with this. And again, it was very subdued in a lot of ways too. And of course, we had as I said already about Jungkook and Jin, I'll say it again. Perfect start and end to the song. Perfect. And I think that what's so great about like having those two pop vocals there is that it's very understandable but also beautiful, right? If you're someone who's never heard of BTS, you hear Jungkook's voice and you're like, that is a perfect pop vocal. You then end with Jin's voice, you're left with a very classic pop vocal, both modern and kind of like classic. And again, I rephrase this because I always have to like there will be passerbys that are like, so you don't like waffles? When I say classic for Jin, I mean like in the 80s, like it's one of those things where like it was hard to like really become like a singer. And I do think that if you drop Jin in there, he would just be amazing. He would just kill it. He really would. So you have this very classic pop vocal, and then this very like, in my opinion, very like modern pop vocal, and mixed together by both bookending the song. It feels familiar but beautiful at the same time. You know what I mean? It feels beautiful to have them both there. It's gorgeous. It really is gorgeous. And it's not that like Jin is old, by the way. Jin is still young as heck. Like, Jesus Christ, he's amazing. Anyone comes for Jin, they're gonna have to go through me. Really, I love him. I think he's amazing every time I see him. He has such a beautiful smile as well. Sidetracked. Jimin's voice is always incredible. Jimin here having such a very, as you said, like very sultry, gorgeous, sweet tone to his voice. He really made it feel like kind of like I think emphasized the kind of like longing nature of it and the very kind of like gazing nature of it. You could feel like almost his voice was kind of like, you know, inviting us in, inviting this girl in or whatever, inviting this person in. And then I think it's one of those things where you guys know like how much I love Taeyoung's voice. You guys are well aware, I think, of how much I love Taeyoung's voice. It's not surprising to me like that, like he's fantastic always. He's just an amazing singer. He always has this very beautiful honey caressing surrounding tone. And here I feel like it embodies the song. They all did such a good job of like embodying this feeling of longing. And with Taeyoung here, you hear it again in his voice, like this thing where like it's this lower tone and this lower register that and he's always amazing at doing like in songs where it feels like he's in love anyway, but here he does like such a fantastic job with this as well. It sounded so beautiful. I have nothing bad to say about this. I think for me, I come away from this kind of feeling like this is a song about like longing for somebody and wanting to jump into the deep one. Swim is like taking the next step. It's like diving right in, right? It's like getting deep into the ocean with that person. Like it's like, you know, it's being there with that person. Like the lyrics were like, you know, like swim, swim, this is where it all begins. Sounds like it literally is them saying that like, hey, like we're starting here. This is the start of everything here, you know? And even like in the lyrics with Yoongi, he's like, you know, what was it, like water is so deep. I can hear the high waves coming. Why did you want to run away when you can run in? That's like saying like, hey, don't not embrace this. You know what I mean? You're the only place that I want to be. It's like trying to tell this person, you're literally the only person for me. Don't get it twisted or anything like that. Like you're the only person for me. And it does feel like it's like trying to get this person to grab your hand and jump in as well. Because again, it's about like, even like Jungkook says, you know, it's so easy, don't make it so hard. And it's like, it does feel like it's trying to like, it's longing while also inviting this person to come with them. Right. For sure. And then like, you know, was it, J-Hope's line of like, you know, I just want to take it across the line, you know, everything doesn't have to be so sad, right? It's like trying to tell this person, like, you don't have to feel bad. We don't have to feel bad like we do. Let's embrace these feelings. And I really love that feeling. Again, it is a song about, to me, like longing while also inviting someone that you are longing for in to take the next dive, to jump into the water, right? Swim. Let's swim together. Let's finally jump into this, you know, into the deep end. And like, I think the music video sucks because I'm talking so much about this already because this is such a huge comeback, because this is the big, you know, it's a massive comeback. The music video is fantastic. And again, it's subtle, but also like very very BTS in a way, like it has like a lot of like cool over the top nature as well. Like, the boys being in full sailor outfits, pulling the ropes, or like this beautiful imagery of like Lily Reinhardt walking around this boat, but the boys actually not being there. Almost like still longing for her. They're looking at her from behind sometimes. They're like following her, like Yoongi's following her in a very like beautiful, subtle way. Jin is watching her through the window, but she can't see him. There's like really beautiful imagery of like, again, longing, you know, please, like I'm inviting you in here. Even at the moment there as well, like Taeyoung, there's like a different emotion there where he like bumped into Lady Reinhardt there. It didn't feel like any aggression. It felt like they were both like two ships passing in the night and they just happened to bump into each other and they missed each other just at that moment. They should have embraced in that moment, you know? The moment where Yoongi, as I said, is following her is a really beautiful moment too. Them kind of like, you know, pulling the rope together. Her passing by all the boys in the end was such great imagery as well. Fantastic video. Guys, that's what I'm going to say about this video. Absolutely fantastic. The guys are amazing. Perfect comeback. Amazing stuff. For true. Thank you so much. The next video is sent in by... Let's see now. Sorry about this. Cryan? You can definitely correct me there, but they say Anteam is the best, and it's my favorite Anteam moments 2024. I am excited about seeing this as well. Let's check this out. I love Anteam, and it's nice to have another Anteam video here as well. Let me set this up now. And pause it. Man, they look great here as well, don't they? They look really, really great here. Let's go. Oh, is this the bug? I think I saw this one. Maki. Why is he clapping? The leader in the back there as well? Or I think it's co-leader, right? These outfits are great. Oh, look how cute Haro is here. Look how cute you is.
춘식, 주스, 조라고 하면 똑. 아까 말한 것 같아요. 밀키스. 다리로 달리는.
Oh my god, I love his hair. Bounce.
유마. 뭐라고? 유마가.
Oh, it's Yuma's symbol being a cat?
스포츠. 타키. 돼지.
A pig? No idea what he said.
룰루랄라.
Maki just embracing it as well.
지면 아프면 아빠 go 집
Oh my god, they're so funny. Like, I love those games as well, but I love that like they kind of like they always like bring out like the funniest and the comedians in these guys. Like, that's so funny. That's so freaking funny, and you can tell they're having a good time too. And it's always like more funny, I think, even for the people around them as well. You know, his little jumps. Oh, Joe. Chaos in the pool. It seems like he's always doing this if it's the chaos. It is 9 grown adults at an size pool. It definitely is. It's nice when they have fun like this though as well, right? It definitely is. My man's struggling. Just like, but did Fuma wake up and decide I have like, you know what? It's like someone did something to him yesterday. It's like that game, you know, King of the Mountain, when you have to like knock people down off the mountain when they try to get back up. King of the Hill, sorry. But yeah, I love those type of moments with those moments because like I feel like those videos are like just them having fun and they like let you in, right? They let you in for a little bit and it's like we get to embrace it. My face is always already hurting from smiling, guys. He's so pretty. His big ass. Was Nicholas trying not to laugh? Was that what was happening? Look at Joe, he looks so good. Yeah, it is. Look at him. Not even subtle. A locker check.
Hey, come on, Cap. ちょっと多めに見てって。Locker とか、いや、俺ら privacy やばいから。
Sorry, I just sneezed, but like also like this is absolutely hilarious. Maki doing the full-on acting here.
その前にみんなでちょっとロッカーの抜き打ち調査
Come on, Cap.
Hey, come on, Cap. ちょっと多めに見てって。Locker とか、いや、俺ら privacy やばいからさ、さすがにちょっとやめとこうぜ。いや。なんでしなきゃいけねえんだよ。
I mean, he did get the reaction first, but of course, like I think it's so funny that he was so silly he couldn't even like go through with it, you know? He did get the original reaction of everyone being shocked. My face already hurts from smiling. Isn't that right? Oh my god, it's so adorable. Passed? Oh my god, look at him. Oh, I'm sorry, but Nicholas looks so cute. Wait, so Hara didn't pass? I think Hara was a walking, like, cuteness. Like... Oh my god, Saki! How can he not? Of course he lets Nicholas pass. His face of just like, I don't even know what I just seen. Yeah, I don't know how Hara couldn't pass like on first try. Like he's like, I think it's just because like it's one that, you know that phrase, if you do things right, people won't be sure you did anything at all. And with Hara, it's like if you do things cute, people won't be sure you did anything at all. He's just walking cuteness all the time. So people don't even notice he's cute when he's doing cute things because he's just always cute. Honestly.
여자친구가 있는데 다른 여자애를 좋아합니다. 다른 여자애를 좋아합니다.
What?
다른 여자애를 좋아합니다.
Look at their faces.
다른 여자애를 좋아합니다. 막장 드라마가 됐는데.
어떡해요? 그러면은
Nicholas looks so good here as well.
언제부터 사귄 거예요?
7살 때부터요.
아, 꽤 오래 사귀고 있네.
Jesus, man.
지금은
you'd react in the same way though, like of like, man, like what the hell? 2 years and you're what, 9 years old now?
다른 친구가 약간 좀 마음에 들어왔다.
네. 사귀던 여자친구랑 정이 들어서 못 헤어진다는 건가? 응. 응? 맞다고 이게?
By the way, kid, she probably will see this.
좀 저도 목이 타네요, 갑자기.
I love that, man. You can see that like they didn't know what to say. They didn't know what to say. They were even looking to the side to get help. Because again, what do you say in this moment? Like, you know, what can you say in this moment? Get. Wait, sorry, but people who are able to get out of bed that, I'm sorry, but they're demons. Not in a bad way, but like, the people who are able to just jump out of bed like this, I'm sorry. Insane! I can never do it. I need like at least 20 minutes to like lie there. She's like fighting it. I love they stopped the music at that moment as well. He's dead. This is great. This is great comedic timing. I'm sorry, but that's great comedic timing to go back and forth there as well. Okay, that's smart. Oh, Yuma. His hair's beautiful here. That's also not bad. ASMR here as well. Oh my god. Wait, was that Nicholas who was sleeping? Was that him that was like, was it? No way, that's not gonna work. I think he just wants, this looks so uncomfortable. Like his leg is bent on, his head is on the hard ground. He doesn't feel suffocated with a big ass beanbag over his body like that. There was no way I actually thought of those two pillows would hide his entire lower body. I don't know why he's doing this. I think he probably just wants to get caught. Oh my god. They have such time for each other, man. That's so sad to look and say. I guess, you know what, a lot of those people, you know what they're probably thinking too, like, and I'd probably think the same way. Like, get a little bit of a rest in here while you're also like, you know, waiting to be found. Nice, Fuma. Is he sleeping? He is. Oh, Fuma. Or Yuma, sorry. Yuma's pajamas are so adorable. Kei's pajamas looks like he's a fancy gentleman. Taki? This looks like such a fun video. This is so funny. Yeah, no, I love those type of videos. Like again, just them having fun as well. I could tell that Nicholas was just like, I do not have time for this, and you could see he was just like doing whatever he could. Because then as soon as they found him, he's like, okay, now I can just like relax. He put his leg over that beanbag and said, I'm going back to sleep. But yeah, really, really funny stuff from them again. They're so freaking charming, man. They're so freaking charming. How can they all like? It's so weird because again, like that's the thing they talked about this in the video, like the grown ass men in the pool together. But it's like, how could they're like simultaneously the cutest group ever and the prettiest group ever at the same time too, you know? What is happening? Are they all dressed up?
I begin to pass out. Then my head hit the wall.
No. You wouldn't even have proper balance. Why is he dog? Oh no! I know he's intentional. It's kind of cool. Oh my god. They're so, like, again, as I said, they're so cute but so talented. So even in like these moments where they're like falling about the place, you still see their talent like fully on display in such an amazing way, you know? So he's gonna prank someone here. Taki, I don't know why Taki's become so much more cooler to me lately. I don't know what it is. I think it's just Lunatic Man changed him forever for me. It's over now. Oh no. See, that's the problem. A lot of people in Anteam, they're all giants, you know? Wait, oh my god. Sorry, 1 second. we can't be dealing with that right now. Man, I'm sorry, but like, and everyone knows it too. Like, he's just one of the prettiest people who ever lived. You know what I mean? I'm fairly sure, like, you know, when God created, I don't believe in God, but when God created Yudai, he made a mistake and added too much pretty in there, and if he ever caught him again, he'd probably have to bring him back to recall him just because it's not fair, you know? It's not fair. Oh wait, I mean, it's compilation to honor the boys' hard work this year. Hell yeah, so nice. Wasn't included many clips as well. Okay, that's fine. 200 subs. This is an amazing video. Hell yeah. But the other than that, please don't let me know that you'd like to do. Yes, 110%. That's awesome. How much subscribers do you have now? Of course. Oh, freaking course. You're doing amazing work. You're doing absolutely amazing work. Deserve even more, honestly. Stay safe, stay healthy, hydrated, and live, laugh, and love Andrew. That's beautiful. That's a really nice thing there. Yeah. This was a really fun video, and I think that's like what's so great about like the kind of like funny moments videos, is that we get to have like just like a really good time with these boys, right? And any group that and it's not just the boys, any group we get to watch, we get to like have a really fantastic time with them, and that's what we got to have here. The Anteam guys continue to be just like, to me, the most charming group I've seen in terms of clips I've seen, but also at the same time too, it's like, how could they be so cute and also be so freaking gorgeous? You know what I mean? It's really just the case. And I think it's one of those things where, like, I think that's like a real strength. They know that's their, I hope they know that's their strength, that they can be like so cute and so handsome at the same time too. Like they fully like it can embrace that, you know what I mean? And they have so much personality. It's very clear. They have so much like time for each other and love for each other. It's also like, you know, and you saw that there with like the suits section as well, with all the suits, when they had the suits on, they were dancing. It's like, they like have such a sense of choreo still, even with that stuff on them, and that they can still do all this stuff like really, really well. And that to me is like, you know, crazy talent regardless. You know, and that's like a really like crazy showcase of talent. The fact that they can like, you know, still have such good dance moves during that section as well. What I love about this video is that I can sit here for 9 minutes and my face hurts from laughing and I can feel absolutely fantastic, right? That to me is just amazing, right? To me, these videos are pick-me-ups. To me, these videos like make you feel something good. And also these videos make you fall in love with these guys more. And that's like what I think is so important too. And that's why, like, you know, like for me, like when I listen to the songs for K-pop, it was always like something that's like, oh, this is really cool, this is really great. But then when you start to see like some behind the scenes stuff and learn about the acts behind the scenes and see stuff on Twitter about them and see clips about them and see them, you know, post stuff outside in social media and see funny clips like this, it changes everything, because you go from being like, oh, I really, really like these guys and like their music, to being like, I really think these guys are absolutely incredible as people as well. I think that's like something that, like, you know, is so underrated when it comes to like when people, because outside K-pop, people are like, oh, I'm not really into like a lot of K-pop groups. And it's like, but even if you're not into like the musical aspect, which I am into the musical aspect of Anteam, like you can get into these guys as personalities. You know what I mean? And that's like the example I would give, and like the K-pop chats can vouch for this on Patreon. I like have heard maybe one or two even songs, right, for, you know, Park and Bin, Keita, all those guys. But like I probably post about those guys all the time. You know what I mean? All the time. I'm constantly posting about those guys in the Patreon chats and online. You know what I mean? It's like I haven't heard every single Anteam song, but like I post about them because, again, it's such a big thing where it's like not just about, it's the music obviously is important. It's so important because, you know, it's great music, but also getting into them as people is also a really cool thing too, because of course they're people first, of course, and obviously we don't know them personally, but they let us into their lives for like a few minutes, right? And that's what these videos feel like as well. It's like I get to go into Anteam's life for like a few minutes, then I leave and I know that they just had a good time and they showed me what they wanted to show me, and it's a really, really, really fun thing to embrace, right? It's a really, really fun thing. I really adore it. There's so many funny moments in this whole video, like them, of course, with the bug. I've seen that clip before, but like it never ceased to amaze me that Maki looks like he could be like the lead actor in like a Yakuza action movie where he plays like the young Yakuza and rising up through the ranks, you know what I mean? And like he's you know, ready to fight back against all this like this terrible regime, but like he's, you know, the first to kind of be like really scared by like a bug, which is really cute too. I love that, like, you know, in my view, maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed like Kay got up like right away to like protect, you know what I mean? Maybe he also got up just a joke as well, but like still it was really, really cool too. They did the what was it after that as well? They did the listening game, and of course they're so adorable here and they're so fun here and they're having such a good time with each other, which is really sweet too. I think it's like, you know, that's what those games are always fun, because it lets you like again gain insight into these guys, fall in love with these guys, and also like see like their the laughter that they have together, right? They also had the pool scenes in this too, which they were just going crazy, man. They were just having such a good time, splashing each other, throwing each other in. And again, you can tell the trust there between them because of the, you know, it's you're letting people throw you into the water and throw you into different situations. And that to me is like so perfect, right? That's like that, like, I think it's something so small, but it's like, oh, I can tell they have such trust for each other. There was a scene where they're all eating the food at the table and they had to do like the cute faces as well. They're very good at doing cute faces, and I will stand by that Harawa did an amazingly cute face. Taki obviously, like, you know, went overboard, which means it works so well. At one point, EJ was even stunned by Maki's his things he was doing there as well. But I love that, like, there's like playing like mini games themselves. Oh, the locker scenes as well, where like Nicholas was trying not to laugh, and then Joe slammed the locker. I think the reason why that's so funny is the reason why that makes me laugh so much is because like you can tell that they're having a good time, right? You can tell that they're trying to do this acting thing, but they're actually having a good time too. Joe slams the locker, and for a second, everyone gets a reaction, and then they all start laughing as well. It's perfect, you know, because again, that shows again they can have a good time with each other and like let us have a good time with them for a little bit too, and still have these really funny scenes. Wasn't after that there was the scene with the kids? They reacted in the exact same way anyone else would. They reacted in the exact same way anybody else would act in those situations, which is what the hell. And Nicholas was fighting for his life in that scene. So was EJ. But again, you could tell that they're so gentle with the kids. They didn't want to, like, you know, overstep any bounds, which showcases again how good at people they are from what we see anyway. We also had the hide and seek sequence, which I also like think was like really, really charming, because like again, it's one of those things where like you can see everyone's like patterns. Like, again, that's something that as fans we love, right? We love the thing where it's like, whilst, you know, as I said, we don't know them personally, but I can watch this and go like, okay, so Nicholas sleeps too long and he's very sound sleeper. Joe struggles to get out of bed. Some people jump out of bed. Some people like are still too tired when they get out of bed. It's really difficult for him to like get to, and even like EJ was trying to sleep in the cupboard as well. And also you see their personalities in their hiding places. Nicholas has a nonchalant vibe to him, which is so funny why he chose like the worst hiding spot ever, because I think he probably was just like, yeah, whatever, catch me. And then other people were like choosing like really good ones and stuff like that too. And I think Taki won in the end, didn't he? Taki definitely won in the end, which is pretty sweet too. I already talked about the, what was it? The last one was that we saw was let me just check here. It was the scare tactic thing. Where EJ was failing to scare people. We already talked about the suit thing and how good they were dancers now as well. But like the scare tactic thing is so funny to me, because EJ like trying his best to scare everybody, but failing and then just giving up. You know what I mean? Again, trying his best to have a bit of a prank, but like he's too tall and he's, you know, he let himself be visible in a really, really charming way. And of course, Kay looks so amazing here. He looks so fantastic. Yeah, my takeaways from this are just like, I had such a good time, right? And that's like the most important thing when it comes to this stuff. Is the embracing, in my opinion, of just like of seeing their personalities on display and seeing them have fun with each other, and that makes you fall in love with the group more. Like I come away from this kind of like feeling like very charmed by them, and yeah, it's just a really wonderful, wonderful feeling. I had a good time with this. I was smiling from ear to ear through the whole thing. Yeah, just so charmed, so charmed. Thank you so much for sending us in. This is awesome. This is so awesome. So happy with this, man. This is so great. So great. The next video is sent in by Hypernova. As you probably heard the original of the song before because of how popular this opening is. I think the lyrical work here is some of the best I've ever seen personally. So this is Evangelion, Cruel Angel's Thesis, which is, again, probably one of the most famous anime opening songs of all time. Leon Lee, Amelie, is someone who I've listened to in the past. I probably heard this song before, but it was probably like 5 years ago or something like that as a cover. But she is an absolutely incredible singer as well, so this is probably going to be a great mix as well. Let's check it out. Oh, great. I can turn off the subtitles first and we'll go back to the start. Her voice is incredible. So stunning. You'll become a legend? That's what it's saying? And then it goes into this beat, right? Yeah. It's so iconic. It's one of the most iconic, because I've heard obviously like all the parodies, like the King of the Hill parody and stuff like that as well. You hear, you know, like all these different parodies, because then this is legitimately, even if you haven't seen this show, everyone knows about Evangelion. Oh, wow. I mean, her voice is so incredible, but the guitar here is so cool as well. Adoring Your Heart. So we're content when we're smiling. It's like, hey, there's nothing much going on here, but we are smiling in this way too. To find that embrace. Wait, so I know the song, so I hope it doesn't sound like I'm like, you know, I'm pausing at the right times because I know the song. Everyone knows this song, right? Of course. Even though I haven't seen the show, but I do know the show, I believe, is about like a son of somebody who like hasn't ever really truly been loved by that person. So do you think the idea of like, you know, to finding that embrace and trying to find whatever you're trying, you know, a love in your life is what's going to lead maybe to like a more dangerous situation for, what's his name? I don't know the main character's name, but it leads to something more dangerous to him, right? It's going to open up a door to something more horrible maybe. Oh, so you can fly? You have to realize it? Oh, wow. So like, you can break free. You can get out of here, right? You can embrace like a new life if you try, but you have to realize this. So maybe they are stuck in something, yearning for an embrace. Oh, great. Really gorgeous, though. Pathos. Really great stuff. Oh, with that beat in the middle as well. Yeah, it does seem like to me it's a song about like the idea of like this character maybe yearning for love or yearning for an embrace or yearning for something, but it leads to ending up like in a tougher situation than they expected. But this person's trying to say to them like, you can actually get out of this space and become something much more big, massive, you know? Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, really gorgeous stuff. I mean, her voice is always incredible. Her voice is always so incredible. Water is wet, as they say. In my embrace, there's the word embrace again. So tempted to say, so like, it's like, hey, you're tempted to say sounds like maybe you shouldn't stay. Okay. The world of dreams. Is there something to do with dreams in Evangelion? So you want to stay in this moment because maybe, again, if you're talking about the danger that's ahead, it's like maybe we can stay in this moment of embrace. Maybe we can stay in this moment of bliss, right? This moment where we're smiling at each other, right? Beautiful line. Beautiful lyric. Whoa. Religious connotations. Do you think this is like, sorry for pausing you in the chorus, but do you think that the whole idea is this is a cruel angel's thesis is the idea that like an angel is like, this is predetermined? Like it's nothing we could have done. They're like, whoever wrote this is trying to like, is almost like that this angel is being horrible to us, right? That imagery of the dream and the actual. Oh? Okay. Oh, it's like saying like, hey, like, yeah, I can help, but like, you have to understand, I still am just a human. I'm just a regular person. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, like I can weave this path through history with love, but I can't do everything you need me to be. I'm not this like really powerful being. Really pretty. Really pretty stuff. Oh, it's the end screen. Oh, she does other songs too. They do other songs too. I don't know if I should keep maybe I'll keep playing it again just in case. Usually we don't do end screens, but okay, it's just an end screen. That's fine. Okay. This is powerful. This is very powerful, and I think again, it's one of those things where, like as you said, Hypernova, there's no way you can like go through your life in anime and be into anime for years. Like I think if you're new to anime, yeah, you might not have heard the song, but I feel like there's no way you can really go through this life and not hear Cruel Angel's Thesis, right? It's been parodied to death. It's been talked about for years. Even people like I could walk into a room with like 6 friends who've all watched anime and they could talk about we could talk about it on the barest of bones, like in terms of art direction or style, just in stuff we've seen. Is it Den not Denji? That's a different character. That's Chainsaw Man. It's you know, it's so famous, right? And you're so correct when you say it's so famous as well in this sense too, that like of course I knew this song, and like it's almost like second nature, which is so weird because I haven't listened to this song in full, or the original Cruel Angel's Thesis in full. Maybe like I've listened to it maybe once, but I've heard it in parts and all this time over time. So like even if I heard like 2-minute chunks every once in a while, or I've watched the opening before, like I know the beats, you know what I mean? Which is so weird because it's so a part of our life that I knew every single beat there. I knew every single part that was going to come up there. Apart from like maybe like, you know, some like tiny bridge stuff at the end there, but like you kind of can guess like, oh, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Because again, it's so ingrained in our life now. As anime fans, it's always there. As you said, lyrically, this is really, really beautiful. To me, the song is about the idea of somebody who is looking for something beautiful, but instead is thrust into this life that is probably a lot more dangerous than it seems. Which I think that's probably what this story is about, because doesn't he become like a Gundam user or whatever? So we have this like character who is like just looking for something that is much nicer, but instead it's something that's much more dangerous and much more horrible. And the idea of a cruel angel's thesis from the start makes it seem like it's like, hey, like, you know, this was all cruelty from the start. It was never going to be nice. It was never planning to be good. We've all been a part of this like really worse plan in kind of this very biblical way, right? Because there's a line in the song, the touch you long for consumes you and yearning to find embrace. So it's like it consumes you trying to find that love, trying to find that embrace, trying to find something that's amazing. And it's like, it talks about temptation, the Bible. It talks about angels. So I do think there is a biblical nature to this, but more just in the idea of like what fate is. What does God have in store for us? What does these angels have in store for us as well? They talk about that this wings on your back not being a dream. Does that mean say like you can escape this? You can get out of this, but right now you're being consumed by this longing to be like loved. That's what it screams to me as well, you know, in terms of like a track, I guess. It's very sad, but also very like deep, I feel like, as well, you know. They talk about the idea of like being tempted to stay in kind of this world before you go into like this more dangerous world, you know, this blue sky, and then knocking on the door to your heart. It really does feel like there is something calling to them, but also they want to stay inside this one space forever. You know what I mean? Whether it be the moon's embrace, the blue sky, the embrace that they have of these people as well. I want to freeze this moment in place. It does sound like it is trying to like stay there. And there's also a line as well, if there's meaning in two people's meaning, then maybe we're doing something right. Like, that sounds like everything's going wrong. That sounds like everything's gone so wrong that, hey, at least we have this. At least we have the two of us meeting. At least we had that in the end. And I think that's something that's like very like stunning in a way, where it's like, okay, things have gone terrible. Things have gone really horrible, but at least we know each other and we have a love for each other. That to me is like something that's like really like a beautiful sentiment, right? Something you don't really expect to be that really beautiful in a song that seems so painful. There's so much beautiful imagery but there's so much pain beyond that imagery as well. But to me, that's also is sad too, because it's saying like, yeah, like we have this meaning with each other, but is it a case where we're like, you know, because things are so horrible that we're trying to find love and happiness anywhere we can? Is that what we're trying to find? That's what it screams to me anyway, right? It's like the idea of us trying to find something there. And I love it. I do love the idea of the song. And like, it's one of those things where I don't know if I could ever watch Evangelion, because what people tell me is that like, it is one of those, because interesting for me, like I like to not know that something's, because I don't mind watching something or getting into something that's really horrible for the characters, right? For me personally, I don't mind getting into a sad show that like eventually gets sad. But I don't like to know beforehand, because then it makes me apprehensive, because I don't want to feel sick. Because, you know, when people go through hard times, it makes me feel sick. When people get hurt, it makes me feel sick. So I like to like not know anything about a show before I go into it. And then if it starts to get sad, at least I'm hooked already. And it starts to get really horrible towards these people, at least I'm hooked already. But I think what Amelie did here with her voice being so incredible, the lyricism screaming so much beauty as well, it really is just like really fantastic video all around, and she did such an amazing job. So yeah, thank you so much for sending us in. This is a really beautiful rendition of this track. It really was. The next video is sent in by Felicious Felix, and they say another Angels of Delusions EP. Very excited for this. I love the Angels of Delusion. Can't wait to actually play ZZZ and see these guys for realsies. I just said for realsies in 2026. Oh, it's more like I don't know what you call it style, but it's like more cutesy, I guess. Because it usually is like this very ethereal, magical, dreamy style, but I guess they're going for something different this time, right? I'll turn on subtitles for you guys if you need it there.
We promised everyone that we'd bring them the realest Angels of Delusion. But what the heck is a real Angel of Delusion anyway?
Wait, they have to bring a real. They want to bring in a real angel here, a real angel of delusion. This is my favorite one, by the way, the one in the pink. I hope again, as I said, people said to get to play as her. All right, so I better.
Isn't it like us right now? Like, Suna can't think of a melody. Curled up hugging your knees while she screams. Aria, come on, help me out.
Aria.
A realist, huh?
Oh. Wait, so they meant the song? Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. I thought they meant like bring an actual angel of delusion, like from heaven.
That we'd bring them the realest angels of delusion.
The realist. Sorry, I thought they meant like the real angels of. I was like, how are you gonna do that? But they meant like kind of embracing the real selves. Like, who are them real selves? Okay, that makes sense. For sure.
Isn't it like us right now? Like, Suna can't think of a melody.
I see what she's saying. That's actually really sweet though. Like she's saying like, hey, like, isn't us right now? Because in this moment right now, we're being our true selves or being our real selves, right?
The realist, huh?
The realist, Aria's deadly. This beat. I love to play the freaking room. The Shining Dream. Is very cute. What? What? This is such a crazy beat. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. So is this them describing themselves? I'm just like, I'm looking at the lyrics and the visuals, so I want to make sure I'm looking at the visuals as well as I'm doing this. But like, this is such a crazy track. Like this beat that goes in, it's very quiet, but it's also like, it's like subdued in a way. It almost feels like there should be music, but it's intentionally kind of like very low, you know? Suna's the cutest. Treat everyone like snacks. The flow here as well, though. Oh my god, look, I'm doing the signings as well. This is so carrying them away too. Whoa. Is that Aria's vocals? That's so pretty. Aria singing, did they say they leveled up? This is so this went from being like very cutesy to very pretty. Stop. Oh my god, that hit like so hard. That hits, I'm gonna skip back right to the start here as well, guys, because that hits so freaking hard. Like how beautiful, again, they do, these Angels of Illusion stuff, they're so beautiful. Like hear this, I love, that's Aria's voice, right? It's been nothing but hard work. I didn't think we could make it this far, that's so sweet. Can't take it anymore. Aria's singing this level again, we'll always have your back. So there is love there as well. You call that choreography, it's just people being rude about them as well. Just saying you got it easy as well. Can your so-called lead singer stop pretending? Oh, that's so awful. F these guys. So there is some nice words, but most of the people are being cruel, which happens a lot in this. This is amazing. This build up here into this. It's like we'll still sing. It's gorgeous. Again, heavenly. It's very Angels of Illusion, right? Having fun with the youthful heart. Oh, even clumsy magic can save someone? It's like saying, hey, we're not perfect, but like, we know we were making a difference. So beautiful. Oh my god, the sparkle in her eyes as well. I love that. It's like I'm gonna skip all the way back, sorry guys, because I'm sorry guys, I was just so into like reading the lyrics here as well. It's like, hey, like it doesn't matter, like even if we like it's like we're gonna get there, we're gonna be able to get here, you know, even if we're clumsy, even if things are hard, we're gonna get there in the end. You know what I mean? It's so beautiful. What a beautiful change up there as well, the key change. Having fun forever. It's like, let's just go, right? I love that line, even clumsy magic can save someone. It's beautiful. Look at them. The visuals are crazy cool. As long as you follow, look at the sparkle on her face. Oh my god. I love how Aria's the star of this. Love that, man. Even gives the answer. I'm gonna cry. Oh, this is so sparkly and the colors are so gorgeous. Oh, she... Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Aria might be the sweetest character ever. She bowed even to the... Like, she's like, hey, like, yeah, you're a part of this, you know? The bad words that people say to us, the nice words that people say to us, she bows to them as if saying, like, goodbye to them, you know? You're like, huh? She's like, yeah, embracing it. It's like, I'm gonna get there. Aria? Oh, she's hugging her.
But the three of us stumbling together, that's kind of fun
Oh,
too,
it's
right?
so beautiful. I'm gonna skip back to this part here just because I want to see some of these visuals again. To me, like, this song seems to be about the idea of like Aria, like the fast parts them feel like describing themselves in a way too, but like Aria at the end kind of embraces the idea of like, yeah, things will get tough. We'll be clumsy. We'll fall apart. You know what I mean? But like in the end, we're going to get there. And even if it's not the right place, at least we're together when we get there. That's such a beautiful idea. Yeah, these visuals are great. Look at this. I'll be honest, I was kind of worried when I first saw the kind of like more cartoony art style because I was like, oh, is this going to be as good as the other ones? Yeah, it was beautiful. Because like the other art style has always been so like impressive to me in terms of like how beautiful it is. Soon as the cutest. Just treat everyone like snacks. It's so great. She's having such a good time. Even faking a smile. Don't know who's in the mirror. They're gonna run away as well. They're still in training, so they still have a lot of places to go as well, right? I want to hear one more time. The hit in the music here is so impactful to me. It's so impactful. It's so good. It's so good. They have... Obviously, I can't listen to the whole thing again, but like... Man! They've really, yeah, it's beautiful, guys. It's beautiful, but they really embraced... To me, what they've done so well with this is that they've like really marketed these guys in such a fantastic way. Like, I genuinely think that they've like, I genuinely think that they've marketed these gals in a way that is perfect. It's cute, it's emotional, it's adorable, it has such pretty art style. But already, like, it's kind of crazy to me that, like, I've seen a lot of Zenless Zone Zero stuff and I want to play it, of course. But, like, I think what's the Angels of Delusion being so impactful to me is because I feel like their story is so well told through these, like, EPs, right? And Aria singing here, like, and being the leader of this is so fantastic. Because she is a character clearly that, like, I don't think it's go with the flow. I think she has a different perspective on life, right? Where she talks about how hard life can be. In the song you hear her talking about how, like, you know, she looks in the mirror and she doesn't know who that is sometimes. Why is life so hard? Everything's so hectic. Why are people so mean? And she's even saying, like, hey, we're still in training. It's like, and that's so true. It's like, and especially with idols who start off, by the way, guys, any idol group that starts off in its first year is not in a perfect place. Because they don't get to that place until much later. There's idol groups that still aren't, like, in a perfect place. There's idol groups that still don't have, like, the aren't at the place that they want to be. And that's just purely because, like, it takes, even though they've fully trained, it takes years to truly acclimate to, like, stardom. It really does. And there's groups that will never get there because, again, it's really difficult. But I really love the beautiful messaging, I think, here from Aria, because it seems like she is, like, almost like a glue for the group. It's like at the end, the reason why they're hugging her is it does feel like she's kind of like, hey, like, let's stumble together, right? This idea that, like, hey, we're going to fall on the way here. Things are going to get tough. We're not even going to recognize ourselves as we're going forward. We're going to have a hard time so many times. But at least we're together. At least we're heading towards a light. Yeah, the destination we go to in the end might not be the destination that we want to go to. We might not, a destination we might not want to end up in, but it's a destination that will be a destination, right? And if we're together, it doesn't really matter that much because at least we're going somewhere. And I think that, like, you know, them trying to find out at the start, like, what is Angel's Delusions? What is this stuff? I think you could say that maybe Aria might be the heart of this from my perspective. Like, this whole thing of, like, you know, understanding from a different perspective of, like, why we are the Angel's Delusion, why we are, you know, together. Even when things get really difficult, right? Even when things get really hard. And that's a beautiful, this beautiful messaging. Because again, you could say, well, Cam, I don't think it's typical, because I think the reason why this is hits so hard is because as someone who's a K-pop fan, I know that, like, what idols can go through sometimes, it can be very difficult and very hard. And they face scrutiny like nobody else, to the point that, like, it can send their mental health into the trash. It can destroy them. It can make them feel like they're less than and they don't deserve anything. So the reason why this hits so hard is because it's embracing the idea of being an idol, whilst also, in my view, personally, it's embracing the idea of being an idol, but also understanding that, like, the things that are going on to be an idol is freaking tough. It's mind bending, and it shows that, like, they know that this stuff is tough. They know that this stuff is difficult, but they still want to embrace all those bad things and move forward and do something amazing with their career together. And if they're together, they're not going to feel bad about it. And I think what's so important here is that, like, for Aria here, and she doesn't have to do this, but I think it's a really amazing moment. It's the moment where she turns around and she bows to all the hate comments and the lovely comments. She embraces them the same way and says thank you, and they look at her kind of like, huh? And that can happen sometimes, because it's not the same thing at all, because again, it framed in idol work, it's way more serious, right? Because it can be very bad, right? Because it's way worse, right? But for me, I know that, like, one of the things that happens a lot with online hate is that I find if I respond to a hate comment being like, F you, they feel emboldened. They feel like they're much more powerful. They feel like they have, they've gotten their goal. They've gotten what they've wanted. And through the Angel's Delusion, they love that that's what people wanted. That's what they want. That's what these evil people want. They want to make these Angel's Delusion feel terrible. But what Aria is doing when she bows to them is saying, like, you're part of this. The nice comments are part of this. The hate comments, even though they shouldn't be, are part of this. And she's like, I'm saying thank you for the journey. I'm moving on now. I don't need you. I don't need to embrace your words anymore. And that kind of, like, response with kindness, I found with me on YouTube, if you respond to someone with that kindness, like, they take a step back and go like, whoa, what do I do now? And usually if they have some semblance of, like, a heart, they usually back down very quickly because they're looking for a fight. And when they don't get that fight, they don't know what to do. And in this case, she is so beautiful in the sense, in terms of her emotions, by the way, to be like, I am embracing this and I'm moving on with my friends and I'm embracing my friends. It's a beautiful story. Again, beautiful animation. Love the artwork. I was very worried at the start because it was felt a bit different, but the style is really cool and the music was really beautiful too. Yeah, the story's incredible. The story's just incredible, but I had such a good time watching this. Thank you so much for sending us in. This is really great. The next video is sent in by Malcolm Condé. And Malcolm says, not sure if anyone sent this before, but wanted to share the trailer for SCP Gallionic. It will be a fan-animated short film set to release in like a year. I believe you're filming SCP Containment Breach. I am. And the premise of a secret organization containing anomalies known as the SCP Foundation. I'm really looking forward to seeing it animated. It follows the story of the game. Oh, really? With a containment breach of anomalies with a brother trying to find his sisters amidst the insurgent class. They actually had a fundraiser that ended yesterday that I backed. They got 325,000. Wow. After this, I'll actually get to finish it and animate the project soon. It just looks so good. Yeah, my history of SCP Containment Breach is I watched Markiplier play it over and over and over and over again. Now I don't know the numbers off by heart, but like if you describe the creatures, I'd be able to talk about them and what they do and what they can do. But I loved watching that playthrough over and over again and Mark playing that game. It was amazing. So let's check this out. I'm really excited because that's a cool idea. To me, SCP Containment Breach is one of the scariest horror games ever made because there's something so scary about being landed in a situation where like you're just not capable of surviving, but you survive anyway, you know? That's always terrifying. Imagine working here, man.
Your choice.
I would not.
What will it be?
And I believe it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's criminals that have to be the ones that do the that are the ones that they test on, right? And they keep an eye on it's not 087B, is it? That's a different 087B. Maybe I'm wrong. I always just know the one that Markiplier, you know, the names from Markiplier calls them, like, you know, like Radical Larry. Oh, Jesus. Beautiful animation. Holy hell. Gorgeous animation. Very classic style, right? Thin lines. Music here is fantastic also. What's a literal breach, I guess? This looks terrifying, man. And epic, right? Oh, look, the size of it as well. And see, oh my god, look at this framing here. Can I say as well, the tree coming out of the guy's back there maybe reminded me that, like, a lot of times a lot of people think of SCP Containment Breach, they think it's like all monsters. Sometimes there'll be SCPs that's just like a cowbell. Sometimes there's an SCP that's just like a ring, or sometimes an SCP there's a book, and sometimes an SCP is like a painting. Sometimes it's SCPs can be anything, you know what I mean? It's not just monsters. Such crazy visuals, aren't they?
I'll hold tight.
I'll hold tight?
To what little I have.
And this is the original trailer for the Kickstarter? This to me is, oh sorry, just credits there. And yeah, this visual I want to see again, because this I think sells exactly why this is so scary. Not just this, the breach in the hole, of course. This to me, if you can get the pause in here. Obviously, that's also scary at being out in the snow, right? Because it shows like it has to be somewhere where no one can find it, right? It has to be somewhere where no one can like actually get to it. Because these creatures are terrifying. These creatures are something that cannot be explained really fully. Obviously, they do science experiments on them and try to test on them to kind of like explain them, but like, you know what I mean? They can't really like be fully like understood in that way. But this to me screams the idea that it's such a big place that they have so many SCPs here. Definitely bigger than the original game that I played, that I'd not played, I tried to play when I was younger because I thought it would run on my PC. It didn't really run that well. At the time, I just had a basic laptop. But a really cool, it's not I was going to say that's a different game. I think it's like Afraid of Monsters is the Half-Life mod. Yeah, it's a really, really cool idea, but this is just breathtakingly terrifying. It really is. Like the idea that this is the facility itself, how big it is. And you can see some crazy visuals like this here as well. This is like type of stuff that like will make people go like, what are you doing? What is this? You know? And then the tree growing out here as well. Someone getting hurt, running away, going crazy, which again is another part of the SCP stuff. There's SCPs that can make you go crazy. There's SCPs that will chase you to the end of the earth. There's SCPs that will like literally like turn you into a zombie. There's SCPs that will chase you down and put you into a pocket dimension. There's so many different SCPs in that sense, you know? They're crazy.
I'll hold tight to what little I have.
So this obviously got funded, which is great. Really great. And there's the credits as well, by the way. Yeah, this is really cool. This is really cool. As you said, I have like a history with SCP Containment Breach, but like I hope you understand that like I'm also like not someone who like looked into SCPs beyond that. I never even once looked into it. I always just like really liked watching Markiplier play SCP, and it's actually a saved playlist I have on my personal account, where I just like, if ever I'm feeling down, I watch Markiplier's SCP Containment Breach series, because when I was younger, and I was way younger, when I was a baby, I really loved the idea of coming home and hoping there was an SCP Containment Breach video for Markiplier. And if there wasn't, it wasn't like a terrible thing. It wasn't like I was like, oh no, like, but like I really would like to see, I loved seeing that series. And like whenever he took breaks, he used to be like really sad because like I really wanted more SCP videos. But yeah, it's a really great game with some really great scares. And I think like the concept of like there being a breach in an SCP containment zone is terrifying as soon as like, because I think to the outside perspective, it's probably like not that scary because it's like, oh, it's what's an alien outbreak or like a monster outbreak. It's like, I've seen those before. I don't think people understand like how hard it is to stop something like this because there's so many varying variables amongst all these SCPs that you can't really like quantify anything. If a zombie outbreak happens, you know, kind of like, okay, we have one tactic to stop these zombies. If they're all trolls, all the giant trolls that lived under the bridge, you could all stop them, right? It's like, okay, great, we can find a way to stop. If we know how to stop one troll, we can stop 10 trolls. In this sense, it's like Radical Larry can't be stopped. I think you have to break his bones, like in the original form, to really stop him. That's the only way to stop him. You can't stop. There's one, the SCP, I don't know what his name is, but he's made of like rebar and like a bunch of different like concrete. You can't stop him in the same way you stop Radical Larry. You can't stop Radical Larry the same way you stop is 087B? Is 087B, is that the one who like covers his face? Is that the one maybe? And I think you can't stop him in the same way either. You know what I mean? Because again, it's just a simple thing. It's like one of them you have to keep your eye on forever. One of them you have to run away from. One of them you can't look in the eyes. Put them in the same area, you're done. You have to find a way to not look at someone in the eye while also looking at the creature that you have to keep looking at while also still running as fast as you can from one of them. And if the doctor comes out, the witch doctor comes after you, you're done. It's all over, you know what I mean? And that's what makes this type of thing so scary is that like it could backfire so quickly. In terms of the actual trailer itself, the animation is fantastic. It looks amazing. It looks incredible. I love the classic style. Well, I was when you think of fan animations, I don't know if you always think of like this type of like fan animation because sometimes it never like you always think of like maybe something a little more simpler, but it actually looks like a really like classic anime, right? It looks like a classic anime with thin lines and has like a really cool artistic feel to it. The lighting is really cool. The animation, the facial expressions are really great. The music choice they put in the background made it feel very epic, but also very terrifying at the same time too, which is probably what you want from this as well. In my opinion, it's what you want from this as well. Yeah, it's a really superb way of like selling the ideas, and this is what they use to. What you say, Mike? They use this to like sell the fundraiser, maybe I think it was. And if they did that, that's pretty great. Like that's a pretty great way of selling it, and I think it would sell it to me also. It's a really powerful trailer with some, again, as I said, some really beautiful and fantastic imagery. Really, really well done. And like to me, I'd love to watch it. It looks really, really cool. Convincing other people to watch it would be a really fun thing as well. Sick stuff. Really sick stuff. Sorry if I went on soapbox talking about SCP of what I think why this is scary, but I think it's just like what I'd like to say about this. This is a really cool trailer that has a really great concept, honestly. Thanks so much for sending this in. The next video is from Watch Your Damage and say, so this is an RE7/Village fan animation. I enjoy it a lot. I love Ethan Winters a lot. Spoilers for Resident Evil 7/Village for anyone, by the way. Also, the artist for the song uses, here is Romeo, sorry. They have such a distinct tone. I love their music, and I think they even gave the animator explicit permission to use the song and commented on this animation. That's awesome. That's really cool. So this is by Cup Toast. It's Over and Over. When I think of Over and Over, I think of Jack White, you know? Oh my god, when he thought his wife died, still going to work, gets a letter. Oh my god, gets sad. Oh my god, this is following everything. Saves himself, has a baby. Mother Miranda. Oh my god. Is this embrace? This is, yeah. Because it's really showing like all the stuff Ethan had to go through, man. Like he had such a crazy freaking life, and like all these moments where he's like, oh, things have gotten better, have they gotten better? And then they just get worse again, you know? It's like all the time. He just went through so much. Yeah, man. So, I mean, but again, like Ethan as a character, because here's the thing, right? Like, I want to make it clear, like, Resident Evil has always had characters that have gone through a lot, right? But the difference is, like, Leon went through a lot, but he's an action hero, right? Rebecca Chambers went through a lot, but she is a trained medic, right? Jill Valentine went through a lot. She is also a trained soldier. You know what I mean? All these characters. Ethan went through a lot, and he is a husband of a bio terrorist doctor lady. You know what I mean? Like, he is not some action hero. And that's why whenever he gets hit by this stuff, it feels like much worse. It's like a 10-ton truck, you know? Yep. Consistently. Constantly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jack. Oh my god. Zoe. Stop this. This is so good. Miranda. Oh my god, Lady Dimitrescu. This is so cool. Really well done. Really well done. And then his freaking daughter, man. What the hell? Yeah, they've really done a good job of like showcasing how like horrible this was for him, but then also like, you know, showing like all the characters that he went through. Like, I want to say this right now, I don't think there's a Resident Evil character that suffered more. I want to say that for sure. Really, I just don't think there is, because I don't think you, like, while there's no doubt that like Leon has gone through trauma and Jill has gone through trauma and all these characters have gone through trauma, I don't think it's the same as like basically like Ethan, who's been physically tortured for like 2 games. Just physically tortured consistently and all the time. Oh man, and a sad ending as well to this track. That's like saying she's gonna go through it as well, baby. Yeah, like this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. And like as I said, I've been a fan of Resident Evil since I was a kid, and how I like how I got into Resident Evil was very simple. As a kid, I really felt as though I couldn't handle horror games that much. You know what I mean? But then I sneaked to play one of a game that I really love now, but at the time I had such a hard time even like playing it all. And that was Resident Evil 2. And Resident Evil 2 is an incredible game, but I remember being so terrified that I couldn't even freaking handle it. I really couldn't even handle it. And it scared me to death, but like that scaring to death of me made me want to play it more, I guess. Because I got to a place, I think, where I was like, I don't know what you say. I got to a place where I was like so enamored by the idea of being scared. So I got into like the idea of like horror and getting into like games like this and wanting to get into games like this because it was something that like really like interested me a lot more. And Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8, as you said, they're amazing games, as you said. What's Your Damage? And my history of Resident Evil like made me like obviously love these games a lot, but I think even if you're a new fan, you can get into these games like no problem because of Ethan and because of the new characters, while also embracing the history of the world. They also embrace like the future in such a beautiful way too. And in this case, it's one of those situations where the characters go through so much in these games, but in this video they showed so much of like what Ethan has to go through on a regular basis. Like Ethan, like as a character, like has been through so much that I genuinely feel as though he's one of the characters I probably feel the worst for in Resident Evil. And that says a lot because I love so many characters. And I know this is like a funny video, but I think they did a really good job of like walking the line of how like it actually is kind of like emotional at the same time too. A highly emotional game while also being a game that I feel is so terrifying to see. And that's the thing, is like, so this video being highly emotional, this video embraces like the highly emotional and the highly devastating at the same time too, which I think is probably a great way to describe RE7 and RE8, which is highly devastating and so scary and so horrific, and there's so many horrible and disgusting things that happen all the time in that series. and those 2 games, but there's such a heart to them as well. And I feel like this video embracing the heart of those things as well is actually like a really nice thing. Because I feel like that you could have easily have just done this thing where like it didn't have that heart, it didn't have that feeling, right? It didn't have that feeling of like Ethan's heart, I guess, and or even like, you know, Rose's heart, or even the heart of this, like what he did for people. Because again, his journey through this whole story was first for his wife Mia, and then second for his child Rose. Like he was so willing to go through the ends of the earth and go through like so much destruction. He went through a bayou swamp house of infected bayou swamp inhabitants who ripped him apart, bullied him mentally, tortured him mentally, destroyed his legs, destroyed his arms, ripped him apart, beat him up, and in the end, he was able to get out of there. And that's why this video over and over makes so much sense, because then he also then goes to, he gets a happy life with his wife. He goes off to Europe and ends up, once again, his wife gets like, quote unquote, shot in front of him. He goes then to this European place that's almost like Transylvania, gets absolutely destroyed again, fingers ripped off, bitten, beaten up, hammer off the head, constantly destroyed by either vampires or wolves or anything in between, or possessed dolls. He is like public enemy number 1, and in the end doesn't actually survive the whole thing in the end. And then it all passes on to his daughter. It is this like never-ending cycle of this character who had to go through so much pain, and even the happiness that he brought, whether it was with Rose or whatever, everything else, he ended up having to like go through that pain once again, over and over and over again. And obviously, like, it's kind of like, it's almost like a happy ending and a sad ending that he died in the end, right? Because I feel like it's almost like putting him out of his misery. I know you never want to say like, oh, it's a happy ending to see someone die, but like I think all of us, when he died in the end, it was almost like a sigh of relief. It was almost like, okay, he's free, right? He's finally free from the absolute torment and torture he's gone through. And I think it's honestly like a really, it sells the idea of who he is as a character, that we love him so much, but in the end, then when things are all over and said and done, I can go, look, it's over. It's fine. It's done. But yeah, they showed it here. I love the artwork in this game. Like, they showed the transition of day and nighttime. They showed him, like, you know, getting absolutely destroyed here. They showed Jack and the Bakers in such a really cute art style too. They showed the different doors he had to open up to get into these places. They showed Lady Demetress. They showed all these really cool things. And it was a really, really great visual feast here as well for all this stuff too. Really enjoyed this. Thank you so much for sending us in. What's your damage? The last video was sent in by Ria, and it is the hyper-autistic lesbian trauma RPG, and I believe it is Reverse 1999. That's a crazy way to describe it, honestly. Let's see what they say here. A fun video on Reverse 1999. You can stop at 10 minutes. Let's stop at 10 minutes. So it's from Infinite Cringe. Let's check it out here.
Oh my god, guys. This game doesn't have parrying, or stamina bar, or hitbox corn.
Possible cause of death 3. Killing myself.
I'm going to take off the subtitles because they're auto subtitles, and that doesn't always work, and it doesn't always do accurate
This
subtitles.
video was not sponsored. The devs have no idea who I am, but if I don't talk about this game right now, I will die because the gay and autism won't filter out of my system. Please accept this as a filler episode while waiting for your regularly scheduled content to resume. Besides, it's my channel. I can make videos about whatever games I want.
Of course.
Fuck you.
I'm glad you said that, because you don't have to explain what you want to make. You know what I mean? You don't have to explain it. Unless you have people like, for me, like I of course, I'm obligated to upload early videos because people pay me. That's different. But I like to do that as well. You know what I mean? This track. Such great art style in this game, isn't it? Stunning, man. It's all, look at these characters, man. But then it's never not stunning with Reverse 1999.
Reverse 1999 is a gacha slot deck builder about a traumatized teenager with dapper fashion sense, her Italian twink-head assistant who may or may not be
Her Italian twink-head assistant? Is that what we're describing her?
romantically attracted to her, a British radio pirate, a floating apple based off Isaac Newton who is basically her dad, and the list goes on. With it being a gacha and all, I was very nervous making this video, trying to rationalize if it was worth spending dozens of hours on something nobody even wanted to watch, but no matter how much I talked myself out of it, it would not leave my mind. My reasoning
That's the thing as well, though, like with gacha games. I said it before in other videos, like with the gacha stuff, people don't know that there's so much heart behind all these gacha games.
No, but my resonance said yes, we are gaming. The world of Reverse 1999 is the same as ours, but alternative history with fantasy and sci-fi elements. You know, Pickles the dog? He was real, and he's playable, and you can kill God with him. There are countless story beats based on real 20th century historical events, like the Latin American literary boom and the Great War, in which there was definitely only one. Don't tell Sentinel we got a sequel, she won't take that well.
Oh, like World War II. You know, this is really well done already. I think what's so great about it is you can tell there's this passion just coming from this person already. They're very much like excited to say this. It feels like very like from a very open and honest place.
Play Reverse 1999 if you hate turn-based combat.
I love turn-based combat.
Reading.
I like reading sometimes.
Minorities. The main draw is its art and story, with the world divided between humans and Arcanists. Arcanists are the most neurodivergent coded motherfuckers in all of fiction, playing Tetris inside their brains to min-max their autism.
The world overwhelms me. Reading quiets the world, turns it into a book, and helps me understand it word by word. I am no longer afraid, and I no longer overlook the details.
The writing.
What I love about this as well is that like this comes from the perspective of someone who has proclaimed themselves, I believe at the start of the video, to have autism as well. So like it's one of those things where like I saw the title, being completely honest, and my first instinct was like if it says hyper autistic lesbian trauma RPG, if I turn this on and it's like some chud doing like, you know, hey, this is my favorite RPG. Now you can say, well, Calvin, like you don't know if they're, they could be like, you know, you don't know what their gender is 100%. But you know what I mean? Like if they turn on, it's like, and they're like, I'm not actually autistic, but like, you know, then it didn't become something completely different. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, now it's like, you can't really call it that, but like, yeah, it's come from a place of like relatability for this person.
Themes of racism, ableism, sexism, just isms in general. A phenomenon called the Storm occurred in 1999, which sent the world back in time, hence the title of the game. What's even crazier is that despite being a Chinese game, the English voice acting is the intended experience. The Chinese trailers are in English, and it's really cool seeing overseas fans learn about accents and languages they aren't typically exposed to. Cultural rep.
The nasal sounds. I think it's a really sweet way to look at it though. But yeah, I didn't know it was like originally supposed to be in English, and that's what the accepted kind of like languages. But it is like really cool, like the idea of that storm, and like I do also think it's really cool that they focus on real life things as well, like and stuff that it actually is able to like, you know, people are able to like resonate with because of like it is a real life situation.
Major selling point, and for the most part they nail it. And other times we get chapter 8. When somebody is caught in the storm, they are erased from history and cease to exist. I can't really talk about how the storm works in too much detail without massive spoilers, but the protagonist Vertin is the only person in the world who can walk through it completely unharmed. The fact that Reverse has a proper established protagonist and not some blank self-insert was the main reason I even tried it at all.
Don't worry. I'm generally a proponent of safe driving.
Music? Generally? No, what the no, you can't, I cannot show that.
They try to get you to fantasize about dating the characters and shit. They are fictional. That would be a highly problematic planes of existence gap. Thankfully, Reverse treats its characters, especially women, like actual people with their own proper stories outside the main plot and cast. They are allowed to be highly flawed, sometimes awful people, and do gross shit like eat black gooby cum and vomit. Twice, even. Limbus companies...
So that's something I think is important as well, because like a lot of times, like when I talk to like my friends who happen to be women, a lot of times when people say like, you know, like for a long time they were doing this thing where they were like, we want strong women in our stories, right? And it was great. And then like a lot of my friends who were girls were like, yeah, but we also want like really complicated girls. We want girls to be a bit evil. We want girls to be a bit nasty. Sometimes because it makes them more human. I think it's kind of like the way my friends were feeling at the time was kind of like it diminishes like women more to be like none of them can be evil characters in the show. None of them can be evil villains in the show. None of them can be like kind of sadistic, because that's just humankind. Yes, are there like more qualities in men that make them like worse sometimes? 110%. But that's not the point. It's more of a case of just like, it's not, it felt, my friends felt infantized by TV shows sometimes, where it was like, yes, you want the strong woman. You want that hero. You want that to be the action hero, right? 110%. But also in the same story, add in a gal who's complicated, who's interesting, who has a dark past, who does things that's like maybe are a bit evil. Make the Walter White character, you know, be also like a gal, you know?
another gacha with a non-self-insert protagonist, so yes, I will give that a try at some point. Either way, I'm not really big on gachas and rarely stick with them for long, but I started playing Reverse all the way back in version 1.0. Of course, I've taken breaks, some really long ones even, but I always come back to check in on new
Man, the
story
artwork's
updates.
so good.
Gameplay is not Reverse's strong suit, but there's a lot more room to experiment than online tier lists would have you believe. All of my 6-star units are various beautiful women, then we've just got this chud with a fishbowl for a head. While the game does give you a few free characters, most of them you'll acquire through gambling, which begs the question, how much money have I spent on this game?
Okay.
$0. No battle pass or subscriptions, nothing. My payment information has never been inputted. The
Lovely.
first purchase top-up bonuses are still available. The game simply
And of course
doesn't-
you can if you want to, but I think it's also like good to show someone that you can do this well. Because I just think like even like I could say my play just for you to play. It's not really. I've gotten so many donations over the years for characters that like it's there's no possible way you could say my Genshin playthrough is free to play. It's just you can't.
demand that much out of you. I don't earn enough currency to collect every single character, but if you save, you can quickly get enough pulls to guarantee whoever you want. Oh my god, cringe, are you seriously gambling for JPEGs? How dare you, they're PNGs. I stayed up until midnight to gamble for Marsha, and my friend's already gotten her in 20 pulls. I'm fucking waiting for my update still. Wait, huh? What? I just realized he's got for Tutu as well, what the fuck? I have 181. You can guarantee any character you want in 140 at most.
Oh, lovely.
If you're lucky, you'll get it
It's like a
in
pity?
less. That's basically how the gambling works. It's like the Chinese laws and shit. First 10 pull, let's go. I'm gonna get us.
Oh, is that actual thing where like there's a law in China where like you have to give people a pity? You have to give people a option that they have to win at some point. Is that true?
Okay. Oh, it's piss yellow. No 6-star. 20.
Oh, this is cool. We're actually getting to see this. You actually have to spin it?
It's chud purple. Fuck that.
Chud purple.
We're looking for orange. Oh, wait. Is that piss or orange? I can't tell. I think that's piss. Yeah, that's piss.
And it's golden.
Pretty sure that's piss. Yeah, okay. So that's 30, under 40. Oh, orange. Okay, this is 6-star. So that was 40, that's good. Just have to make sure it's Marsha. It's not guaranteed to be her, but we have a 50% chance. Come home. Marsha.
You got her?
Marsha. Hell yeah.
Lovely.
40.
Great character design again.
Solid. After you've successfully gambled for your unit, you can make a team of 3 or 4 and get to murdering. Let me show you what I'm working with.
She's very funny with the way she describes all this stuff. It's very, very charming.
This is the Game Awards 2025, carried by a French single mother who automatically wins every single category. But infinite cringe, where is your Flutter page? I don't have her. Surely it's of no surprise that one of the top tier supports is an 11-year-old Victorian child labourer from the 1930s.
Oh god.
Some characters are so good that they're meta on almost every single team, but if you're missing these super OP units, you'll have to get creative and find a replacement. For a
That's
good...
to be honest, that's like a thing that happens in like a lot of deck builders. Like in Yu-Gi-Oh, like everyone runs similar cards because they just make sense to run those cards. You shouldn't have a deck without some certain cards, you know what I mean?
While I was using Kakanya,
But even though you should, I want to say you should, because just like in this, you should have you should be creative 110%. But I'm saying that like if you want to enter tournaments, a lot of times people will have the same cards. Like maybe Solemn Judgment was a big one for a while.
For my sustain, Kakanya absorbs 50% of the damage dealt to the team, which is great for Beryl, who dies if you so much as fart in her direction. Vila is a goated single target
Love the
healer
design
and buffer,
again.
so she keeps the tank alive and buffs Beryl. This is Isolde. She is
Again,
as
another
broken
amazing
as her
design.
mental health. Kakanya is her doomed Yuri psychiatrist, so having them on the
Doomed
same
Yuri
team is especially tragic. In a live service game where new units come out every month, does that mean there's power creep? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Do you guys remember when this was the meta-breaking top-tier DPS?
This again, the designs are so good. Can I say, like, I hear power creep all the time, but I don't honestly understand the term because I don't think I played enough online games in my life to ever like care. You know what I mean? What power creep meant. And people are like, oh, the power creep's crazy. Is it just like the fact that like things get more powerful and then you're left behind because you don't have the most powerful characters? Like, for example, the Mondstadt characters might not be as strong as the Natline characters.
Then 6 months later we got Lucy, and now there's Broom dealing 1 million damage per turn. Some content creators try to hype up the new shiny DPS every single time, but they don't matter, none of it matters. Supports are the true meta gods. Let's look at my other team, AI Slop. We've got Lucy here. She pretends to be the main damage dealer when it's actually Ulrich who's carrying, just don't tell her that.
Oh my god, the freaking ReZero track.
My beloved, you absolute liquid dream. I don't care if you're 90% magnetic science goo and 10% existential dread. I need to know what you taste like. You're standing there with your shiny swirly head holding a record like you're about to drop the mixtape of my doom, so that's not just a record, that's the soundtrack of my obsession. Let's skip straight to the unspeakable union of flesh and arcanum. I
Is this
don't
what
want
it
to just
said?
taste you, I want to merge with you. I want to get you pregnant.
Oh no.
Ulrich. I'll risk it all for you, Ulrich. My mind, my body, my dignity. I'll become a cautionary tale in the annals of forbidden science and arcanum. But I don't care. Let's make it happen, Ulrich. Let me ruin everything for you. But Infinite Cringe, where is your Charon? I don't have him.
We've seen his design before as well. That is a crazy idea here. A crazy thing to do, I should say. I'm kind of gobsmacked. His horse invented
Despite my
lesbians.
grievances, Reverse's gameplay is not bad at all. I actually really enjoy the roguelike modes where it just lets you break the game even with terribly put together teams like mine. And Critter Crash, bro, this is the shit. But it's the world building, art style, historical references, and nuanced character writing that keeps me coming back.
I love when they're like kind of
A while
honest about
ago,
some
I
of this
had a
stuff as
friend
well,
get
you know?
into Reverse, so I asked them, what chapter are you up to? And they said 3 or 4. And I'm like, holy shit, you're really getting through it fast. Are you liking the story? Oh, I've been skipping all the cutscenes.
Oh no.
I literally begged them to stop playing. I know that sounds insane, but you've got this freshly baked cake right in front of you, and you just chuck it in the bin and eat the plate instead. There are much better turn-based combat.
I totally I think it's fair. I think it's such a fair thing to say like, I know it's not fair to say someone to stop playing a game, but they're joking, like, but I do think that like for me, like it's like if there's better gameplay out there, you would ask them to go for that better gameplay than to play a game that is predominantly like loved for its characters and story, you know what I mean? But then again, I play Genshin and Honkai Star and people skip those stories all the time.
Systems out there of gameplay is your only concern. Reverse 1999 is very special to me. The story is dark and doesn't shy away from tackling really confronting themes while still remaining respectful towards such topics.
Love
the
that.
moments of calm amidst all that
You're
feel
amazing.
very comforting. The fan content is really great, especially from the Chinese community. The fanfiction scene is small but
I mean, I would expect. I've never been on AO3, but I imagine it's huge.
not liking either. A trend that was going around for a bit was language tier lists, where somebody would rank how well certain characters speak their respective languages. We've got French tier lists, Spanish, Russian. Some characters do great, especially
We
when
saw
they
this
get
trailer,
actors
didn't we?
fluent in the language to do the voiceovers. Sentinel's voice actress is Swiss French, so she sounds really good.
Perfect place to pause. The evil target lesbian. The reason I'm pausing there is because I don't want it to be too awkward. So at least we end on like a compliment at least. Yeah, like I think that what came from this video is I was very like worried, as I said, about this video, but I think it turned out to be actually something really, really charming. And you could tell that they had like a big passion for this game as well. And it actually gave me some like insight into how this game kind of like works as well. Like I never saw the kind of wishing wheel. At least if we did, it's been a long time since I saw like the wishing wheel, which looks really cool as well. I didn't really like know about the deck building aspect. Maybe you told me that before, but I think it's one of those things we've seen so many videos now that probably was so a while back at this stage. But I really did like the deck building aspect. I really love in this video that like she's kind of like very much fighting for the idea of like accessibility into this game. The reason I like it so much is that I feel like whenever I talk about Genshin and Honkai Star Rail to people, a lot of times like I feel like, you know, a lot of people are don't want to play because they have preconceived notions of it, or sometimes people don't want to play it because they're worried that they're going to have to like spend a bunch of money to get characters and they're going to feel a lot of FOMO if they don't have those characters. And the truth is that I would say the same thing. It's the same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh, for example. It's the same thing when I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and that is you don't have to get yes, you have to get the best stuff if you want to be the best, right? That's just plain and simple, especially with Yu-Gi-Oh. If you want to do the best stuff, you have to have the best carrots, right? If you want to do the best damage in Genshin, in Honkai Star Rail, in this, you have to have the best carrots, right? You have the best characters. But you don't have to. You know what I mean? You don't have to have the best stuff. And that's what's so important to me. You can have fun and you can create stuff that's really amazing. You can use support characters that are really amazing. And I think that's what they're selling here. And I think if you watch this video, you get like the charming aspect from it, but it's also like a really nice feeling of like casualness from the game, right? A casual nature to the game that actually feels pretty freaking good as well. That to me is like the important part, right? Is that like they're coming at this from the perspective of someone who loves this game but doesn't take it so seriously. They're showing that you can play this game without spending like exorbitant amounts and you can fall in love with it. And I would say like, you know, a lot of people might say, well, is that's the same for like, is that the same for Genshin and the games you play? And my answer to that would always be like, yes, it is. They give you some pretty fierce characters. And even so, like for me, I got lucky on my early pulls to actually get some characters. Like when I got Sing Show, Fischl, and Benny, like as what's so interesting was, as she was saying here, I'm sorry for using this to talk about Genshin, but it's what I know. It's like, yeah, like everything kind of opened up for me. All of a sudden I went from being like, you know, not really knowing how the game played, but they opened up the game to me to the point that like now I was like, okay, it makes sense. Like these support characters are incredible. If you can do that, it's really, really fun too. I love how she like really described everything comedically, had really a lot of fun with describing like the characters themselves, the idea of the Yuri aspect, the lesbian aspect, the characters themselves and how cool they look, how amazing the designs are from her perspective as well too. The relatability, how they talk about this world and how absolutely realistic can be and how it bases itself on real life situations that can be very horrible and very realistic things that happen in this world. She showed off some of the characters in a very, very cool way, what the updates are like, what waiting for an update is like. And I think it's a really cool thing she did there as well, is having like the loading screen happening and all the things downloading, showing you that you're going to have to wait a while to actually play this game sometimes. And that, like, not just that, but like the feelings that you will get while playing this game, right? We've all been there waiting for the update. We've all been there waiting for everything to like, you know, download and become a new thing or whatever, and like change the settings we have here or whatever. Like for me, it was waiting for the update for Honkai Star Rail recently, right? We've all been there. And I feel like she's really embodied like a gacha style here without being too over the top and making it scary. She made it very approachable in a very fun way, while also talking about how this game can legitimately be heavy. It can be something that you have to really pay attention to. You have to do a lot of reading. You have to really get into these characters. So it is something that is also very difficult to get into, but it's also very fun to get into. I really like this video, and I think they did such a fantastic job with this. It was really, as I said, it was charming as heck. And like, obviously we're not finished the video, but it was really, really charming and had a lot of life to it. And I think she did a good job of describing all this stuff as well. Really, really cool stuff. Thanks so much for sending us in. Also, I just say before we finish up there, I do think the designs of Verse 99 are incredible. They're always incredible. So fantastic. You saw here so many different designs that are just so appealing and so great to look at. They're really, really cool designs. But yeah, really awesome stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for watching Roman Reacts this week. This was actually a very long one. I actually think it ended up, from recording, I don't know what it is. I think it might end up being around 8 hours. It could be less, who knows. But I had a really great time recording this. So many great things in this Roman Reacts as usual. And I want to say thank you so much for watching these videos. I don't ever advertise that I do early videos in this video, so I'm not going to do that because Roman Reacts might not be early, and I think it sends the wrong message. So we're not going to advertise that. We're just going to say thank you to the patrons of the highest tier and the YouTube members of the highest tier. And of course, thank you to the people going across on the screen now. Thank you so much for that too. So I want to say thank you so much to the highest tier of my Patreon, Ty Pharaoh 2, Jamie Bull, Janet the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Delicious Felix, Yuled, Anusta, Yassassin, True Peanut Butter, Peter Shelson, Leon, High Kasperian, Jared Beanham, Neo Showright, Leo 200, Malcolm Kunde, and then at the highest tier of my YouTube, Royal Gamer 7, Blasco, and Lucinagi. See you guys soon. Bye-bye.